Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We're so appreciative to be here at Helena College for our 2023 March Board of Regents meeting. And I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and ask Ange to please take roll.
Chair Rogers.
Here.
Regent Buchanan.
Present.
Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Lozar.
Excused.
Thank you. Regent Bao.
He'll be right back.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Blossom.
Here.
Commissioner Christian, or representative.
Here.
Governor Gianforte.
Excused.
And Superintendent Artson.
She'll be here shortly. Thank you so much, Ange. Well, on behalf of the board, I would love to extend our deep gratitude to all students, faculty, staff, campus community members, and supporters of higher education across Montana. The tremendous teaching, learning, and development that occurs every day in the Montana University system is moving Montana forward in amazing ways. We thank everyone involved for your hard work and dedication. Our state is fortunate for your contributions toward the knowledge and discovery that prepares our graduates to be strong and successful community members. Earlier this morning, we had an opportunity to share breakfast with leaders from the Montana University System Faculty Association, which represents the voice of faculty across the system. I'm continually impressed by these thoughtful conversations and appreciate the dedication of our faculty to provide quality educational experiences to MUS students. I'd also like to welcome and recognize Paul Nicholson, who is a computer-aided manufacturing instructor here at Helena College. Welcome. And also later today, we'll be joined by Dr. Brad Hall of Blackfeet Community College President, joining us representing the Montana Tribal College Presidents. Now, on the business of this meeting and what we'll be looking at over the next day and a half. After a welcome by Dean Sandra Baumann and approval of the January board minutes, we will proceed this morning with the Commissioners and System Report. These will include important legislative updates, campus reports, and several introductions. We will proceed from there with remarks from Superintendent Arntzen, whom we're always delighted to hear and learn from. The partnership between the MUS and K-12 public education system is strong here in Montana thanks to her support and leadership. And we're proud to be working together to serve Montana's students. At around 10:15, we'll move on to the business of the two-year and community college committee. On that committee agenda are a couple of exciting informational topics. One is an update on the marketing and outreach of our Sprint degree programs. The other is a report on the perceptions of higher education in Montana and strategies for enhancing Montana's educational potential. We look forward to both of these. We'll then move on to the first half of our Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. There are a number of exciting subjects on the committee's agenda, including several honorary doctorate awards and request to plan proposals for some very innovative academic programs. We'll then break for lunch, and the regents will be privileged to share a meal with student representatives. The regular dialogue that we prioritize between students and board members at lunch meetings like these are part of what makes education in Montana such a rich and meaningful experience. We truly enjoy hearing from the people who we are all here to serve, our students, our leaders of today and of tomorrow. After lunch, we'll finish up with the second half of the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, and then we will provide an opportunity for public comment at about 2:30 p.m. today, before recessing and taking a guided tour of the Helena College Airport campus at 3 o'clock, followed by a reception that will take place around 5 o'clock at the airport campus lecture hall. Tomorrow, board members are looking forward to joining Hometown Helena for an opportunity to engage with community members over breakfast and then reconvene at 8:45, where we'll proceed with the business of the Budget Administration and Audit Committee. And with that, I will now ask Dean Sandra Baumann to provide some brief remarks and a welcome. Thank you so much for having us here.
Well, we're very excited to have everyone back on campus for the first time in 4 years. So Madam Chair, Deputy Commissioner, Regents, and colleagues from around the state, thanks for coming to Helena in this beautiful weather. We're so excited, in fact, that I wanted to invite some really special guests to welcome everyone this morning. So I'm going to ask our special guests to file in. Special guests, come on in.
Awesome. Go school.
So this morning, I've framed my remarks around 3 topics. One is building the education pipeline. The second is sharing some updates on our academic programming. And then I'll conclude with talking about what's next for Helena College. A really important part of the 2-year college mission is building that pipeline, educating our young people in our community about the options that they have available to them through post-secondary education and training. So what I'd like to do now is introduce you all to these honorary Helena College students. Say good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Every year, Helena College adopts the 5th grade students at Bryant Elementary School. They come to our campus every single month, and they learn from our faculty in a variety of subjects. They're studying art, biology, chemistry, math, nursing, and our trades programs. If you look at the items that we gave you to welcome you to campus, lift up your coffee mug, you'll see that you have a handmade coaster. These are the artists right here that created your coasters. What you have here is a unique piece of art, and it's representative of what one of these wonderful students is looking to do when they grow up. And so we're really excited to be having them on campus every month and introducing them to the possibilities they have through the university system. So that's your thank you gift from our students for making their options possible. I think they're just a really cool representation of why we do this important work, right? All right, well, thanks for coming over here in the snow, guys, and welcoming everyone. I know you have to go to class, so if you would please give everyone a Helena welcome on your way out. I'll let you trudge back through the snow and go back to work. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. That is awesome.
So as we say goodbye to our students from Bryant, I wanted to end by reading a quote from one of the teachers, Mrs. Hasler, because I think it just really hammers home the importance of this important work. This partnership has proven to be incredibly meaningful to our students in more ways than one. It's opened up the numerous possibilities that post-secondary education institutions such as Helena College offer in ways that 5th graders hadn't thought of before. Students have become more excited about learning and the possibility of continuing their education after high school in ways that I did not observe before starting this partnership. There's truly something for everyone, and to get students from varying backgrounds thinking seriously about pursuing a post-secondary education based solely on what they've experienced from this partnership is invaluable. So we're really proud of that work that we're doing there. Another example of the great work we're doing with kids is our summer computer science and cybersecurity camp. This is made possible through a partnership with Cyber Montana. And so we're able to host a free 2-week camp in the summer with rising middle school students to increase their interest in cybersecurity and computer science related careers. Last camp was really successful. We had 30 kids. We filled those spots within 48 hours. They were great ambassadors in the community. They've been going out and talking about programming, IT, and so we're really excited to do that again this summer. We'll have 30 kiddos again from Bryant and Radley Elementary School, and the students will work using a single board computer, Le Potato, similar to Raspberry Pi. And while that sounds like their lunch order, it's actually really important tools that they have for learning about the programming fundamentals to get them interested in an area where we definitely need a workforce. I get to say something I never thought I'd say in my career, but Helena College won an Emmy. Yeah, we did. We have a really exciting 3-year grant through the National Endowment for the Humanities. Right now, we're in our third year. This has been a program where we are introducing high school students about the importance of learning the humanities fields using filmmaking as a medium. And so what our students are doing, we're partnering with the History Foundation, with the Historical Society, and our kids come in for 2 weeks and they learn every aspect of the process. They learn from our faculty on the importance of using narrative to tell a compelling story. They learn about worldview and understanding our impact on other people. And they learn about using their artistic vision to help represent important topics. They do a lot of research at the Historical Society. They write a script, they do interviews, they film, they edit. Start to finish, it's all student work. We are in our third year of this project, but what you see represented on the slide are the film posters for the first 2 years. The No Ordinary Time, that's the Emmy Award-winning film that our students created to compare the Spanish flu pandemic with the COVID-19 pandemic. I highly encourage you all to scan that QR code and watch these films. They're about 20 minutes apiece, but it will take your breath away. You'll think you're watching PBS. And it is pretty inspiring to hear high school students talk about coming to the realization that their actions have a big impact on other people, and that's the beauty of studying the humanities. The second film is called In the People's House, and it's all about the Montana State Capitol building. Students learned the history, the art, the architecture of this iconic building, and while they were there, they did some really great interviews. Mike Jetty from OPI is featured in the film. So we don't know yet if there's an Emmy nomination coming our way, but as you can see on the, you used to be able to see on the slide, there are several laurels associated with the film. It was invited to many film festivals, and so the awards just keep coming. This summer they're gonna explore fishing in Montana, so I can't wait to see what they come up with. All right. We also partner in our community heavily with our business entities and the Helena Area Chamber of Commerce to educate our young people on career opportunities that are available to them through the Montana University System training or apprenticeship opportunities. So what you see here are students on our trades campus, our airport campus at Manufacturing and Mechanics Night. And they're interacting with employers in our community and learning all about their potential through various areas in this field. We host prospects not just in the trades, but also in finance and technology and in healthcare. And this year at our healthcare event, it's pretty inspiring to know that the students, we learned from high school students how interested they are in supporting the mental health needs of our community. And so it's led us to explore even further opportunities for partnership with social work and mental health support programs. We continue to see strong growth in our dual enrollment programs, as you can see on the slide. These numbers represent not just high school students on our campus, but also those taking those dual enrollment classes on their high school campuses. And as we all know, there's a significant financial savings to families. But even more importantly than that, taking a dual enrollment class can be life-changing for students who never thought that they were college material. And so what we were really proud of is the fact that these high school kids get to try on a college class, learn that they can do it, and explore their interests so that when they're ready to move on to that next step, they're ahead of the game. We can only do this work because we have such great high school teacher partners, so we're encouraged to continue to work with them and support their growth as well. An area where we're seeing unbelievable growth is in the number of students who are coming to our campus to take those classes. And so that's one of the things that we're actually the most proud of. We know that many of these students will come here, they'll take one class, and they start to see themselves as college students, and they'll continue, they'll take several classes while they're here over multiple semesters, and sometimes they're even earning a degree at the same time they're graduating from high school. So one of the things that we're doing, we've invested a lot in over the last 4 years, is our advising protocol for these students. We want to make sure that they understand their options, understand the college-going process, which can be very confusing, particularly for first-generation college students, and connect them to resources, both at Helena College or other institutions or support services around the state, to make sure that they know that they have the opportunities available to them. The last example I just wanted to share quickly around our work with K-12 students is our Montana's Future at Work grant that's funded by the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation and managed by the team at the Commissioner's Office. We've got 13 students right now in our EMT class. These are really dedicated students. They're in high school, but they're coming to campus until 10 o'clock 2 nights a week. They're giving up their Saturdays to do the ambulance ride-along and other labs. And they're really learning what it's like to work in this field. When they're done, they're going to be able to sit for the national EMT exam and move straight into a career as an emergency medical technician. It's great for our workforce, but they're also introduced to working in the healthcare and emergency services field, so they can see what career options are open to them. This was so popular, we had all spots filled up with just a few days last year, and so we've already got kids calling us for next year, asking if they can register because they don't want to miss out on their opportunity. It also gives us a really good opportunity to work with important partners. St. Peter's Health, you can see up on the slide, has been a great supporter of the program, both in time, resources, and expertise. But other healthcare organizations in the community as well have been very supportive, and they're asking to hire our students already because we know there's such a demand in this field. So that slide takes me to the transition from talking about building the pipeline to sharing some of the exciting things we're doing in our academic programs. So if I could stand up here all day, I would share something about every single program we offer. And we've got close to 30 programs, all doing great work. But since I can't do that, I chose a few representative examples. So what you see on the slide are our fire and emergency students doing a pretty exciting lab. I chose this because this is a great example of how we're working to partner our academic programs with communities around the state to also fill workforce needs at the same time. In our fire program, we have students here in Helena taking their classes with our instructor, Lynn, who himself is a volunteer chief, so he's an expert in the field. He also, through his smart classroom, is bringing in people from all over the state who are working in volunteer departments. Lynn teaches the classwork, and then they do the practical part in 2 ways. Here in Helena, they're doing neat stuff like this. They're learning the skills, and they're earning industry-recognized credentials that are important for employment. At those volunteer departments, the fire departments are teaching those same skills. The students are earning the same industry-recognized credentials, and so they're able to graduate. It's really a win-win because the students benefit, they're able to earn their degree, but those communities also win because they have the needed source of employment. The next example of an academic program I'm choosing to showcase this morning is our art program. I picked this because it's really a great example of our transfer mission. When you came on campus today, I hope you noticed that all of the artwork. It's kind of impossible not to see it when you come in the foyer. That's our 5th annual art showcase. The momentum on this campus around art is really incredible. So as time allows on the breaks, please do check out the showcase. We've got 67 pieces of art by 42 artists out there. And then we'll culminate with a community reception in April in which Helena, which is really an arts town, comes all out to support our students. They provide prizes and scholarships for our students and awards. And then we partner with the Holter Museum to display the art as well. As you're checking out the art, make sure you take a turn right past our library and look at the Monster Project. So those 5th graders you just met, they also created a monster, and they were partnered with a member of the Helena College community to create their interpretation of that same monster. So it's a really fun way to partner those 5th graders with college students and employees at the college to build an even stronger connection. The art club is one of the most active clubs on our campus. If you look at the bag you received, you might have been wondering about the little pin. The little pin is a gift to you from our art club. They're doing a lot of work to build awareness about the importance of art. They are raising funding for their program, but they're also just trying to get the word out that there's a lot of value in studying the arts. Because we have such a strong interest from students, we've developed new academic pathways. We've got fine arts transfer opportunities to both UM and MSU, and we recently were able to add a pathway partnering with UM Western. Well, students will finish their associate's degree in art here in Helena, transfer to Western to earn their bachelor's degree and their teaching credential, all while they stay in Helena, which is their goal all along, and then support this community with a needed source of educators. We've added media arts as well. As we know, we need to adapt our programs with the times, and so social media marketing, digital marketing, it partners very well with the business programs. We all know Montana has an urgent need for nurses, and I chose to share this example with you as a good example of how we're partnering within the UM affiliation to share resources responsibly and support communities around the state. So we do partner with Bitterroot College to offer the LPN in that community. Students there are able to take their prerequisite courses, use that campus for their lab and student support services, but then work with our faculty for their coursework and healthcare agencies in that community to do their clinical experiences. Similar to fire and emergency services, this is just a really good example of a way that we can help bring training to rural communities and help people live and learn and then enter the workforce in their hometowns. Last September in Billings, I had the opportunity to share with you that we were participating in the Second Chance Pell Grant program. We're delivering our Certificate of Applied Science in Automotive in Deer Lodge at the Montana State Prison. I'm pleased to announce that we look forward to awarding 9 certificates in a graduation ceremony in May. So that's a 90% completion rate, which is pretty darn good for any first-year program. And so we're really excited about that. We're going to continue this program next year. We've learned from our pilot year, so we'll be able to take in even more students next year, expand that opportunity to more people, and we're in conversations about what's the next program to add next year as well. Of course, the success we see in our academic programs wouldn't be possible without strong student support services. This is another area I could stand up here all day and talk about what we do, but I'm choosing to just bring to your attention a program that I know you've heard a lot about. That's the Montana 10 program. We've been participating in this project since its inception, so we're in our 3rd cohort of students. We're serving about 60 people right now through this program. It's a very specific student support formula, as you know, and I'm not going to steal Christine's thunder because I know she'll talk about this later. But we've seen dramatic increases in retention and completion, and just that connection to campus that's so important for students. They need to know who they can go to when they need help so they don't leave. You're going to be blown away when you hear our student stories this afternoon. So what's next for Helena College? In my remarks, I was going to say you probably noticed all of the construction as you drove in, but I bet you didn't because it was too snowy. But we do have a lot of construction going on around here. I mentioned our art program is growing by leaps and bounds. We can't keep up with the space. So we currently only have 1 art classroom and 1 media arts lab. What you see on the slide here is an architect's rendering of the art building that we're in the process of creating. We have existing property adjacent to campus where we own rental properties. We're taking one of the houses, turning it into art instruction. So that's phase 1 of what you see on the slide. It's pretty exciting because that blank canvas will really allow our faculty to create studio space and work more creatively with students. Phase 2 is a little more aggressive. It dramatically increases the footprint, but our community is very supportive. We're in the fundraising stage. As I mentioned, Helen is an art community. So working with partners, we're looking to add clay studio, kilns, an art gallery, and an event space. And that will support both our academic program, but also our community education programs as well. All right. And of course, I'm going to end with cosmetology. We're very excited around here to be talking about adding the first public cosmetology program in the state of Montana. That's an important part of our access mission. This is a career field where you need the training in order to sit for the licensure exam, and there's just no option right now. So again, you see an architect's rendering of the completed salon. Construction has begun. If you go down this hallway, you'll see a few indicators of that. It'll be completed in October, and those students will be in that salon in January taking their classes. Once this program is successfully launched, we'll have 60 students in a year, 15 a cohort, and they'll be able to move forward in their career. For the college, there's also great potential. Once this is launched and is going well, we'll be adding programming in nail technician, barbering, aesthetics, so it's a good investment for the college as well. The advantages of this program for students go well beyond the money they're saving, although that's not insignificant, that's important consideration. They're also have the opportunity to earn a degree, which is valuable. They're able to stack that as they continue, they move in and move up in their careers. When we formed our advisory board, that was the #1 recommendation we received, was to ensure that students received not just the skills in the cosmetology field, but also how to run a business. There's a high washout rate in this field. A lot of people go into debt, and then they wind up leaving because they're just not prepared to be business people. And so we're really excited about the curriculum we've built. In fact, the general education courses stack directly into a business. They're halfway to a business certificate when they finish this program. All right. So before I turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, I just need to recognize a lot of people. I talked about the great work that we're doing in 3 spaces. We're building the education pipeline, our academic programming is going strong and growing, and we've got great plans for our future. We owe big thanks to the Helena community, in particular the Chamber of Commerce and its members, the public school system in Helena, and our employer partners who support us with both financial resources and their expertise. A lot of the work you saw is also dependent on our partnerships within the university system and in the UM affiliation. So we're really grateful for all of that. Lastly, I of course need to thank a lot of people for making this meeting possible. We're a pretty small campus, as you know. We have less than 100 employees total, so it's true when I tell you almost everyone who works here had a hand in making this happen. I'm not going to go through the list because I would forget someone, and that would be worse than not mentioning anyone's name, but I'm going to make a couple of exceptions. First, I think we should clap for facilities because they've been here since 3 in the morning moving snow. And then I need to thank Paige Payne, my assistant. She has been our project manager. She's an extraordinary leader in this regard, and it wouldn't be possible without her. So one more time, I'll ask everyone to join me in thanking Paige and everyone else who works here for making this happen. So with that, I'll again say welcome to Helena and welcome to Helena College. Any questions you might have, I'm happy to answer. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And how fun to have the students here and really help us to all connect the innovative things that Helena College is doing to help students at a very early age see themselves in higher education and make those connections early and often. So thank you for that work. Yeah. Any questions from Regents? No, thank you so much for the presentation. Well done trying to highlight out of all the wonderful programs that you guys have going on. Wonderful. Next, we have approval of our minutes from our January board meeting. The minutes have been distributed to the board. Does anyone have any corrections? Seeing no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. I'll now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Thigpen to provide the system report.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Good morning, everyone. So as everyone can tell, I am not Commissioner Christian this morning. I have the good fortune, or maybe not so good fortune, of being able to fill in for him today. So I am honored to be here and appreciate the opportunity to provide some updates this morning. I will try my best not to take advantage of the situation this morning. So following the timeless adage of when it rains, it pours, this is a very busy day up at the legislative session. So Commissioner Christian and Deputy Commissioner Trevor are up at the session to talk about our LRBP capital projects, which are in House Bill 5. That bill is up in the full House Appropriations Committee probably as we speak right now. So we're very hopeful that all goes well and those projects are approved and move out of the committee smoothly. I'll touch base briefly on some of those projects in a minute, but before I do that, on behalf of Commissioner Christian, everyone at Ochi, just want to thank Dean Bauman for all you are doing here at Helena College and for all of your work and for hosting us. We know this is a heavy lift and that there is a lot that goes into these meetings, and your work is deeply appreciated by everyone. So thank you so much. Legislative updates. I'll get started with that briefly. And I know that many of you regions, those in the audience, have been tracking what's happening at the session. I know that is a big part of everyone's work right now. So I won't go into too much detail, but I did want to review a couple of things that are happening and some late breaking news for you this morning. I'll start with an update on where the budget is at. The House Appropriations Committee actually acted on our system budget late yesterday afternoon. They were in session until about 10:30 last night, but I can report that the full House Appropriations Committee did approve the executive budget as it was originally recommended, with some increases that were approved by the Section E subcommittee, which is really fantastic news. Overall, the MUS 2025 biennium appropriation is 6.3% higher than the 2023 biennium. And some of that increase is due to one-time only funding that you'll see in the budget that's been included for the Seamless System LMS project that you've heard a lot about that Joe Teal has been working on. There's also $2 million for Sprint degrees and $1.4 million for the 1-2 free program, which, as Dean Bauman just mentioned, is critical and supports up to 6 dual enrollment credits for students. The $1.4 million for the 1-2 free program was added by the subcommittee, Section E subcommittee, and wasn't originally included in the governor's budget. So that's good news, and it was approved yesterday by the House Appropriations Committee. So great news on that front. In addition to the core MUS funding, the subcommittee also recommended funding for the 5 research agencies within the Montana University system. That's the Agricultural Experiment Stations, Extension Services, the Forestry and Conservation Experiment Station at U of M, the Bureau of Mines and Geology, and the Fire Services Training School. The subcommittee also, I think, wisely converted one-time only funding for the Seed Lab, the Wool Lab, and the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology data preservation project that they have there to ongoing base funding for future legislative sessions, which is great news in the sense that those agencies won't have to necessarily go back each session to request that funding. So we're incredibly grateful for that, and obviously for all the work that the Section E subcommittee did on the budget. I think you've heard several times before that we do have a fantastic relationship with that committee, and I think it really demonstrated a good partnership between the university system, the commissioner's office, and of course the legislature, and how some of that has shaped up. So couldn't be more happier with how that has turned out at this point. So, but stay tuned. The next step on the budget will be the full House committee soon. I briefly mentioned in my intro that the House Appropriations Committee is also taking up the LRBP capital projects this morning as we speak. These are the major repair and capital projects which are included in House Bill 5. In February, the subcommittee that oversees House Bill 5 recommended over $200 million worth of projects across the Montana University system, which is an absolutely historic investment in significant repairs and projects across the university system. And it really can't be overestimated how much that is deeply needed and appreciated. There were some changes in that process. As many of you may have heard, Lewis Hall at MSU was swapped out for Gallatin College. It also included $25 million for the Aurora complex at MSU Northern, which I know Chancellor Kegel has been deeply invested in, and we're looking forward to seeing how that shapes out. So I think we'll have more news later this morning on where all of that has landed. Another bill that we've been tracking closely is House Bill 10. Normally with House Bill 10, which is the state IT infrastructure projects, the university system isn't included in that. This time around, we do have some funding that's included in that for a cybersecurity project at the University of Montana, which President Bodnar can certainly touch on more if you have any questions about that. But we're excited to see where that could potentially head. It's an important need across the state, and I know President Bodnar has big plans for what that could entail. So we'll be closely watching that one as well. In other news, House Bill 13, the state pay plan, as you know, I'm given several updates on that. I know everyone here is very familiar with what's in that bill. It passed the Senate, or passed the House, on extremely wide margin, which I think signifies significant support for state employees, whether you're in the university system or in another state agency. Again, a historic investment. And would be an incredible increase for our employees in the university system. We do remain incredibly supportive of House Bill 13. It will be one of the largest infusions for state employees ever. And of course, it certainly doesn't mean that we don't recognize there will be some challenges with implementing that. But we're committed to seeing that through and making that work out for employees in the university system. Late breaking news that bill has been scheduled in the Senate for a hearing on Thursday. That's in Senate Finance and Claims. So the House Bill 13 and the pay plan is moving forward nicely. So that's kind of all the funding, the big funding bills and capital projects. You won't be surprised to learn that we're also tracking hundreds of policy bills every day in our office at OCHI, looking for everything that may impact the health plan, to the workers' compensation program, to student services, to a whole host of topics. So I really want to thank everyone at OCHI for all of their work, and of course those on campus that are assisting with that and tracking those bills that may have an impact on us. So certainly we are engaged on those topics and are tracking them. Later this afternoon, Regent Southworth and Regent Blossom have confirmation hearings before the Senate Education Committee, so I know both of them will be very, very happy when that is over with and behind them, and we wish you both very good luck this afternoon, and we'll be there supporting you. In terms of other bills, I just wanted to briefly mention, and I won't go into all of them, but we do have weekly roundups of the bills that are of interest to the university system that we are tracking. They are posted on our Commissioner's Office website. You can find that on the main MUS page and look for the government relations communications page, and it'll take you to those updates. So I would encourage you to check those out, because we do give some summaries of where some bills of interest to this group are landing. And if I may, Chair Rogers, I'll turn, or I can be open to any questions on that, but if you want me to turn to the shared policy goals, I can do that as well.
Yeah, any questions?
Just a thank you for all that you've done, and the communication's been exceptional, keeping us in the loop via online tools and the calls weekly. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions? All right. So I'll go ahead and move on to the shared policy goals, which I think you've probably heard mentioned several times, but I do want to give you an update on where those stand right now. That is working with the Section E subcommittee on those goals is a huge part of the legislative process for us every session. So those are shared policy goals that the university system and the Commissioner's Office enters into with the Section E Joint Appropriations Subcommittee, which we spend a lot of time with. The goals in general have a long history in the university system. In fact, the effort goes back, I think, to at least 2006 with the Post-Secondary Education Policy and Budget Interim Committee, which was later disbanded and sort of evolved into the creation of the Section E subcommittee, where it's landed ever since. So we have worked for several years in some form or fashion with developing a list of high priority initiatives in conjunction with the Section E subcommittee. Those goals and priorities shift and evolve over from session to session. Some initiatives continue from one session to the next. Others are fresh, depending on sort of what the high priority is for that particular session. And while the shared policy goals are not binding in the legal sense on the Board of Regents or the university system. We've always taken them incredibly seriously and intend to do so with any shared policy goals that are agreed to this session. We do report regularly to both the Education Interim Committee and the Budget Interim Committees on those goals and where we are at. So we do have an accountability process that's built into that, and we have to answer many questions about where we're at with those goals. So they are taken very seriously in the development process as well. Part of that process has involved providing the Section E subcommittee with an update on our progress from 2021, and we were happy to report earlier this session measurable and meaningful progress on each of the 2021 session goals. For this session, we've had discussions with the subcommittee on a variety of different topics. Some of them are carryovers from last session, some of them have been refined a bit, and some of them are brand new. So I thought what I would do is just give you sort of a brief highlight reel of where those are at right now. The subcommittee, nothing has been finalized at this point. We will go back to that subcommittee and continue our work with them in a couple of weeks, and we'll certainly inform the board of where everything stands with those. So just briefly, there are some goals. The continuation piece of that is some work around the tribal college relations and continuing our efforts to expand American Indian language, linguistic, and cultural programming, as well as efforts to streamline and improve the transfer process between tribal colleges and the MUS. As you know, ensuring that there is a smooth pipeline there from the tribal colleges to the MUS. It has been a top priority. Deputy Commissioner Teal has been working a lot on that, and I know others have been as well. And so we want to and have committed to ensuring that we're going to continue to work on that work. So we've also discussed some goals around proficiency-based education, which the legislature supported with one-time only funding last session. A lot of that discussion also occurred during 2 interim meetings with legislators, the Office of Public Instruction, and other entities this past summer. So I won't go into all of that, but that continues to be a priority of the Section E subcommittee, and so we're going to be seeing some of that discussion continue. A third goal that has come up is around financial literacy and college affordability. And President Cruzado, you did an excellent job before that subcommittee talking about MSU's work around that effort. I know that is a topic that is taken incredibly seriously by all the campuses, and I would commend everyone for your work on that. It was it was a fantastic experience to be able to share how much we've done on that, but there is also work that I think we could continue around that and that the Section E subcommittee is interested in doing. Part of that, I think, conversation will be looking at Montana 10 to see how that impacts things like student success and affordability topics, and sort of building in some additional financial literacy into that program, and then we'll be able to sort of measure, I think, where that lands in the future. So that is a topic going forward. That's right now. We've also discussed a policy goal around continuing develop and improve CTE opportunities, in particular those opportunities that leverage public-private partnerships such as the Sprint degree effort and expanding high school CTE pathways. So we're building those in as much as possible right now. And then finally, a new topic, maybe not a new topic for any of the campuses, but a new topic that has been, I think we're hearing about more during the legislative process is free speech. So this is a somewhat difficult goal to measure in terms of a shared policy goal, but it's a topic that has really repeatedly come up this session and was of interest to the Section E subcommittee. So we've been working around some ideas for that topic, including providing OCHE as a resource for free speech related topics, sort of a library hub for policies from the campuses, that sort of thing. Another piece of that has come up is just doing a systematic high-level review of all of the campus free speech policies and looking at ways we can provide more of a consistent training module potentially from the system level to the campuses that everyone would be able to access. for that. So just some ideas that have come up. Certainly, I think there's some refinement that will need to be made to the goals as they go forward. But I just wanted to make sure that the board is as up to date as possible on where those are, because that is such a big piece of our relationship with the Section E subcommittee and where we're at. So, Madam Chair, I don't want to take up too much more time, but with that, I would just be available to answer any questions on the shared policy goals or anything else with the session.
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to take a moment to talk about the free speech item. Thanks so much for that great overview. I think that these shared policy goals are a really good demonstration of our partnership with the legislature, and appreciate the measurability and flexibility in that sense as well. In the last few days, we've had a number of students express some concerns in our legislative hearings about their constitutional rights and how their rights are being protected on campus. Some of these students also voiced concerns about facing repercussions for expressing certain views on campus or about reporting incidents on campus. As the chair of this body and as a member of the board that is responsible for the management of the university system, I take these concerns incredibly seriously, as do all of my fellow regents. I would encourage any student who has concerns to contact university administrators or the commissioner's office directly. Nationally, the topic of free speech and diversity of opinion on college campuses has garnered significant attention. I can't speak to what's happening outside of Montana, but I can confidently and without hesitation say that our Montana university system campuses respect the rights of all individuals to express themselves freely. We have an obligation, both under the law and because of the nature of what we do in higher education, to uphold the First Amendment and free speech on campus, regardless of whether we may agree or disagree with the viewpoints being expressed. In fact, fostering environments that promote free speech and the open exchange of ideas is critical to the learning process itself. That doesn't mean there won't be friction sometimes, but we must do all that we can to ensure that everyone has the right to express their views. I know that all of our campuses are committed to protecting the rights of all students on campus, and we will continue to make this a big priority going forward. I so appreciate that we're going to review all of the policies and make sure that from a system level it's making sense. That said, I think having a shared policy goal and engaging with the legislature on this topic is a very worthwhile endeavor, and I'm committed to ensuring that all MUS policies and practices on this topic comply with state and federal law. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share those thoughts. Any other thoughts from regents on any of the legislative priorities or shared policy goals? Great, thank you, Helen. And next on our agenda is the campus reports.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm so used to being in legislative mode. That is where I go. But I would just take a quick second to point out that, just a reminder that all of the campus reports are posted on our website along with the agenda, and they contain really excellent information about what's happening on each campus, including nuggets about student success and new programs and things that are happening. So would really encourage everyone to take a look at those. Yep.
And now time for introductions and acknowledgements.
And Madam Chair, we do have a couple of introductions, and I think I'll turn it over to President Bodner for the first one.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Commissioner, Madam Chair, members of the board. I have two exciting introductions to the University of Montana team and the MUS team as well. The first is that we're very pleased to announce that this past January, the University of Montana welcomed Dr. Carla Bird as our tribal outreach specialist and a key member of my team in the Office of the President. As many of you recall, we created this role in 2018 in collaboration with and at the recommendation of our tribal college presidents during one of our annual meetings at UM. And many of you may know Dr. Bird. She's a member of the Blackfeet Nation, and she comes to UM with a wealth of experience, deep expertise. As many of you know, she was recently the president of Blackfeet Community College, and she is a true Grizz. She has her undergrad, she has her BA in psychology and Native American studies from UM, her MA in counselor education, and her doctorate in ed leadership. And Dr. Bird will serve as the liaison to tribal communities across Montana and in the entire region, and as well as a key advisor to our campus community, to myself, and a resource to current students, prospective students, and I'm really excited that she'll build upon the impressive contributions of really a talented community of Native American students, faculty, and staff, and building on what we've seen as great momentum. As many of you know, since we created this role in 2018, we've seen Native American student enrollment at the University of Montana increase 24%, and retention among Native American students at UM increase more than 13 percentage points. So huge gains there, and I'm really looking forward to partnering with and learning from Dr. Bird. She's not here today, but she is a phenomenal leader, and we're very, very lucky to have her at the University of Montana. The second introduction I have is that we're very excited to announce that Shara Shulin has joined the UM team as our Vice Provost for Educational Initiatives and Innovation. So Shara will lead our ongoing efforts to expand the range of learners that we serve. So she'll be building on our existing strengths in online, not-for-credit offerings, as well as leading our international and summer programs. So just two vitally important ways that learners can access education at our university system. And she comes also with an impressive diversity of experience. So she's not just been a very accomplished small business owner. She most recently is coming to us from Valencia College in Florida, where she was the academic dean of business, IT, and public services. Prior to that, she was at San Diego State University, where she held a similar role, building for-credit and non-credit degree programs, as well as overseeing international student programs. So she is a great addition to the Grizz family. She's also, as I understand it, a pretty good mechanic. She's working on her Harley, I guess. She's a devoted trail hiker and really a seeker of adventure. So we're thrilled to welcome Shara to the Montana University system and the University of Montana.
And Madam Chair, I believe Chancellor Cook, if he is here or if there's a representative.
I don't know who was supposed to get introduced. Maybe I would do it or not. I don't know.
I'm happy to do it, although I don't know too many of the details, but I believe Chancellor Cook would, I had on my list to introduce Interim Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, Sarah North Wolf. So that's what I have, so.
Well, I can do it. I can wing it. I know Sarah really well.
That would be fantastic, yes.
So, my chair. I'm not used to this routine. Les is at the basketball tournament, and so I got a text this morning, oh, you're sitting in my spot, so lots of preparation here. Sarah North Wolf most recently was at Dawson Community College, and she's come to us to be the Executive Director of Student Affairs. She's also now our Interim Dean of Student Affairs. She brings a lot of experience to our campus that in student advising, thinking through, looking at a resume. And well, I'll characterize. I visited Dawson Community College in July of 2 years ago, and I met Sarah, and I will not hide this, I wanted to recruit her to come to Montana Tech because she's just truly outstanding. She's one of the best student affairs people that I've ever worked with. And I'm happy to say we were successful, and that's no knock against Dawson. But she's really outstanding. She's hit the ground running. She's done a lot of things with integrating in technology into student tracking and other things, and we're just really thrilled to have her at Montana Tech. So thank you.
Thank you, that's great. Thank you.
Great, and I have one introduction. I'd also like to take a moment to highlight here that Joe Teal has stepped into the interim role for our Deputy Commissioner of Academic Research and Student Affairs at the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. Thank you so much, Joe. I think this really demonstrates, the breadth and depth of the bench that we have in our OCHI team and how fortunate we are to have you seamlessly step into this role and keep the foot on the gas pedal for these innovative initiatives that you've been driving forward with your team. So thank you all so much for adapting to the changes, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you at the table here during this time. So welcome, Joe, in this new role. And finally, I think we had one legislative item that we also wanted to update on.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I am remiss, I failed to mention one bill that we are very much tracking this session, which is House Bill 517. That is a referendum to amend Article 10, Section 9 of the Montana Constitution and the Regents Authority in the Constitution. So there was a hearing, as you may have read, I believe that was Monday, and that hearing is in House Judiciary, and the committee will likely take action this week on that, and then it will move to the full floor for consideration. But I want to assure the board that we are very engaged on that topic, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Helen. Well, I think that wraps up our Commissioners and System report. So now we'll have the opportunity to turn it over to Superintendent Arntzen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Deputy Commissioner, good to see you in this role, as well as Chair. It's beautiful weather outside. It's, as we all say in Montana, it's good moisture, right? So just travel safely as you journey home. Very honored to be here today, and I want to give a couple congratulations out. Confirmation hearings, I believe, are going to be occurring, and I've sent letters of support, and very pleased to see that we are being recognized as a partner together with that. Also want to give a congratulations to President Slinger regarding his, this is astounding that we have someone from a P20 look on our Board of Public Ed, and you've attended your first meeting and got to vote on our accreditation standards, which talks about what is a quality school. And when our parents and our children enter our K-12 system, we will have a representative then from, how do I want to say, post-secondary here. Not higher ed. Remember, that means that we're lower. We don't want to go into any of that at all. And I do have a swear jar for that in the agency. You've gotten our report. And I did some traveling along with legislators as well as community members in a conversation about education. I want to say of the 9 stops that I had, 4 were located on campuses. So I want to thank you very much for having that great opportunity. And Chancellor from Northern, thank you for attending. It was a robust conversation. And it was Katie bar the door on any kind of a challenging discussion, whether it's a different system of public education, whether it's a partnership in public education, what does it mean like to pay a salary for a teacher, what is happening when we are going to be having so many openings in our K-12 classrooms for our teachers. So it was a great discussion. We ended ours at Butech last Wednesday, and then I journeyed down to Western for the great opportunity for the installation of officers at the Youth Challenge. Another way of providing success for our K-12 system. One of the things that I do want to talk about is mental health again, and I know I've brought this up in many of my discussions with you. I believe, and Board Member Slinger, I brought this up, that quite possibly we need to open the door to some sort of a standardization of what does mental health, what does it look like in our K-12 system? If there would be an opportunity that we could partner together, I believe as we hand off our youth into post-secondary, that there might need to be some threads of continuum within that. We are revitalizing what does it mean to serve in that realm. And again, I'm a back-to-basic girl. Math and reading and science, social studies, civics, all of that. But if we don't have children that are healthy, in spirit and body and mind, the learning is more challenging. So I would like to offer that as a partnership as we begin this work. And I know that I can talk to our board member here, but I need your help in understanding what does that mean. What services we can render, where should we have that acknowledgement of family, community, as well as what does that mean in the continuum of learning. One thing we need to also look at is our staff. Mental health awareness for our staff on your campuses as well as our K-12 over 823 campuses of K-12. What does that mean for staff? And I think we really need to dig into that. Resources are tight. A lot of legislative proposals I know that I have backed on that expansion, and it does take precious resources. But I know we can put our heads together across our state and come up with something that will support our communities where we reside and live. So I would like to see if we could offer something, put it on the agenda for the next meeting, put a working group together if we could, to see what it means to do what I had asked for, a standardization of something that is being recognized in both of our systems. So if we could, I would appreciate that, Madam Chair. So I've got a gift, never come either late to a meeting or to a meeting at all without a gift. I've been in my role for 6 years, and so this is the third deployment of our Montana Proud series that recognizes teachers and school leaders within our tribal world. And I have a poster series for each of you, and I'd like to give you first as well, and then we can deploy these to everyone. They're going out to every single of our 823 campuses. And they are, as I call them, Montana Proud. They are about our first Montanans, but they are about what our Montanans right now are currently doing in the world of education. We have our annual conference is going to be housed here, as well as Bryant Elementary, and it opens up Friday. So I'm really excited that, again, we have this partnership, but we are very, very pleased in the recognition of what the legislature also is understanding about those original documents and what does it mean to teach Indian education for all as our Constitution requests. So I have these gifts for you. The other part is we, on the 22nd, are celebrating women in government. And very pleased to say that we have the Lieutenant Governor, we have, of course, our Secretary of State, myself, and 3 Supreme Court justices as well that have been elected into the role. And noticing that 1/3 of our legislative body is women. I think that's phenomenal at this point to talk about how Montana is not necessarily looking like the East or the West Coast, but the voters are recognizing that women, not just in the family, not just in business, but also in policymaking, have quite a voice to be listened to. So we'll be doing that at noon, recognizing all of the women that are in government. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to everyone that's around the table here. You may not be elected, but you are supporting and putting forward people, young people in Montana, in a manner that I believe is very honorable. So I thank you all. The other aspect is that legislature, and I hesitate to even bring that up as being one of them for 12 years, recognizing their challenges, but also recognizing their successes. So signed with the governor last Thursday, the big funding bill, almost $2 billion of a promise that has going out to our public school teachers and our school systems. 90% of that $2 billion goes to compensation for teachers. 90%. That means there's little left for curriculum, little left for turning the lights on, or little left for a mental health or a safety program that I had shared with earlier. But where I know there's a will, there's a way. But why I celebrate that is that that was the first football that did the Hail Mary pass across. What's left? There's a lot that's left. And I know I entered in when you were just discussing this. There's lots of great opportunities. And I believe that the data points that the legislature in the subcommittees are looking at from the interim to now means that we have even a stronger partnership on recognizing not just who fills the seats in K-12, but how our K-12 teachers are also encouraged to be in that learning cycle. So we have a lot of work to continue to do as the next 40 days unfold at the Capitol. And I know I need to be more patient. I need to recognize more success, and I need to recognize limitations. And I think if we can all use those words in possibly that order, then I think that, and I know that our legislators will reflect on the greatness that our systems can produce for our businesses and for our future, our students. So I'll stand for questions if there are any at this time. And please enjoy these posters and reflect on the greatness of our original Montanans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Really appreciate your comments about mental health, and certainly we'll work forward on continuing that work and making sure that we're all pulling in the same direction. I think, whole person wellness and ensuring the physical and mental health of our staff, faculty, students, everyone on our college campuses and K-12 institutions is certainly vital to the future of Montana. So thank you for those comments. Yeah. Not seeing any other questions for Superintendent Arntzen. I think we'll go ahead and move to a break now and come back about 10 o'clock. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. Great conversations during the break. Appreciate everybody's patience there. Now I'll turn it over. We're going to have our 2-year and community college committee, and I'll turn it over to Chair Southworth.
Hot mic, yep. Good morning, everyone. We've got some exciting stuff here this morning. First, we're going to kick off an update on the sprint degree. I was thinking about kind of how to tee this up, and then I felt like I kind of spoiled some of the content by doing it, and I don't want to steal the thunder of Angela's presentation. So just thank you first to Dean Bauman and your near 100 employees for all the work to host us. It's really appreciated. Shout out to Regent Bao for the brain power behind the sprint degree and the guidance for the framework. And then everyone at Ochi, I was there yesterday, and if anybody wants to be inspired by an incredibly high-functioning team, go there for a day. That is a very, very, very impressive group of people. I would also like to thank Governor Gianforte for supporting our new ideas and innovations to help, benefit our economy, our youth and our employers and, the state as a whole. University partners, SEP, Stephanie, Vicky, thank you very much. We know that this was a big ask, and it's something that's really exciting to me. The sprint degree to me is bigger than the sprint degree, and these will be conversations that we're going to be having conversations in the future, in years to come, that are a byproduct of the sprint degree. We won't be talking about the sprint side, but things that have been made possible because of the vision behind this. So with that, Joe, Mike, yours, bud.
Thank you so much, Regent Southworth. And I just want to reemphasize that last point. Regent Bao, you, Regent Southworth, you, all of the regents gave campuses a big challenge on this one, and a worthy challenge to find ways to accelerate degree programs, to work with industry in new ways. And campuses have really risen to the occasion, as have some industry partners. So Stephanie, Vicky, their faculty have taken on a big task here, and we're so appreciative for the work that you all are doing. Another person who's taken on a big task is Ange King at the Commissioner's Office, who has really led and coordinated this effort. And I'm going to turn it over to Ange now just for an update on where we're at with our initial pilot programs.
Thank you for those kind words, and thanks for that introduction, Deputy Commissioner Teal. And good morning, Chair Southworth, Madam Chair, Regents. I'll echo the excitement. Always excited to give an update on where we are with the sprint degrees, and not to continue to echo comments, but as I was, Chair Southworth, listening to your comments, just walking up here, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the campuses as well. I have learned a lot in this process. We will continue to learn a lot. We have made great strides in the last few months, have a ways to go, and it is certainly a project that I'm thankful for good partners and folks to learn alongside with. So today, really, the sprint degree update is, as Chair Rogers mentioned this morning, is to give an update on marketing, just where we are with outreach, just really where we are with this project. And just to sort of kick that off, I mean, I have had the privilege to be able to talk about this project pretty frequently in the last few weeks to several different groups that I'll talk about here towards the end of this presentation. But each time I have these conversations, I have to start back at the beginning to explain to them where this idea came from, so they don't just think that we're coming up with things all just out of thin air. And this concept really came out of a goal of thinking of how we could restructure degree programs to save students costs. And I remember when we got that charge, and I also remember that it timed really well with this WICHE report that came out that stated the two main barriers to students attending post-secondary are perceived understanding of what their costs are, and two, an understanding of what their degree would mean in terms of their career. And, you know, as I have time to think and reflect about this, those tie in really well, and I think for me have really helped shape what these programs are. So again, just a reminder of what we are trying to accomplish here. These aren't necessarily the pillars for Sprint, but I think when we talk about what questions we are trying to address, when we talk about really what our goals are with this concept, these are the four things that really come to mind for me. And that is an increase of access for Montana students. As I talk about these programs, it is not uncommon to have multiple folks afterwards say, this fits exactly with the student population that I work with. I know a student that would benefit from this style of structure. I hear from students all the time, I don't have time to do X, Y, or Z. And certainly these are not meant to take away from our traditional degree paths, but it is certainly just there to give another opportunity, another way for all students to be able to find a home in the MUS. Intentional workforce development, producing skilled graduates specifically for our Montana industries. As Montana grows at a rapid rate, how can we help support them in an intentional way? And help develop those relationships with our campuses, with the communities that our industry are in, and help share in that partnership. Flexible program offerings, so thinking about as industry needs change, which happen very rapidly, how can we be thinking about how we are designing our programs and what kind of programs we are offering at a flexible rate as well. And innovation and efficiency, how can we streamline some of those pathways, especially in needs where we are having maybe large workforce shortages, new developing areas of the economy of Montana, and new industry as they are coming into our state. As a reminder, we have sort of structured these degrees around four main pillars, and that kind of reflects the initial slide that we just saw. But these are designed to, again, support Montana's workforce needs. These programs are selected in a way because of their high demand need. They are, the second thing, engaged intentionally with industry so that we have their feedback, we have their partnership, we have their support. And they are there, again, to help answer some of those initial charges. How can we help students feel confident in that selection of post-secondary education? How can we make them know that the value of the degree pathway that they are embarking on? And last, time to completion. This sort of just reflects certainly the name and the style of these programs, but again, is thinking about how we can offer high-quality education that results in students learning faster and entering the workforce sooner. Here are some student outcomes that we are hoping will be a result of this, kind of reflecting on that, again, that last slide, but we are hoping here that students will be able to enter at an accelerated pace. For the student who is looking to have that time shortened, who maybe does not have the opportunity to take a 4-year break or a 2-year break, how can we provide a pathway for them that is also a pathway in a high wage and a high need field in Montana? How can we support them financially, with career, with academic supports? I think what we are learning through a lot of student success initiatives across the MUS is something that we're hoping to embed as part of these programs. But again, how can we draw a really clear connection between what your degree is doing, what it's training you to do, and how that results in a high quality and a good wage job for living in Montana? And I put this last one on here, but I'm really interested to see how we can mimic or replicate the academic advising model onto the industry side. So how can we partner academic advising with industry mentorship to continue to help students through to completion? And again, lastly, providing that clear connection. And while as an individual in higher ed or post-secondary education, the student outcomes are certainly first of mind for me, but I think what is interesting here is that we should see some really positive outcomes for our industry partners too. And as this program came through development, the conversations that we had about how certain kinds of degrees could be life-saving or life-changing or just a game changer were a lot of the words that would come out of industry partners. But our outcome goals for industry are these, that industry partners will make connections with students earlier to help fill those workforce demands. So rather than having to pull a nurse that we desperately need in a certain area of a hospital to train them in another way to support a surgery, hopefully we're able to develop multiple tracks here. And really too, it is forming these partnerships that can have an ongoing relationship with our campuses so that, again, as we think about these flexible modalities, when we think about ways that we can stand up flexible programming, we've already engaged in this relationship. So again, we have 3 pilot programs that will start here actually in a couple of months, which is amazing. I will just briefly touch on all of them again, but first, paramedic. This is a 1-year program, AAS degree. This program is designed to be an option of in-person or fully online. And these folks are sponsored by their fire departments in their local communities. And what is happening here is that students are able to take either the coursework in Billings through City College or online within their community. They're sponsored and able to do some of what we would classify as the clinical portion of that program within their home community. There's a couple of intensive weekends in Billings where they will come back, but for the most part, things can be done in the Montana community, like Red Lodge, and help support the needs of those. Human services. This is really the main initial charge. This is a bachelor's degree in an accelerated timeline. This is a bachelor's degree that will fall under $10,000 to a student. And this program is done in 2.5 years, designed by the MSU Billings team, their human services team, their school for health sciences, and I'm constantly reminded of the challenge and the bar that they stepped over to create this program in such a rapid way. And I think what this program, while I am encouraged by the fact that this degree will help maybe to solve some of our behavioral health challenges in terms of setting students up for licensure. But I also think it is a great program for us to assess how we would deliver and support students through an accelerated model. So these students will go 7 straight semesters at a full-time rate, and I think we'll learn a lot about how we need to support students maybe at an additional level as we think about developing and growing these accelerated programs. And last, surgical technology. This is an AAS degree, 5-semester program meant to be done in about 18 months post-high school graduation. And Great Falls College will deliver the program at Billings in partnership with City College. And while having an increased rate of surgical technicians in the Billings area will itself be a win, I think as we think about how we can partner our programs and share curriculum as a system is another great way to assess this program. I'm certainly thankful for the continued partnership that City College and their advising staff has had with Great Falls College as we work to really have 2 semesters on the City College campus, 3 semesters of a Great Falls College program all in one location. Again, this is the exact same timeline that was shown in November. We are certainly in the spring 2023 section here, so towards the end, but this time is really about recruitment, outreach, letting as many people know of this new opportunity as we can. Part of this section of the timeline has been marketing. And thanks to the region's support, the governor's office support, following the November meeting, we were able to reach out to a marketing firm that has helped the MUS with the college and career portal, as well as some other MUS branding to help us create a look, create a slogan for these, and so that we can adequately start marketing them throughout Montana. So this is our marketing campaign. I will say the marketing campaign is sort of centralized to the Billings area, at least for the pilot. But we chose to really focus on the 3 separate programs at the Learn Faster, Earn Sooner tagline. The marketing company is helping us with everything from paid advertisement, retargeting, some language I don't totally understand, but making sure that not only are our campaigns providing really relevant and catchy information, but also in a way that is accessible to different students and different populations within that area. So everything from streaming audio to banner ads, social media, etc. Those campaigns from the marketing side will lead students to a centralized landing page that lives on the portal, and that is here. And from here, if this was live and we were able to scroll down, it would allow students to click further into the degree that they might be interested in, allows them to reach out to myself and the campus for additional information, and kind of just begins that initial touch point for sprint degrees. Following that, the campuses are doing a lot of, I would say, one-on-one work with students that are interested in these. For a lot of reasons, right? They're brand new, so making sure that the information is provided, students understand how this might be a little bit different, and again, to explain the differences between the sprint track versus a traditional track. Well, I will say, the next slide will show where we are with sort of our marketing overview, and in a couple of weeks, I would be able to provide a really clear analytics overview, but early analytics show that we've had about 10,000 visits to the site in the last little over a month, with about 5,300 click-throughs on social media to the landing page. So I think people are seeing it, and there's a level of interest, which is certainly exciting. Alongside the marketing campaign is certainly 2 things, and I'll touch on external outreach, but I don't want to miss the fact that our campuses are doing a level of marketing and outreach as well. I'm thankful for both the teams at MSUB and at Great Falls College for helping share this message, craft their own messages about Sprint, again, just to continue to spread that word and make sure that, that everyone is aware of what's going on. The second piece is external outreach, and as I mentioned in the committee call, one thing that comes to mind for me is that students have information overload. There's a lot of ads coming at them at all times, and we knew and found that it was very important to make sure that we were getting information not only in that medium, but in a place where students have trusted information, whether that's counselors, job service, other folks in their community that might do everything from college access to to student support. And this is just a brief list. Like I said, I've had the privilege to be able to present to most of these groups on here. And I will say that the reception has been very exciting. And I'm thankful for that. And I think it's reassuring each time we give a presentation. And I learn a little bit more about what our students have as options and ways that we can communicate our options to them each time that we're able to have this discussion. One thing that I'll just highlight as an anecdote, last week I had the privilege to be at Board of Public Education to talk to them about this project, and board member Heddleton said, "Oh, this is great. We have one paramedic in our county. He broke his leg, and so now our sheriff is attempting to be our paramedic." And I think that's, again, just a reaffirming note that the need for some of these growth in some of these industries. I will say, too, part of this external outreach is that MSUB has a lineup of spring events for students. We're really thankful to be included in those events for the Sprint Degree to be shown, whether that's in a student showcase, whether it's their preview day that will happen tomorrow. So again, thank you to the MSUB's campus for making some changes really at the last minute to make sure these programs are highlighted. And last, as I think about the excitement, I also want to remember Regent Dombrowski's question from our committee call, and that is, how will we measure success with these programs? And when I think about the first slide we talked about, what are we trying to accomplish here? But it's also things like, I think, how is this sitting with students? What are we looking like with enrollment? How are they completing at an accelerated rate? What does their job placement look like, especially within Montana? As I think about how we can measure success with our industry partners, has this helped solve some of their pipeline issues? Are we building more relationships? Are we creating a pathway where they feel like they have a contact when they have an idea about something maybe that they want to grow? And last, and certainly not least, is, have we created a program that allows us to learn and grow? How can we make this a sustainable option, and how can we continue to replicate some of these concepts in different areas and certainly across the state? And I think that wraps it up for me, but I will certainly stand for questions. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Ange. That was very well done. I really appreciate it. Before I kick this off for questions and comments, when I had a chance to meet with Deputy Commissioner Teal to talk about the agenda a couple weeks ago, and so he was talking, and I did some math. So on the on the Sprint side of things, time to degree on the paramedicine, it's a 25% reduction in time. That's was a 2 years, so substantial there. Surgery tech is a 40% reduction in time, so that's very meaningful as well. And then the bachelor's in human services, we're looking at, well, I say 40, but it's 37.5% reduction in time. So this is, thank you for, for everyone who's put a lot of thought and a lot of work into this. And with that, I'll kick it off. Questions, comments? Regent Bao.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, Ange. I know we're kind of a few weeks away from the marketing, wrapping up and probably knowing more, but I thought the data, is pretty exciting if those numbers are accurate. But what's the next step for a student, right? Because we know we're capped at 50. So is there an application process is one question. And then secondly, when I go to Apply Montana, if I search Sprint Degree, I can find something about it, but I don't see, a button or anything. And is that just because we're in the rollout, we're focused on regionally in the Billings area, or how does that? But
I will look into the website.
Okay.
For sure. Yep, I'm just going to write that down. But to your point about next steps for students, and I'm glad you brought this up. Really, the first step for a student is to apply. And both Great Falls College and MSUB use the portal, so the convenient thing is that if a student just migrates up the page, they can start that. Given where we are in the timeline, two things could happen. One, we may have a student that's already applied to MSUB, potentially for human services or for paramedic. What MSUB is doing and City College is doing right now is reaching out to those students to let them know of this new option, so that in twofold, right? They understand that it's accelerated. There's another track where they can maintain their track, additional supports that might be available for those students. The second sort of phase is that if we have a student that's not in the pipeline already, and so is maybe seeing an ad or hears about it through Montana HOSA or whatever it may be, they will apply on Apply Montana the same as any other student will. The way the application is set up is when you are mid-cycle, as they call it, our ability to manipulate or change that is pretty limited. So students in this first initial year will apply directly as their regular program. And then the campuses are taking it upon themselves to then provide additional levels of advising to see which students want the sprint track and which do not. When we're thinking about eligibility and we're thinking about capacity, this is a question that comes up pretty frequently, and one that I have just recently started thinking about how we have a good answer for, to be very honest. Because we are capped. We're capped certainly for lab purposes, for accreditation purposes, and our goal is to have 10 students in paramedic, 10 students in surgical tech, and 20 to 30 students in human services. I would say my encouragement to the campuses, or I guess my advocacy, has really been handing that off to them. One, because I feel like the faculty know their program and those advisors know their students to be able to say, this is a student that would be a really good fit for this program. And so I'm, to be very clear, sort of handing that off to them to make those selection criteria. I know that our Dean of Health Sciences at MSUB feels really strongly that they have this introductory conversation with those students to know that while this is an incredible pathway and might be the right one for you, I want you to know that this will be a 7-semester straight, and just to be prepared for that. And alongside that, providing those kind of clear expectations is also the opportunity to say, and we have hired a career or a mentor that is designed to help you get through this. So I think it allows an additional conversation to let the campus express its support for that student and explain what those additional supports are.
Thank you. I guess, as usual, there's a lot of complication that I don't think about as a regent behind this process and making sure that students make the right decision. I would just say that it might be, when I think about the work and the money we're spending on the marketing, like when I see those advertisements, they look fantastic. I love the tagline. But it might be nice to have a QR code on there where they can go straight to the application page or to a contact, right? So that, I think there's a benefit for that is it's a little bit more immediate than trying to find it in a different location. And secondly, we'll get a better sense about how effective that marketing is just by the number of contacts that are made using that. So as we think about rolling it out in the future for other campuses and other degrees.
Thanks, Regent Bao. Regent Dombrowski.
Thanks, Regent Southworth. I don't always want to focus on the employer, but I think in this case, the employer really does have a role to play. So I'm thinking from my past experience as we were trying to fill, I'll just say surgical tech positions, we had employees, not necessarily students, but employees in entry-level jobs that we just knew would make a good surgical tech. So where do we sit in that conversation with the employers in Billings, in all fairness, because I know that's where you focus, but I just think employers have to have continue to be incented and be part of the solution.
Regent Dombrowski, thank you for that question. And I failed to mention certainly sort of the outreach that our employer partners are doing as well, aside from your question. But yes, and actually I had a phone call with Billings Clinic yesterday, specifically to your point. They have, because of sort of the outreach that they have done, they have some employees that are very interested in the program. And I think that's a great option for them. They will go through the application process the same as any traditional student. But I think in a scenario where they weren't part of the sprint option, I think it still alerts those employees that we have this option in Billings, and that is a track that we will continue to maintain. And I hope that they're able to find a good fit and maybe Sprint is that right fit for that employer partner. Absolutely, they are doing some of their own personal outreach within their employee structure.
And Regent Dombrowski, I wanted to also respond there. I think that that's the exciting thing about this pilot. And most what I want as an outcome is thinking about how we articulate to employers that they can help us solve some big problems for students that also help them solve big problems for their workforce pipeline. And that's been a lot of the, I think, positive conversation is them understanding this question about cost and career outcome from the student perspective and how they can help close that gap, but then also thinking internally about their employees' pipelines and where we have programs, sometimes not even the programs we're standing up through Sprint, that can help on that front.
Regent Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Southworth. Really excited about the great numbers on how interested students are in the Sprint degree kind of at large. Do you have any idea of like the distribution among the three programs and how, if there's one that students are particularly attracted to, or if there's pretty uniform distribution among them?
Thank you for the question, Regent Blossom. To give you the shortest answer is no. And I'm only laughing because I got this email from our marketing department this morning, and they are classifying everything as quote Sprint. So that they did not break that down for me, but I can certainly follow up with that, and I'm certainly happy to provide you all with a more detailed response when we have that first assessment of their marketing campaign.
Sounds good. Just in really big picture, we're feeling good that we have more than enough interest in each program. I don't know if it's necessarily needed to have like a perfect breakdown of each one, but as long as we're feeling comfortable that there is sufficient interest in each one, kind of generally.
I believe there is. I really do. And I'll be interested to see what the click-through rates look like for each program. But this, a lot of this is somewhat anecdotal, but given the responses and conversations I've had, those populations of students, I think there is certainly a level of interest there, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Regent Buchanan.
Chair Southworth, thank you. Talk a little bit about the advising support. I mean, as we recognize, this is not a part-time commitment. This is a full-time commitment. And I've been impressed with some of our other conversations about, some of the off-boarding strategies when someone decides, the four-year baccalaureate's not what I want. How do I still get an applied science? Obviously, this is happening fast, and a lot of these details are still being discussed, but I'd love to hear some of the context around those topics.
Regent Buchanan, thank you. Yes, and really this sort of is hats off to the campuses. When we were putting together what additional needs we would have with these programs, whether that's faculty, whether that's additional equipment, lab space, one thing that kept coming up was the need for an additional academic success coach, mentor, Sprint degree person. And on both all three campuses, Great Falls College, MSUB, and City College have all requested that position, which I think is great. One thing that we're also hoping to do there while having this additional person, which really comes out of some of the quality success outcomes from Montana 10, is set these students up in a cohort model so that they're building a level of community. So not only do they have a campus level of support, but they hopefully are generating this support within themselves as a group. And even beginning this summer, some of our human services students will take classes alongside the surgical tech students. Again, this is a group of students who are doing exactly that are going to school at a full-time rate that might, really benefit from some social support while they're taking a class. The other piece that I think is really critical here is that not only are our advisors for our Sprint students aware of what their options and opportunities are, but that other advisors on the campus are aware of those too, so that, to your point of off-ramping, if we have a student who decides that Sprint is no longer maybe a pathway they want to take, that they have a seamless handoff to another area of campus. And the same would go in a reverse order. I will say, and as I mentioned in the human services sort of presentation, is that I am really interested to see what other things we determine are needed from students in this space. I think we know they need academic support. I think that a restructure or a pilot of a restructure of some of our prerequisite coursework, if by breaking up some of our sciences, does that help with pass rates, things like this that I'm hoping we will be able to assess simply out of being able to offer an accelerated program. Maybe we'll find out in the second summer, students could really benefit from an additional level of support, or I don't know what exactly that looks like from this vantage point, but I suspect that there will be other things that we will discover that could be really supported from a student perspective through these kinds of styles.
Thank you. Great. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ange. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our second agenda item. It's perceptions of higher education. Correct me if I'm wrong or don't, but this is our largest sample size of any survey that we've run through OCHE, correct?
Correct, and I don't want to steal Christine's thunder, but this is, to our awareness, the largest survey done in Montana on higher education topics.
And so I guess to set up for Director Miller, when I got this presentation, there's like these initial takeaways, but this survey will provoke thought, and it's going to provoke conversation. And I think that maybe even like be prepared if you think about this after we talk about this on your drive home or over the weekend or next week or whatever. There's a lot of high value takeaway here, and I'm excited to. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm excited to talk about this after Director Miller presents. Deputy Commissioner, do you have anything you'd like to say?
I'm going to turn it right over to Christine. Director Miller.
Chair Southworth, thank you. Yeah, so you're correct. We're going to talk a little bit today about a survey that we have done of Montanans' perceptions of the value of higher education. It is the largest survey that our office has done. It is the largest survey that we know of that has ever been done in Montana on higher education and what Montanans think of higher education. If anybody knows of a different one, I'd love to learn about it. And I think you're also right that this is thought-provoking and it's interesting and there's a lot here. Those things are valuable in themselves, but what I think is the true piece of value for this group is that we can take some of these findings and inform our policy and our strategy going forward. What you'll see here is some information about how Montanans are understanding and importantly making choices about attending college and attending the Montana University system for their college and career choices. So I think that what we have learned from this is hugely impactful for how we understand why Montanans are going, what are the considerations as they think about attending, how do they understand what they get out of a college education, and I think very importantly, if we sort of go up a level, how we understand what we can do on a system or a state level to both meet those expectations and maximize the value of higher education in Montana. So I'm going to share a little bit about the survey, some of the demographics, and really kind of do a high-level overview of a few of our findings. There's a lot more here that is not even going to be in this overview, so happy to share much more if you have questions. And then Deputy Commissioner Teal and I are going to talk through a little bit about what we understand as the drivers of value for the system and for education that we've learned from this. So again, I don't want to belabor this too much, but it's not just about it being interesting or what Montanans think. It's really about informing policy and strategy for how we get more Montanans to college degrees. And attainment isn't just the outcome, right? That is a means to an end. And the end there for individuals is good paying jobs and wages and all of the benefits that accrue to individuals by earning a college degree. And for the state, it's about workforce development, it's about community development, it's about economic development. And so that degree, that attainment, is sort of a stand-in for a much more consequential outcome that we are all committed to doing better on. So Joe, I'm going to hand it over to you to go over this slide and talk about the point I just made with a little bit of data in detail.
Oh, glad to. And as Christine mentioned, completing a college degree has a lot of benefits beyond just the financial ones. But the financial benefits of completing a degree are pretty real, and they're pretty important and increasingly important in Montana. This is just showing some data on where Montana has added jobs in the last decade. And you see a couple of trends here. The first trend is that a majority of those jobs are going to folks who have a college education. And in particular, a higher share over time of jobs that pay well, that pay $50,000 plus, go to college grads. And so increasingly, a college education is necessary to get a foot on the ladder in the industries that are growing in our state, and to also importantly, get the better paying jobs within those industries.
So thanks, Joe. So we want to share the findings from this survey with that frame. Before we dig into some of what we're learning from the survey, I want to just take a minute to talk about the sample. We distributed this survey to 10,000 households in Montana. We got a little bit higher than a 10% response rate, which for this kind of survey is very, very good. And not only do we have a good response rate, but we have respondents that are truly representative of Montanans. So if you look at this profile of respondents, you'll see representative responses from regional demographics, from age, income level, education level, race, community size, which is a very important one if we're thinking about Montana being made up of a lot of rural students. So these findings aren't just, a certain group of people in our major cities or people who already have college degrees. It truly is representative of who Montanans are. The survey, we asked all kinds of things. I think we had about 13 questions on the survey. These are just a couple examples, and we're really trying to understand what value Montanans see in higher education, what makes it valuable, and how do they understand the institutions that provide that education right here in our state. And what we found is, first of all, some pretty good news. Montanans value higher education. They think that it is not only a benefit for themselves as individuals, but they understand it as a benefit to their communities and to the state as well. So when we see nationally some trends that might not go along with this, I think we're pretty lucky here in our state that Montanans really believe in public education, not just as a private good, but a public good. The other thing that I think we should celebrate is that Montanans believe that public institutions in our state offer that value that they're looking for, which we can tell from our survey results is that Montanans are looking for skills and knowledge that leads to a good career. That is the most significant and strongest purpose that Montanans identified in talking about value of higher education. And our universities provide that, and that's something that we should celebrate and be very proud of. Montanans have appreciation and value a certain kind of education, and we asked this in many different ways, but what you see here, and we can dig into any one of those, but Montanans value education that provides them experiential learning, whether that's work-based, apprenticeship, whatever sort of mode that experiential part takes, paired with classroom experience. So things like the Sprint degree, or, I think some of our institutions do a really good job with innovations in that area. I'm thinking of UM Western in particular, but many, many institutions have a lot of innovation going on in that space. And I think that partially speaks to, we just heard from Dean Bauman here, all those examples at Helena College. If you walk down the hall, you can see some of that experiential learning about to happen in practice. So that's a really important part, and part of what makes Montanans believe in our education system here. I do want to point out this last piece of the graph on this slide, that significantly more Montanans than not believe that they need to pursue a college degree before entering the workforce, that they will be better off with some kind of degree or credential before going into the workforce. And I think that that's important for us, partially because of what we're going to talk about here next. And Joe, I might let you take this part. I got to deliver the good news, and Joe's going to deliver the bad news.
Thanks, Christine.
No problem.
So lots of good news. The good news is relative to private education in or out of Montana, there's a lot of belief in the quality of Montana higher education. There's a lot of belief that finishing a degree leads to good things for individuals and their communities. There are also concerns on how you get to that degree. Concerns about whether attending college is worth the cost, because perceptions that the cost is high, and perceptions that there aren't a lot of resources, help available to pay for college. And troublingly, what you can see from this chart is that those perceptions are accentuated in younger population. Folks under 45 are more likely to say there's not a lot of help to pay for college, and have some skepticism as to if attending college is worth the cost. And that's led us, I think, to really dive into a little bit more deeply, looking at how college affordability plays out in Montana. So if you can go to the next slide, Christine. To your credit, to our credit, we have kept tuition prices historically low in this state. That is really important, because tuition prices are often the first indication students have of what college is going to cost them. What this chart's really trying to get at is that tuition prices aren't all that goes into the reality of paying for college. The reality for paying for college is that you're paying tuition, yes, you're also paying for room and board, fees, textbooks, other costs that we all incur just to live and to go to school, hopefully full time. And college costs are also about the discounts that you receive, whether those are merit-based scholarships, state need-based scholarships, federal grants and loans. And this is trying to summarize, for different groups of students in Montana, what is that actual realized cost when you look at both the full cost of attending college, as well as the discounts, the grants, the scholarships, the financial assistance that we have available. And what you find is that we are very low compared to peers for higher income students, but we have less state-based aid than most states. We have less institutional need-based aid than many states. And we have some lower uptake of federal grant dollars, FAFSA completion rates, than other states, which means that for our lowest income households, we're relatively expensive. Relatively expensive both relative to their incomes, but also relative to peer institutions and peer states.
So I think some of the key takeaways here are that at the policy level and the strategy level in our system, we have some opportunities to drive the return on investment and drive the value of higher education in our system. And there are a couple of important things that I think really matter here. One is that completion matters. If students have some college debt and no degree, that return on investment, purely in terms of their wages, really is not there for them. We have a lot of good data that demonstrates this. So completion matters. Things like Sprint Degree, I'm looking for Ange, and talking about actually getting those students from the starting line to the finish line, whatever job is waiting for them after, that support. Things like Montana 10, ensuring that we are increasing completion rates and doing so in an intentional way. That really matters if we are talking about value for individual students, and it really matters if we're talking about value for the state. There's a lot of stranded investment of state dollars for students who do not finish. The second driver here is affordability is stratified, and I think that graph that Joe just showed really exemplifies this point. I will just add to what Joe said by saying that, you know, we, again, to your credit, to Commissioner Christian's credit, have done very well and used tuition as one tool to really address affordability. It is not the only tool that we have available to us as a system, and we have some pretty good examples both in other states and some, I think, emerging discussions in our own state about different tools that we may have available to us, particularly as we are looking to increase access in Montana, mostly for those who are underserved, low income, first gen, that group of students. And Joe's gonna talk about this last driver here.
And so certainly when it comes to return on investment, what major you take for your college degree does matter. But we also think that that's a complex conversation. There are degrees, certainly, that are remunerated more than others in the workforce. What we also know is that on average, across degree programs, shortly after graduation, Montana college graduates are having higher median wages than the high school graduate population. We also know that there are some fields where return on investment in wages are lower, but that those fields are really important to our state. Fields like education, some mental and behavioral health fields. And so it's a complicated discussion. Oftentimes our approach has been, let's make that information about the workforce outcomes of graduates available to students early and often. And that's really been a focus of the College and Career Access Portal, getting the best data upfront attached to our degree programs so that students know going in that what they might expect coming out. While we also have some conversations about these fields that are so important to our state and communities and how we contribute and work to ensure that the wage fits the importance and the community benefit.
So we'll wrap up there, but I'm happy to stand for questions and discussion.
Yeah, fantastic work, Christine. Thank you very much. You know, I think I'm just going to go ahead and just point something out there on the backside of that presentation where Joe was talking that so median and upper income earners in our state view, you know, our system as affordable or very affordable. And when you look at our peer states, I mean, everyone in the room kind of knows that that we're checking those boxes. One thing that really, I guess if I can kind of tie this into one of our shared policy goals, when our lower income earners deem us as unaffordable, and at the same time, we left $9 million in FAFSA money on the table this year. So $9 million in federal aid to go to help people that would, logically deem college as being unaffordable, right? So we have a blind spot. And one of our shared policy goals is, and I'm not trying to be controversial, and I'm not trying to kick a hornet's nest. I know that we have to be sensitive with data sharing and HIPAA just a sensitive approach, but we have to be able to harvest data to know what's coming at us. And there is information that we could garner by shared information with, say, OPI, and we can extract that data, we can find a solution. I don't know what the solution is, I just know there's a solution. If we can harvest that data and we can give it to the minds at OCHI, and they can figure out, working with our partners, how we can see some of the lower income earning population coming, and how we strategically and elegantly, again, target that population. We're not going to have $9 million worth of FAFSA sitting there. That doesn't include any of the state match or any of the other financial levers that we can pull, right? So anyways, I just kind of thought that it was interesting that, that presentation took me to what I think is a really important shared policy goal, and I think that this is really important work and dialogue to continue to happen with our K-12 partners. There's strategic conduit that can be laid between the two groups to connect us. There's just, when it comes to some of this, I feel like maybe other people can see it different than I can, but it's just really hard to have clear line of sight, and what's being left behind are these opportunities to our youth, as the survey shows. So anyways, I'm going to hop off this soapbox and open it up to questions, comments. Regent Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Southworth. Christine and Joe, excellent presentation. Really appreciate it. Kind of as Regent Southworth commented, it's pretty clear that we have, a communication challenge with low-income prospective students. And one thing I'm curious about, you mentioned the service that helps students understand their potential expected outcomes following graduation of certain degrees. Do we have any idea of what portion of students access that? And is that something that students access only once they have kind of decided they want to pursue education in Montana, or is that something that they access when they are considering what's next after high school?
Chair Southworth, Regent Blossom. I don't know that we have a great or comprehensive sense of going in how many students are using some of the tools that we're trying to develop to help them understand those wage outcomes. Certainly we've seen great uptake of students accessing our college and career access portal, and Director Lemon, when he comes for his next enrollment report, I think can speak better to some of the numbers that we're seeing there. That, I think, is one tool of many that we have to try and deploy to address some of those questions. A lot of it still has to happen much earlier than when students are thinking about applying to college. And there's good collaborations, I'd say, between us, OPI, the Department of Labor and Industry, to think through, what systems need to be updated in terms of career planning earlier on in middle school and high school, career exploration, so that those conversations start a little bit earlier. And I think within that, there's been a lot of good work thinking about how some of the, frankly, arcane information that you need to communicate about the opportunities and options to pay for college, when and how that's presented to students during middle school and high school. And I think lots of recognition to Angela McLean, who's worked closely with the Board of Public Education on some of their accreditation standards and work to try and get more of those conversations into the financial education curriculum that happens in middle and high school.
Thanks.
Before Superintendent Arnson left, she mentioned to Norris and I that she sees a need for career coaches in the K-12 level, and I was really happy to hear her say that. And I think, if I understand the framework correctly, it'll more or less be private sector volunteers acting as, mentors to and for the youth. So it's not, I don't see this as a financial burden, but a logical burden, knowing that, the guidance counselors are, they're overwhelmed in other areas. So just to kind of tack that on. Regent Bao.
Chair Southworth, Director Miller. I thought that it was interesting, the data on stratification of affordability. And, we think we're doing a good job because our headline numbers look good. But maybe in a future, maybe the data already exists, but if we could have a comparison of our local states on the two lower income groups and percentage of income relative to what other states are doing. And there might be some, highlight some data there where we're not quite as competitive as we think we are with those two groups.
Chair Southworth, Regent Bao, absolutely, yes. So I think that's the exact right question to ask. Affordability for whom, and really understanding not just how those individuals are accessing higher education, but how they fare through their experience if they do enroll, and what their wage outcomes are. I think you can expect in May, we are putting together a report as kind of a follow-on to this that's looking at that exact kind of thing. What are our students, who are our students that are coming to us? Who are our students who are not coming to us, particularly in those two lower income quintiles? And then looking at their experience in our institutions and after they graduate to sort of fill out the picture of where we can make policy and strategy interventions that help more students access and complete college.
Thank you. Regent Dabrowski.
Maybe a follow-on. So, given that data and describing for us sort of where is it that we're not affordable, which is the headline, right? Where is it? I'm always interested, okay, so what are we doing about that? What are some, and not that we have to solve it, other states maybe haven't. We had a great discussion today at breakfast. So it's like, I would find it interesting in May to sort of give us, and this is where we're falling down. This is what we could do differently. I mean, we need to move this along. Is that fair?
Yeah. So Regent Southworth, Regent Dombrowski, yeah, I mean, that's another exact question that we should be asking. What are our tools that we have to address the affordability issue in particular? And I would say, there are a few. One of them is really about those other kind of cost of attendance. You'll hear a little bit this afternoon about some of our work on textbook affordability, which sounds small, but actually is pretty significant. There are other strategies at the institution level that are financial hardships for students, like childcare and cost of living, housing, food. So I think that there are some conversations going on around what can we do there to support students who are enrolled. There's the other side too that, the affordability issue before students even arrive. And I think things like FAFSA completion, better understanding at a state level what kind of tools we have available to us beyond tuition. Other states have state need-based aid. Other states and institutions do discounting for students who are low income, things like that. So there are different strategies that have been successful in other places, and I think that what this calls us to do is really to explore those options.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? No? All right, so we'll move on to our, Chair Rogers, we're good on time? Okay, we'll move on to our third and final agenda item. Montana 10 student stories. Our presenters are faculty members here at Helena College, and we'd like to welcome to the podium Virginia Reeves and Ann Wilcoxon. Sorry, I can't read my own writing. And then Deputy Commissioner Teal, if you want to say anything about this.
Glad to. I won't say much. I'll turn it over to Christine and Virginia. This is a really exciting, I think, output of our Montana 10 program, particularly here at Helena College. Montana 10, as we've said, is a pretty carefully structured mix of student supports and resources that is yielding, we think, some really exciting outcomes. But it's also a program that has a campus-level imprint at each institution as to what they're bringing to it. And I think that Virginia in particular has brought something really special to Helena College's version of Montana 10.
Chair Southworth, members of the committee, I just want to sort of tee up Virginia here. Anne unfortunately can't be with us today. She's over at the Montana College Attainment Network convening that is also going on right now amidst everything else. You know, usually when I come to talk to you about Montana 10, I'm giving lots of data and outcomes and talking about our expansion. And, you know, let's be honest, I'm not going to let an opportunity go by to not do that. So I do want to report that our Montana 10 students here at Helena College, our fall-to-fall retention for our most recent cohort is 14 percentage point gains over other Pell students, 7 percentage point gains over all other students. So I did want to share that. But what I want to focus on here today is that what we want to think about and be able to understand and replicate is how we achieve those results. Montana 10 is built around the idea that there are barriers that are common for a group of students who are historically underserved, and we build supports around them. We know that low-income students in particular face financial challenges. We know that they often face challenges in academic preparation, and Montana 10 has supports built into those. We have scholarships, textbook stipends. We have specialized tutoring. We have immediate co-requisite remediation for students who are academically underprepared. The purpose and belonging side, kind of that third category, is a little bit trickier to pin down, and it is maybe one of the most significant areas where students are a struggle, and an area where we have a lot of opportunity. I think what Virginia is here to share today is kind of what that looks like for Helena College students. I think what Virginia is going to talk about is that purpose and belonging development in action, and not just helping students develop as people, but really helping them develop in how they imagine themselves as college grads who have a world of career and life options available to them with a degree that they might not have thought previously possible. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Virginia.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here talking to you all. I am a literature and writing faculty member here at Helena College. I love this place. It's an amazing, amazing institution, and I love this place because of our students. You're going to hear from students mostly. I will talk a little bit, and I'll keep it brief. I know we're moving up against lunch. This first thing I'm going to show you, so what you see on the screen is the Necessary Narratives website. You can come here and listen to our student stories anytime you want, necessarynarratives.org. This is a unique program here at Helena College. What I'm going to play for you first here is an audio collage from our incoming 2022 Montana 10 cohort. The audio is not my best collection because these are voices recorded in our first year seminar class that had our entire cohort across disciplines together. We talk about cohort building. I heard Ange mention cohorts. They are incredibly important. And this was a social cohort built around this program. We had trade students, nursing students, gen ed students, all in one room, all finding commonality and connection in this moment. So you're going to hear just an audio collage from those students.
So I guess the main path that's brought me to here, to Helena College, is the fact that my dad said, what do you want to be? What are you going to do?
I always knew I was going to go to college. I just wasn't quite sure where. And when I was younger, it was because I thought everyone went to college after high school, but as I started getting older, I started seeing it more as a way to achieve my goals and rather than something I just had to do.
So I guess I never really thought that I would make it in college.
So I started talking to my counselor about getting like scholarships and like actually going on, and I had actually been able to graduate with honors. When starting my freshman year, I had 0 credits, like at the end. It was crazy that I don't know, I didn't even think I could do that.
I'm here because of the majority of my friends are dead. I am 48 years old. No, not your typical age for a college student. But I spent the last 21 years, well, majority of my adulthood in the military.
I started using meth, and then I started using opiates really bad. And then I ended up pregnant with my now daughter, who will be 7 in January. As soon as I got pregnant with her, I ended up getting sober.
After what felt like an eternity of suffering, I got the help I needed, and I formed new goals. And I'm so far successful in all of them. I am taking classes to follow my degree path, and overall so much happier. I'm so glad I decided to go to college and further my education, not just for me, but for my son too.
Worth all the work getting here so I can be able to provide for my family when I'm older and not have to worry about money and stuff like that, and be able to take care of my family without the stress that like my mom had to go through.
I feel lucky because I've always thought that if I can put my mind to something, I can do it, and I can do about anything I want to, because I know I can.
I've listened to that. They become just, I mixed that audio, and so I've listened to those stories many, many times, but every time I hear them, it's different and different in front of an audience. So those are 10 voices from our current Montana cohort, and you can hear the rich stories that these students have. What Necessary Narratives is, the vision of this program is that it is about capturing student story and narrative. It is about fostering social belonging, celebrating student diversity, and raising awareness about adversity. Our Montana 10 students qualify for Pell Grants. Many of them face income insecurity, among other challenges. So all of these conversations that I've listened to this morning are directly relevant to this cohort of students that you're hearing from. This program wouldn't be possible without Ann Wilcoxon, who was mentioned. Ann is our amazing Director of Student Retention here at Helena College, both in the TRIO program and Montana 10. She's an amazing advisor, and she sought me out and said, I have this amazing group of students with these incredible stories. What do we do? And I said, I'm a writer. They'll write them down. It'll be great. And I sat down with this group of students, and they told me their stories. And I said, great, come back in a week with an outline of your narrative. And one person out of the 12 or 13 came back, and that person was an employee of the college and a student. And I realized that that writing in and of itself was a barrier to the collection of these stories. And that is how it became an audio project. And it made sense when we brought in our first Montana 10 cohort to start that collection process of these student stories as well. So we have stories from all 3 of our cohorts. Not all of them wanted to be showcased on a public website, which is fair. But these are, I will not play all of these for you here today, but Mitzael was in our very first Montana 10 cohort. He has since graduated, and you can hear his story from when he started here in the fall of 2022 to his graduation in winter of 2020 to winter 2022. I am going to play for you because I'd much rather have you listen to these folks than myself. I'm going to play for you just one more story, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Faith graduated in the spring of 2022. Faith is currently pursuing her bachelor's degree in education at the University of Montana. She is a Montana 10 graduate, and truly this narrative, it's about 3 minutes, I feel like it summarizes what we're doing here in this program and what our goals are for our students.
I mean, with everything, it's a struggle. I mean, I do have to work a little bit harder than others. I stress more about assignments than I probably should. But one of the main things with this experience, especially my final year, I have utilized TRIO, I have utilized Montana 10, I have utilized my peers. So I've created that network of people where I can go to people and be like, hey, will you revise this? Hey, will you do this for me, please? I'll do the same for you. Just like totally has helped in that sense. The big part of it is like being a part and participating in the college system and like actually trying to make an impact and an improvement for students like myself. And like understanding like you're not alone in this situation and that there are students that are going through the same thing you are. I have became a peer leader where people can go to me and I can help them because I know what it's like. Starting out college, I wanted to give up with just financial aid, with how hard it was. I was just like, I'll just do it next semester back in 2020. But of course, you have my mom sitting there, no, you can't do that. You just gotta do it. You got this, you got this. And here I am, I've made the dean's list last semester. Still on A honor roll. We have 7 students. I have a few friends that go to me and they're just like, what do I do? They're transferring to U of M like I am. They're just like, what do I do? How do I do this? And it's just like, oh, cool, let me get my laptop and let me just show you. So I'm totally trying to teach them what I've had to learn and stuff with the help of my advisor and everybody. But it's definitely opened my eyes, like, once again, in learning that it's not just about me. It's never has just been about me, but like, I think we all tend to have the everything's happening to me complex at times, when that's not at all the case. Everybody's going through their own struggles. Everybody has things that set them back. I mean, you know, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I think that's pretty much how every college student is. And plus just being in that leadership position and stuff, like getting together with students who also have came up through those struggles. It's just opened my eyes, like I said, to realize I'm not alone. And like hearing the educators and the faculty and staff stories and stuff too, like, you know, I think we all tend to come in here thinking, oh, well, they have their PhD, they have their master's degree, so we all just tend to think they don't know the struggle, but most times they do understand the struggle of what it's like. I see me in a classroom. I see me getting my bachelor's, and I'm actually contemplating my master's. So there's that. Hopefully I'm going to stay on the A honor roll list, or roll, should I just say. And, you know, hopefully I benefit like I have, especially this past year with my classes and stuff, and that it shapes me into a better person. I'm just surreal graduating. You know, I'm first generation in my family. Nobody else has ever graduated. So, you know, that's kind of a whirlwind of emotions. And it's kind of hard balancing that because I'm just like, I don't want to leave my people here. I don't want to leave the underclassmen. But I know it's bigger, better things. They'll be there eventually. They got it. But it's also like it feels normal. So graduating, it's just like literally a whole new world. So it's like, wow, I'm actually a college graduate. Even if it's just my associates, I'm a college graduate and I did it while working full time.
So let's. So that's Faith, and we are obviously incredibly proud of her. She also represents many of the struggles and challenges that so many of our students across the MUS system face. And she also represents the successes and the future and the excitement. I think you can hear that in her voice, how thrilled she is with where she is. So that is what I have to share with you. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. And
Thank you, Virginia. That was incredibly thoughtfully put together. Just appreciate the way you presented that to us. Questions, comments from the regions? Regent Blossom.
Virginia, thank you so much for presenting this. I'm from Helena, and growing up here, Helena College has always been a really big part of our community. And this is just so cool to see how Montana 10 is increasing accessibility to this really incredible community inside of the larger Helena community. So thank you so much for sharing this with us today.
absolutely, my pleasure.
Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, Virginia, thank you so much thank you, Regent Southworth, for sharing and clearly demonstrating your personal commitment to this effort. And, you know, as we've been watching the evolution of Montana 10 over the last 18 months, 2 years, what we continually see is this merger of data and then these anecdotes that tell us that we're not only moving the dial, you know, from a progression perspective, but down to the hearts of these humans. And what I see is a correlation to the type of human that's leading on the local campuses, and can't thank you enough for that.
Absolutely.
Director Miller, I do have a question. I was kind of hoping for an update. I know we've visited with an agency partner over the last 2 meetings about expanding our pilot on this, and would love a status update as to where we're at on that, what next steps, and what we should expect as far as any sort of findings or reports from that effort.
Great. Chair Southworth, Regent Buchanan, thank you so much for the question. And I just have to say thank you to Virginia. And I love this project. I love sharing these student stories. They're so powerful. So yes, our expansion is underway. We are in our active recruitment phase to recruit 500 students who will enter Montana 10 programs across 7 institutions in fall of 2023. I am so deeply appreciative of the institutions who are participating in that: Helena College, Missoula College, MSU Billings, City College, Montana Tech, and Western. Thank you to all of you and your leadership and the people on the ground doing that work. It is a huge project. It is not the kind of thing that you say, oh, we got this. It's kind of like what we're doing already. It is a huge new undertaking. So I very much appreciate your commitment. And I think Dean Bauman, this is will be your fourth cohort of students. So you're kind of the veteran in the room, and a lot of campuses are learning from you. We are actively partnering with our external partner, MDRC, who's doing the evaluation. We are doing a randomized control trial evaluation. What will come out of that are 2 important things. One is evaluation of the program's efficacy. We have really good data from our own analysis, from comparison groups, from matched sample groups. We're doing a randomized control trial because it is the gold standard of being able to understand without a doubt the links between the program we're delivering and the outcomes we are seeing. That helps us build a very strong evidence base to pursue sustainable funding in the future. The second piece that will come out of that, which I'm very happy that we were able to get that through some generous funding from a philanthropic organization, is a cost analysis. So we will be able to understand in depth the cost of this program and the return on investment that we will also realize in terms of that. It's an investment up front, but because of the dramatic increases in completion, we do see and expect to continue to see a lower cost per degree. So we realize some efficiencies there. So those are the 2 things that we'll see. Our cohort starts in the fall. We'll bring in a second cohort to also participate in the evaluation in fall 2024. So we'll have 1,000 students who are receiving this program, and I never want to lose sight of those students who are getting the benefit of that, because we do talk about the evaluation quite a bit. So that's a status update. I think we can start to see, outcomes of that in our first spring semester. So spring 2024, we'll have that fall to spring retention rates. We're tracking all of that with our existing cohorts now, but we'll have that kind of official analysis at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Southworth. Thank you for the great question, Chair Regent Buchanan. That was going to be my question as well. I'm so glad that we'll have costs understanding for scalability. I'm looking forward to that. I also just really wanted to thank Virginia. The ability to have a storytelling resource, it was interesting. We had a good discussion with faculty this morning about changing engagement levels of students and how they're showing up to classes in a different way, but also just having a resource that can maybe speak to a different cohort of students to help them see themselves in higher education and help them to understand where they fit in. It's a really neat project, so thank you so much for putting it together.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Director Miller. I think it's probably appropriate I remind the audience that you are from Lewistown, Montana, making us proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the
With
hometown
that,
shout-out.
Chair Rogers, my mic is yours.
Thanks so much, and I'll go ahead and move on to the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, and I'll turn it over to Chair Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Rogers. Once again, as we jump into the ARSA committee here, I want to give one more thank you to Dean Bauman and the team here at Helena College for putting on a really incredible Regents meeting for us here. I am absolutely blown away that you've accomplished this with 100 employees. I feel like when we're at one of the larger campuses, they have 10 times that much, and you've still managed to put on a hell of a show. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jumping into this, first thing we have on our agenda here in the ARSA committee is honorary doctorate nominees. So I will turn it over to President Bodner to go over some of those from University of Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my distinct honor today to present to the Board of Regents two remarkable University of Montana alumni for consideration for honorary doctorate degrees at the University of Montana, both of which would be awarded at UM's spring commencement exercises on May 13th. You can see in your packets a little bit about these two remarkable individuals, but I just want to talk for a minute about each of them. And the first is Mandy Smoker Broaddus. Many of you know Mandy. She is a renowned poet. She's a respected teacher. She's the former Montana Poet Laureate. She's also a leader in public education and Indian education. She is a member of the Fort Peck, Assiniboine, and Sioux tribes, and she holds a master's in fine arts at UM, as well as a master's in American Indian Studies from UCLA. She started her career by serving as an instructor at Fort Peck Community College and was Dean of Students for Fraser Public Schools. When the Montana legislature in 2005 funded the Indian Education for All Act, Mandy joined the State Office of Public Instruction as our state's first Indian Student Achievement Specialist in the Indian Education program. She had a tremendous impact there. She was described by Denise Juneau, who we all know is the former superintendent of public instruction here in Montana, as a leader who's had a significant influence not just on Montana, but the entire nation. She became the director of Indian Education in 2009 and served in this role until 2018. And so through that work, Mandy has played an instrumental role in helping thousands of students across our great state learn more about Native history, Native American contributions, and issues facing the community today. Also, while at OPI, Mandy advanced the Schools of Promise initiative, which worked very hard to close achievement gaps for Montana's lowest performing schools. We talk about the access, the equity missions of this university system, and she really embodies that. In 2015, she was in fact named the Educator of the Year by the National Indian Education Association. So tremendous recognition nationally. And then, of course, within our state in 2019, Governor Bullock named Mandy Smoker Broaddus and Melissa Kwasny co-poet laureates for our state, a role in which they served until 2021. So she is an incredible leader within our state. We are proud to call her an alumna of the University of Montana and the Montana University System, and I am honored to present her for your consideration for an honorary doctorate.
Thank you so much. Really, really excited to see that excellent nomination.
Great. Our second nomination is another just incredible graduate of our university who has had a tremendous impact, again, not just here in Montana, but nationally, and that is John Schaffner. Many of you may know John Schaffner. He's a widely celebrated television and theater production designer. He's frankly a Hollywood legend with international influence. You can see the letters of recommendation are just peerless, in fact. But he's also a native Missoulian. And he graduated from our university in 1974 with an undergraduate degree in drama and doing work not just with the university, but with Missoula Children's Theater, as well as the Big Fork Summer Playhouse during his early career. After leaving Missoula, he went on to earn a Master of Fine Arts from Carnegie Mellon and blazed a path that took him from Pittsburgh to New York City to Los Angeles. He had a multi-decade career serving as the designer for really an impressive kind of who's list of television pilots, series, specials, live performances, talk show series. You know, his resume is long, it's impressive, it's fun to read, participating and leading on hits like Friends, 2.5 Men, The Big Bang Theory, many others. You know, if John were here, he would, of course, share credit with his longtime partner and husband, Joe Stewart. But he's won 6 Emmy Awards. He's won 4 Art Directors Guild Awards and received many, many other nominations. Fellow UM alumnus and Academy Award winner J.K. Simmons wrote that John Schaffner was a legend by the time I started my education at UM. His work raised the bar for aspiring designers and is still spoken of with reverence in Montana theater circles. So John obviously has tremendous accolades in Hollywood. We honored him as a distinguished alumnus in 1992. And also with the UM Odyssey Award in 2002. And he is retired, but he continues to dedicate a substantial amount of his time to service. He is the chair-elect of our College of the Arts and Media's Advisory Council. He's also the vice chair for the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, and he continues to mentor students, including set designs. In fact, he's going to produce and MC our Odyssey of the Stars event on April 1st. So John is still very involved, and we are just so grateful to call him an alumnus of our great university, and are honored, and I am personally honored to present him for your consideration for our university's highest award. So thank you.
Thank you so much for two incredible nominations, and thanks to you and your team for all the work to get these nominations in front of us today. Any questions or comments from folks on the board? All right, well, thank you once again. Turning it now over to President Cruzado to see some honorary doctorate nominees from MSU.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Regent Blossom and members of the board. First of all, I would like to thank this board. A year ago, I brought one of the candidates for recognition with an honorary doctorate was Chuck Johnson. And thanks to your positive vote, we were able not only to recognize his extraordinary career, we were also able to spend some precious time with him and his family and his friends. And now that we lost him last week, that has been one of the greatest satisfactions, knowing that we had time to applaud his career and this extraordinary human being. So thank you for that. In keeping in line with extraordinary leaders and spectacular human beings, it is my profound honor, and I think that this is historic. I am presenting to you two candidates to be also recognized that are each at our two ceremonies in May the 12th. But I think it's the first time that we bring two women to be recognized. The first one is Carol Glenn Lalaney, and Carol was born in Bozeman, Montana, and raised in Livingston. She had an extraordinary international banking career, but the thing about Carol is that she never lost sight of her devotion to humanitarian causes, particularly those related to children and to women. Carol and her husband, Sal Lalaney, have been outstanding members of the Bozeman, Livingston, and Greater Montana communities. I think that it's no exaggeration if I tell you that they have benefited and supported and patronized every art organization in our community. Perhaps their most transformative gift to the state in that sense is the Shane Center in Livingston, an art center named for their late son that has become the heart of the cultural life in Paradise Valley. Carol has also been a long-term supporter of the nationally recognized MSU chapter of Engineers Without Borders, which Deputy Commissioner Joe Thiel knows very, very well. And the reason for their support are twofold. First, because Mr. Lalaney, Sal, was born in Kenya and has been inspired to give back to the country of his birth. And second, a prime reason for building water wells, that's what this chapter in particular does. They build, our MSU students help those communities to how to build wells in rural schools. Let me just stop there. They don't go there and just build the school, build the wells for them. They teach those communities how to build those wells so that when they leave, that community now has that knowledge. And those wells are built in rural elementary schools because, in large measure, because water carriers in those communities are girls, which means that's what they do every day, every week, every month, and they cannot go to school. Now, with water wells located at the rural schools, thanks to the expertise now shared by MSU students, the water carriers, again, the girls, now can go to school. And that is an absolutely transformative project. Carol Alaney's mission in life has been to uplift children and women. And there's a long list of projects that she has been affiliated with domestically and internationally, fighting slavery of women and children, the illicit trade and trafficking of women and children. And she has also used her expertise in finance to set up women in small businesses by providing them with access to microfinance and lending organizations. She has supported women and children in Kenya, India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, and never forgetting about helping rural Montanans and Native American communities in our state. Carol Alaney, if you haven't met her, she's a quiet leader, but a transformative leader. She has set in motion and supported structures and organizations which support the most vulnerable members of our society, and we are totally honored to bring this recommendation for your consideration.
Thank you so much. That is nothing short of incredible. Really appreciate that one. Feel free to roll into the next one, I think.
Absolutely. And then the second one, it's also well known to this board, is Robin Jones. And Robin grew up across the Montana border in Lethbridge, Canada. And she quickly got married and started raising a family of 6 children. And always a hard worker, a go-getter, a person with incredible stamina. She decided to obtain an insurance license when she found that there were certain aspects of the insurance business that could be done in a different way, in a more customer service way. And that's how in 2003 she founded Goosehead Insurance. Robin and her husband Mark split now time between Texas and Whitefish, Montana, enjoying quality time with their children and grandchildren in their adopted state of Montana, where both Robin and Mark have many memories of coming here while they were children. Robin deeply understands the challenges Montanans face regarding health care in rural areas. In fact, it was in February of 2022. It's amazing how time flies. Yeah, 2022? Yeah, just February of 2022 that they sent me an email because they had just established a scholarship for an employee from Montana, and he was very sick. And in the process, they learned that there are no medical schools in Montana. So they reached out to Montana State University, and they asked what could they do. And the conversation that we started was about, take a look at the incredible work that nurses do. And we already have very well established infrastructure that we could use. And that's how in August of 2022, Robin and Mark Jones made a historic $101 million philanthropic investment in Montana State University College of Nursing. The gift, which is the largest ever given to a college of nursing, as well as the largest private gift in the state of Montana, will fund the construction of new facilities at Montana State University's Mark and Robin Jones College of Nursing, 5 campuses in Bozeman, Billings, Great Falls, Kalispell, and Missoula. Those dollars will also go to establish 5 endowed faculty professorships, the first ones in the MSU College of Nursing. They will develop an endowed scholarship fund, which will allow those students to keep the cost of nursing education affordable. And it will create the Montanans' only certified nurse midwifery program, preparing doctoral level nurses who will significantly increase the number of specialized maternal health care providers capable and willing to provide services to rural and remote communities in Montana. So as you can tell, Robin is a visionary, a very hardworking woman, and someone that when we started talking about how can she help Montana immediately said yes to the plight of, let's build an even stronger program for much-needed nurses in the state of Montana. We're honored to bring this candidacy to your attention and to your consideration.
President Cruzado, thank you for these two outstanding nominees. And thanks for mentioning Chuck Johnson. That was a real honor to be able to honor him through the honorary doctorate. So I really appreciate you mentioning him. But for today, wow, we are just tremendously excited for these two. So thanks for all the work you did to bring these before us today. Any questions from the board? All right, well, seeing none, we can jump into our request to plan proposals. Thanks once again to President Cruzado and President Bodnar. We are hoping to do lunch at about 12:15, so we'll see how far we get through on these, but I think we got time to at least jump into a few of them. So starting off with Great Falls College, I'll welcome up Dean Erdman to talk about a couple of programs in the applied science in veterinary for veterinary assistants and an applied science for veterinary technicians. So take it away. Thank you.
How's this? Thank you, Regent Blossom. I am so excited to be here today to talk with you about veterinary assistant and veterinary technician program request a plan. Great Falls College is planning to create stackable credentials in these two areas. The state of Montana currently lacks a public option for veterinary assistant and veterinary technician, and the private option, once offered through Pima Institute, is closing. We would like to launch our program in fall of 2025. Veterinary assistants and veterinary technicians are health-related career fields, albeit with animals rather than humans. And this fits well with Great Falls College, with 54% of our programming in the healthcare-related fields. Our campus does a great job with these programs, and the experience of running these healthcare-related programs gives us a rich understanding of what is necessary when operating community clinics, creating a supportive atmosphere for pre-program opportunities and success, and having an in-depth understanding of working with accrediting bodies like we would need to work with veterinary assistant and veterinary technician. So offering these credentials meets the current state and workforce demand. In fact, the Montana Department of Labor and Industry shows vet tech in high demand, with 29 to 54 positions open every year. And ONET shows the career as a bright outlook career through 2028, with an 11% rate of growth. While wages are not reportedly high, the advisory board members have said that the information that's out there is not quite accurate to what they are showing and currently paying. The advisory board members include veterinarians, vet techs, and animal shelter directors across the state. Significant resources in staffing, instruction and curriculum, and facility remodel will be necessary to launch the programs. At minimum, staffing will need to include a licensed veterinarian as a program director and a credentialed and licensed vet tech. The position for the program director, we're looking at funding that through Perkins dollars, which we can do 100% for the first year, and then it wanes off for the next 3 years. By then, we would have students in the program. We'd be able to run the program effectively. With no vet tech courses currently available in the MUS system, there's a lot of classes to create. So we'll have significant curriculum development necessary. In addition, our students need access to large animals, requiring MOUs with community partners, and student handbooks, policies, accreditation reporting are all important to have in place, which means our program director will need to be there a year ahead of time before we can offer any classes. The facility remodel includes having an operatory, a dental cleaning space, separate rooms for our dog and our cat patients, a laboratory, student lockers, laundry facilities, and a fenced outside area for the animals. Our estimated cost for our remodel would be about $1.2 million. The projections were made based on 16 students and 24, leaping from 8 students, so it's an 8-to-1 ratio for labs when they're working with live animals. That's why we went with 16 and 24. In both of those scenarios, the projections look like it would be a solid, stable program, not including the startup costs. We know there's a statewide need for these jobs. And Great Falls College has interest in working with other MUS partners across the state as well. In fact, Gallatin, City College, Western, and Miles Community College have all reached out to figure out some hybrid format for the programming. And at this time, if I can answer any of your questions, I'd love to do so.
Thank you, Dean Erdman. I had one quick question. You've done a really good job outlining that there's a community and industry need for people graduating from these. What's your gauge on student interest in participating in these programs? Like, do you feel confident that obviously with class size of 16 and 24, it's pretty manageable recruiting process, but do you feel confident in that?
Thank you for that question, and I'm going to hold my fingers up. 2 responses to that. One, the college where I worked previously, we started a vet tech program there. We had 24 students. We had 54 apply, and then we had another 50 on the wait list. And granted, that was in another state, but there was high interest. 2, in working with, and thank you, Johnny, provost at Western, we were able to connect with a faculty member at Pima Institute, and she did her own survey of interest, and there was a high interest in the state of Montana for this career field.
Awesome. Sounds like the bases are covered. Yeah, appreciate it. Any other questions from members of the board?
Regent Blossom, just a quick comment, because I think this is clearly a big investment, also a program that, because these disciplines are newly licensed, we're hearing about across the state. And thank you, Dean Erdman, for talking about the interest from other campuses. I think between now, when you all give your approval to move forward and when this program is formally approved and launched, one of our goals is really to talk with Department of Labor and Industry, other campuses, knowing that this is one of those disciplines where we're hearing the same signal in many communities across the state on how we can leverage the enthusiasm, the work that Great Falls College has done to serve the Great Falls community, but also have avenues to serve others. And so I think that that's going to be a conversation we'll work closely with Dean Erdman on between now and final submission.
Thanks, appreciate it, Joe. Regent Rogers.
Thanks, Chair Blossom. Wonderful presentation. And thank you again for reiterating the collaborations that are happening with other campuses. I think that this is a great opportunity to have those hybrid opportunities so that we can bring it across the state of Montana. So thanks in advance for doing that additional work. And then just a curiosity, I don't know much about the technical criteria or the trainings. Will these techs and assistants be able to serve both small and large animals?
Yes, they will. Good, thank you very much for the question. So the graduates would be able to work with small animals and large animals. That's part of the educational process. And then, of course, depending on what veterinary clinic they serve in, will kind of depend on what kind of animal they work with in the future.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Regent Southworth.
Yeah, thanks, Dean Erdman. Just a quick question. As far as like a student's ROI, you had said that the earning potential from labor and industry, the peer group here said that's low. Can you just kind of speculate, like how low is this off the numbers? I mean, that's just
Sure.
that's tough to maybe get a bunch of people excited about that.
It is. I agree with you. So the wages from the Department of Labor and Industry show about a $29,000 a year income for a vet tech or a vet assistant. The advisory board said they don't pay $14 an hour. They're paying $18, $19 an hour right now. And with the requirement of having a license to say that you are a certified vet tech that went in place in January of 2023, and combined with the crunch for hiring individuals, I am going to put myself on a limb. I see the wages going up from here.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Regent Dombrowski.
There we go. Thanks. I might have missed this, but where are the sort of the costs to put this program in place coming from? How are those being covered? I heard Perkins grant for the veterinary person, but I heard 1.2 million. And so then I'm like, just sort of outline that briefly. And maybe the committee did that and I didn't hear that.
You
so.
didn't mishear anything.
Okay,
Thank
all
you,
right.
Regent Dombrowski. 1.2 million is the estimation for remodeling and buying all of the supplies that we need, the instructional supplies. The staffing we have figured out. We're looking at the supplies and in fact are in conversations, hopefully with another institution that might have things for sale so that we could buy what we need, and then we would launch a campaign.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the board? All right, seeing none, Dean Erdman, thanks so much, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, I'd invite Provost Mahdavi to come up from the University of Montana. We kind of have a pretty solid slate from the University of Montana today. So first, kicking it off with the joint MPA-MPH. Thanks so much.
Well, if Mr. Chair, if I could, before, as Provost Mahdavi prepares to update you on the exciting curricular and structural work we've been doing at UM, I just want to share a few thoughts both on this work as well as my gratitude for Dr. Mahdavi's leadership and partnership as provost. She's going to cover a couple of RTPs, and then she's going to talk a little bit about the academic renewal process that's been underway. But as many of you are aware, last week Dr. Mahdavi announced that due to a change in personal circumstances, she's going to be stepping away from the provost role. She's going to be shifting her focus to an exciting effort to foster more effective collaboration across universities, across different states. And I'm really excited about that potential. I'm excited about the opportunity to continue to work with Dr. Mahdavi in a different capacity. But as she presents today, it'll be the last time she presents to this body, I wanted to share my gratitude for her work as provost. We've gone through a really valuable process this year, this academic renewal process. And Provost Mahdavi has led really important conversations about interdisciplinary teaching, about research, and how we at the University of Montana can more effectively develop both relevant and impactful programs for our students. These discussions are complex, as you know, they're challenging, they can be difficult because they force us to really pressure test some long-held assumptions about our academic structures, how we develop programs, and there's been some really good results of this work. In a moment, Dr. Mahdavi will share the details of a couple of requests to plan coming out of this work. To be clear, there's a lot of questions that we're still working through, so these are aptly named. They are requests to plan, and it's by no means the end of the discussion on these RTPs. These discussions will continue. And as well as other discussions more broadly around this idea of how do we adjust, adapt, innovate our structures to better serve our students. So that's a discussion that's going to continue. I'm very grateful to Dean Adria Lawrence for stepping in to serve in the provost role. She's a phenomenal leader. She led our university design team back in 2020, 2021, and I'm very grateful for her willingness to continue these important discussions. So more to come on this, but I really want to publicly thank Dr. Mahdavi because she's laid the groundwork for some really impactful and lasting innovation at our university. And so on behalf of not just the University of Montana, but the entire state of Montana, thank you, Dr. Mahdavi.
All right, thank you so much, President Bodnar. I really appreciate it, and my deepest gratitude to President Bodnar for the thought partnership and the entire community as well as the MUS system. These conversations have been ongoing. And actually, to that point, I wanted to thank Director Miller and Deputy Commissioner Teal because the survey that you all just presented really tees up nicely what we are going to talk about today in terms of what Montanans want, what they want out of higher education. And interestingly, looking at the results of your survey, and we sort of previewed that a little bit in Bozeman, which affected our thinking around kind of the request to plans that we want to put forward. But looking at what you all presented, it mirrors what we see nationwide, right? Which is this need to be nimble, to respond not just to workforce, but to what our population needs in thinking about the mission of higher education, because we are at a tipping point. We are at a crisis point. I mean, if you consider a Gallup poll from 2013 showed that 70% of Americans see college as very, very important. However, by last year, that number had dropped below 50%. A 2019 Pew study showed that only 49% of Americans believe colleges and universities have a positive impact on society and are preparing students adequately for the challenges that need to be tackled. The Hechinger report that came out last year showed a 20% decline in high school graduating seniors and their families who believe that college is a valuable use of time. That number drops to 33% when a value proposition in dollars is put on the table. So simply put, students need to be prepared to solve unscripted problems, things like human trafficking, like President Cruzado just introduced one of the honorary doctorates. It's also my area of expertise. These are not things that can be solved with one disciplinary approach. Things like disaster preparedness and, of course, health disparities, which are our first two RTPs. These require interdisciplinary solutions that allow students to engage in experiential, connected, and engaged learning to be able to solve these wicked problems. And at the very core of it, we need to democratize both the process and the product of higher education that would, in the end, create an ecology of innovation, which is what our proposed RTPs hope to do. So let's begin with our very first one, which is our request for authorization to plan a joint Masters of Public Administration and Masters of Public Health degree. So to be clear, right now, those two degrees do exist separately. Right, what we're proposing is a joint degree towards a 42 credit joint Masters of Public Administration and Public Health. This joint graduate degree leverages two existing very successful programs at UM that offer dual modalities, online and in person. This is what we mean by that access question, leaning hard into the online component, how we democratize the product and the process. The joint degree would allow students to complete their core classes in their respective disciplines required for national accreditation competencies while specializing in either public administration or nonprofits and health. Currently, the closest MPA, MPH programs in our region are located either at the University of Utah or the University of Washington. Therefore, having such a program at UM addresses the increasing workforce and student demand for public sector careers in public nonprofit administration and health. Also, it's important to note that the job opportunities in these areas, kind of health policy, are expected to grow 17% in the next 7 years, with an income earning potential of significantly higher, at least $70,000 for students who have a master's as opposed to a bachelor's. So that's that first one. Would you like me to move on or just pause?
Any questions from members of the board? Roll on.
Okay, excellent. Our next one is our proposal for the Physician's Assistance Program. Yep, you got it up there. Okay, so for this program, we are looking at a significant need in the state of Montana for physician's assistants. Like in the previous RTP, we see this as an area with increased demand and growth. Employment of physician's assistants is projected to grow 37% between now and 2026, much faster than the average for all other occupations. As demand for healthcare services grows, and it's no surprise, right, emerging out of a viral pandemic, physician's assistants are essential to provide care to patients across the state of Montana. The program will seek accreditation by the Accreditation Review Commission on Education for the Physician Assistant, ARCPA. This program is a full-time program that begins each summer semester, early May, and spans 27 months over 7 continuous semesters. Part-time or interrupted attendance is not an option, and no online classes are offered at this time. It's important to note that currently there is no public option for the Master's in Physician's Assistants within the MUS system. The only current PA program in Montana is private at Rocky Mountain College, and a new private program at Carroll College, just down the road, is being proposed, but this would be the only public option. And it's also important to note that this was brought before this body 2.5 years ago and was approved, but of course we had to put it on pause when COVID happened, but we are now ready to engage and move forward.
Really appreciate you bringing that back to us.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from, Regent Southworth?
Yes.
Yeah, just quick one, because I just totally see the benefits in rural Montana here. Is there legislation right now that for the PA degree to where they only have to practice under an MD for 2 years? So it's, more like a nurse practitioner, is that?
Yeah.
Provost Mahdavi, Regent Southworth, yes, there's a bill currently that would change the scope of practice for PAs and allow them after a period of supervision by a doctor to operate more independently.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Regent Dombrowski.
Just a point of clarification, in the state of Montana, nurse practitioners are already independent practitioners and can work as such. This PA, I don't even know where it's at, will allow a degree of independence for that level after years of supervision, which is different. In the past, PAs were always dependent. That makes sense?
Yeah.
And in addition, there is something going on with the pharmacists too in the state of Montana relative to their licensure. I just think the board needs to be aware of that as we think about other products.
Thank you so much, Regent Dombrowski.
Any other questions or comments from the board on this one?
Well, just, Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski, I think it's a great point, and it speaks to the importance of interprofessional education. So our pharmacy program, this PA program, our OT programs, our residency program at the University of Montana, we know we have a rural healthcare shortage. And so all of our health providers have to make sure that they understand the scope of their specific practice, but we want them operating at the upper limits of their licensure as we articulated this morning, but also knowing the support system that is around them, because they're going to have to work in teams to serve our rural healthcare needs here. So it's a really important discussion across the MUS.
Thank you so much, President Bodnar.
Thanks for the great discussion on that one. I think Deputy Commissioner Teal was hoping to kind of tee this next one up.
Regent Blossom and members of the board, this next one, as President Bodnar already mentioned, is really the midpoint of a huge and important set of conversations that Provost Mahdavi has led at the University of Montana. And I just wanted to give you some context here as to the process when it comes to board approval. So these are some substantial proposals and changes. We know that there's a lot of further conversation and ideation and brainstorming and questions that are going to be answered with a whole set of stakeholders at UM. You will see these proposals come back to you for a final vote. While the academic program proposals will be approved typically at the OCHI level, proposals that we're covering on these next two RTPs will come back to this board at a future meeting so that you see the result of all those other good conversations that are going to continue happening at the University of Montana. Provost Mahdavi.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. As Deputy Commissioner Teal mentioned, these are part of a long, ongoing conversation, and as President Bodnar noted, these conversations will be continuing to be fleshed out, and so it is, in its true sense, a request to plan, a request to begin planning what we want to operationalize, and so we've extended the timeline in order to be able to have those robust conversations. But I thought this was a good opportunity to kind of bring our colleagues into thought partnership with us around what this academic renewal looks like, what it's about. And, these are conversations we began over the summer even with Commissioner Christian and at the time Deputy Commissioner Tessman, and have been really benefited from the thought partnership with our OCHI colleagues as well as with our colleagues at UM. So just to kind of tee up, we have this slideshow, and this kind of talks about the larger academic renewal that we're looking at. The two RTPs under this that we're going to present today are just two out of a series that you might expect there'll be several more ongoing. But this kind of sets up the rationale for why and what we're doing. So, as we saw in all of the presentations this morning, and as we've been talking about, at least for the past year that I've had the great opportunity to join you all in these meetings, we need to think about new interdisciplinary teaching, learning, scholarship, and services around the most pressing problems that face Montana and our world. These wicked problems or unscripted problems need new ways of knowing. And as we emerge out of what many are calling a triple pandemic, right? Very real viral pandemic of COVID, a pandemic of social and economic inequality, and flooding and climate crises that are causing so much snow in March. Although that's just maybe me. It's new for me as an Arizonan. But these unscripted problems require more than one discipline to be able to understand. And this is what we hear from employers when we talk to workforce. This is also what we hear when we talk to students. They talk about this need to be better prepared, to attack the world in which they are now engaging. So the renewal seeks to meet the needs really of the state, of workforce, of students, and kind of at its core, it seeks to live into that mission of higher education to uphold democracy and promote social transformation. And to do that, people need to be prepared to think about these things with different kinds of epistemologies. So we want to develop clearer curricular pathways for our students that start to bring the different disciplines into conversations with one another. This will by default strengthen our ability to recruit and retain excellent faculty, because what we're seeing, and we were talking about this with my provost colleagues yesterday, what we're seeing is it's very challenging to hire faculty these days because they want to be part of a cohort, they want to be part of a constellation hire or a cluster hire where they're thinking about different sides of a problem. I think about my own area of human trafficking and how I need to constantly be in conversations with political scientists, economists, demographers, geographers, and this is what our faculty are looking at now. We're even looking at the increase in cluster and constellation hires in areas like Black ecologies. So no longer are we hiring just in African American studies. How do we think about the intersection of these areas? And this will also create fundraising opportunities because higher ed is under attack from all sides, as we know. And when we speak with our supporters, our donors, they are looking for solutions that really change the way higher ed has been doing the work. So it's not business as usual. And I would be remiss to not quote President Bodnar in living into our mission of inclusive prosperity. When we talk about these new degree programs and these new ways of knowing, we're really talking about that democratizing that process and product and creating ways for students to engage that are truly inclusive and allow for that kind of inclusive prosperity to flourish at the heart of our campus with our students, our faculty, and at their core, our state. So one of our newest taglines, courtesy of our very talented VP of Marketing Communications, Jenny Petty, is "What's made in Montana is remaking the world." And we take that at every part of that slogan. We realize that we have a responsibility to train students and to start to ask those really difficult questions. And yet when we look right now at what students are asking for, what they're clamoring for, and what workforce is asking from us as higher education leaders, is a way of knowing that addresses their needs. So today we see students succeeding in spite of our academic structures, not because of them. So we've seen a real uptick in numbers of double and triple majors, right? Students find that they're having to major in things like computer science and visual and media arts so they can do something like gaming or esports, which is very necessary. We talked a little bit this morning about cybersecurity. I can't think of a more interdisciplinary degree than cybersecurity. interdisciplinarity. And so these new school structures allow us to start to prepare students and allow faculty. We have talented faculty members like Michael Cassens who cross disciplines themselves. He was in our computer science department. Now he's in our School of Visual Arts and Media. So we're also trying to create ways and bridges, if you will, for faculty to meet, to create different kinds of research opportunities. So it's a new epistemological architecture for the 21st century that really meets the needs of our times. So some of the degrees we're talking about, we have just a sampling of them up there. Earth System Science is one that we're hoping you'll get an RTP soon for a new school that we're affectionately calling the School of Earth, Wind, and Fire, for those of you music fans out there. But that would have degrees such as Earth System Sciences. And then we're looking at, for our School of Emerging and Applied Technologies, degrees like esports and gaming, virtual reality and augmented reality as a subject to study, but also as a process by which students can study. How can students take virtual reality and augmented reality and use that to engage their learning? One of the things that I was able to bring from ASU is I worked on a project called Dreamscape Learn, where several of the Gen Ed classes are being taught in virtual reality, like Biology 101, and early studies show that students retain 37% more of the material when they're able to do it through VR and AR. So leaning into where and how students are learning. Criminology, arts, entrepreneurship, these are all examples of how we're actually going to be training students to engage the world. So our goals and values around the academic renewal kind of have these three interconnecting pieces, one of which you see today in the request to plan. But we're also at the same time looking at percentage of effort, and I know our colleagues at MSU Bozeman have been doing this for quite some time, and I've benefited tremendously from the thought partnership of Provost Makwa, so I want to thank him for that. And really thinking about how percentage of effort can be used to create efficiencies and to go to shared services models that actually help to reduce costs. At the heart of a lot of this academic restructuring is curricular innovation, faculty collaboration, and interdisciplinarity. That's kind of that drumbeat that you've heard me saying really, truly all year. So just wanted to talk a little bit about the process, and that was something that we got some guidance from our colleagues at OCHI, which was really underscore how inclusive this process has been since last summer, really. So this was a project that President Bodner and I embarked on about a year ago, actually, when we realized, look, these are things that we need to tackle, and really we have a great thought partnership here, and so we started to review 10 years worth of self-studies and exercises at UM that were trying to move us in this direction of a new academic affairs organization. And so we started to put together some initial ideas that we shared with our colleagues here at OCHI. I think it was last July. Following those conversations, in August of 2022, we presented the initial ideas to the deans and discussed and drafted an organizational model that would allow us to kind of operationalize this vision. We shared this first organizational model with faculty at college retreats and meetings, and have been engaging ongoing with our shared governance colleagues as well. As happens when you get feedback, it changed, and you'll see that's kind of an echoing theme. We've been revising and revising and revising based on feedback that we've received from sharing it with our campus communities. So in September, we met with the executive committee of our Senate to discuss the revised model and shared it at a series of university-wide meetings. Our faculty senate then engaged in a campus survey, one of, I think, several that have come down this last year, and post the results, which informed then the next iteration, where in October, we shared feedback from the faculty staff survey with the deans, and then we updated on the revised model. We updated, again, our shared governance colleagues, and worked really closely with the deans to think about what's it going to look like to operationalize this? How are we going to stand it up? In November, we worked with the deans to once again refine and had a series of town hall meetings. In December and January, we finally put pen to paper and started to draft those RTPs and got a lot of feedback on those before submitting them to you all. And then we announced kind of our spring phase, which is really going to look at, all right, what are the things, what are the initial steps that we want to take? What are the first kind of bites at that apple that we want to take to see, how proof of concept might be demonstrated, which is the 2 RTPs that you will see today. The remainder of this year will be, a planning process followed by kind of how do we stand this up in consultation, of course, with our shared governance partners and our deans. And even in my new role, I'll be doing a lot of work on this because this also provides opportunities to collaborate with other institutions. So, I think it's just important to underscore just how many meetings we've had with our colleagues and had how many rounds of feedback we have gotten and how many times, we've refined and been nimble and adapted to kind of what our community is asking for in conversation with what our state is also asking for. So these are just kind of the highlights of the key dates. And tomorrow, I will actually be presenting in front of Faculty Senate the results of kind of what we're presenting here today with President Bodner and kind of announcing where we're going from there. So that is the kind of backdrop. We can now go to the RTP. The very first one is an RTP to create a School of Emerging and Applied Technologies, or SEAT. This school will reside outside and separate from existing UM colleges, but will bring together faculty from across UM's colleges, some in joint appointments. The goal of the structure is to create space for collaboration and program development that are in demand by students, industry, society, and research funding opportunities. So phase 1 is kind of the incubator model. So that'll be the Emerging and Applied Technologies Initiative that will create space for the development of the degree programs like cybersecurity, e-gaming, VR, AR, that will ultimately form the school. This school will then likely report to the provost's office with faculty evaluation occurring in home departments and colleges. Members of the UM community have reflected on these organizational challenges, and discussions have been taking place for at least the last year, where UM faculty and staff have participated in multiple gatherings on alignment, innovation, and planning. The design concept has been a result of a collaborative, consultative, and interactive process. And so this is the first of the 2 that we are putting in front of you as we seek to engage our academic renewal in these interdisciplinary ways.
Provost Mahdavi, thank you so much for this incredible presentation. I know this has been a heck of a lift for you and the team. Yeah. I know we're pushing right up against lunch, and my guess is we have quite the load of discussion and questions, and I want to make sure we have time for that. So I might have us wait for discussion and questions till after lunch so that we can give that the time that it definitely deserves, because I know this has been a project going on for a long time for y'all UM. So does that sound all right?
I defer to
members of the board. Okay.
Regent Blossom, I think that's a great plan. We can do the second RTP quickly after lunch and open up for some questions and discussion on this one.
Perfect. Well, with that, we can jump to lunch. So, folks, thanks again for sticking with us this morning. Our lunch for student representatives is in the lower hall, room 2, and lunch for meeting attendees is up here on floor 1 at room 125. So we will be back here at 1:30, I believe. Is that correct, Chair Rogers? All right. Well, we'll break. See y'all then. Thanks. Hi, folks. We're going to jump back into the last portion of our ARSA committee meeting. When we left off, Provost Mahdavi was about 3/4 of the way through her amazing presentation of the academic renewal at UM. So we're going to welcome her back up to finish up the last bit on the College of Forestry before we jump into any discussion.
Thank you so much, Regent Blossom. Appreciate the opportunity to continue on, and eager to hear your thoughts, questions. So the final RTP was to revise the scope and structure of the Franke College of Forestry and Conservation. And to engage this, we actually enlisted the support of a nationally renowned former dean at Stanford University by the name of Pam Matson, who worked very closely with faculty, staff, students, and of course President Bodner and myself to author what we affectionately call the Matson Report, which helped to give us some guidance around what we can do to start to bring together the different components of forestry and conservation. So right now, the W.A. Franke College of Forestry and Conservation is currently made up of several different academic areas, including forestry, wildlife biology, environmental social science, applied ecology and recreation management, conservation science, and more. And it should be noted that these are some of our most popular and most rapidly growing degrees at UM. The proposed college would bring in the Department of Geosciences into a revised structure that combines strengths in Earth system science at UM. Future shifts may include the placement of ecology and evolution, economics, chemistry, computer science, and other disciplines that have interlocking connections. The proposed structure change would be reviewed and assessed after a 2-year period. The Franke College already has a tradition of interdisciplinary program delivery. So the incorporation of geosciences into the college would actually grow the college's offerings and create clearer curricular pathways for students. So you actually would have a consolidation of the interdisciplinary degrees around issues, interlocking themes around forestry and conservation. As these programs currently exist at UM, no significant resources are necessary for the revised scope and structure, and these proposed changes have been part of the academic renewal process at UM. During the fall of 22 semester, the Provost's office participated in a series of sessions with faculty, staff, and students on this exact topic, and in addition to public meetings, members of our community have had multiple opportunities to express their thoughts, feedback, and concerns. So that is the last component.
Well, thanks so much once again for wrapping that up.
Thank you.
From the board, any questions, comments, or other discussion? Chair Rogers.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thanks for walking us through the public participation piece of this too. Obviously, the work that you guys are doing is very large with a lot of implications as well, and so as this process moves forward, I think understanding budgetary implications and, you know, where funds are going to be moving from and to, and how it's all going to work out in the end, and making sure that we have faculty buy-in on that is so key. So that's the only thought that I have reviewing this.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and thank you so much, Regent Rogers. It's important to note that we have actually adopted the timeline to create more opportunities for buy-in, and as we seek to clarify the budgetary implications of this, which is why we've kind of extended the timeline a little bit. Initially, we had thought we'd be bringing back another round in May, but we've allowed ourselves a little bit more time to create that. So thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, well, seeing none, once again, thanks so much. Really appreciate all the work you put into this.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Our last request to plan is from Montana Tech, so I'll invite Provost Gammon up for authorization to plan a Bachelor of Science in Construction Management.
Well, this morning, President Bodner referred to my introducing the person on campus as calling an audible. So I don't have to call an audible this time. I'm here to introduce a BS in Construction Management, which we'd like to do at Montana Tech. Construction management is a professional service that uses project management techniques to oversee planning, design, and construction of a project from its beginning to its end. It aligns with some of the information that Joe presented this morning about growth industries and where a lot of employers are going in the state. A lot of background work was done. We have a new dean who's been on campus for almost a year now, who started a program like this at his previous institution, and it was really, really successful. And he's reached out to industry partners potentially and people in the state, and there's a high amount of demand for this. It's a new degree that's not offered in any other MUS institution. I will add parenthetically, it's the first BS that I've been able to introduce at Montana Tech since I've been there in 5 years. It will be housed in an existing civil engineering department. It uses existing institutional resources, faculty, a lot of courses that we can use from various departments can be combined to build this degree. One of the fun things about this, what I'm seeing, is it's establishing new lines of sort of cooperation and collaboration, or at least has the potential to, across a variety of departments in, not just in the engineering college, but also with the College of Letters and Sciences and Professional Studies. And it's also an ABET accreditable degree. So it's not something we're making up. One of the national accreditation agencies actually accredits this degree. Several of the things that are really appealing to us at Montana Tech is, as you know, we're a STEM-focused institution. Just about everything on our campus requires calculus. This degree does not require calculus. It's a much lower barrier to entry. That way, we can direct recruit students that want to be in a degree that's associated with engineering, so there's a lower barrier. And we lose a lot of students that want to be engineers and end up leaving Montana Tech and higher education as a whole because of the math barrier. And so this will be an off-ramp. Our dean has done some analysis and figures, maybe 30, we want to get this going next fall, 30 to 50 students, and then after about 4 years, we anticipate 150 majors. This is a major thing for our campus and potentially can drive a lot of enrollment. And again, and the job prospects, finally, I'll leave, very high salaries. The median salary is like $95,000 a year, and the starting salaries in Montana are not much lower. It's comparable to engineering degrees with starting salaries. So I think I'll stop there if there are any questions. So, thank you.
Thanks so much, Provost Gammon. I think having off-ramps like that are so important to keeping and retaining students and making sure they graduate with something that is going to position them really well. So just super excited about this degree, and thanks for bringing it together. Any questions or comments from the board? Another quick one, it looks like. Well, we'll let you off the hook. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. That wraps up our request to plan proposals. So with that, we'll move into our information section. I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Teal to kind of take the reins on this one.
Thank you, Regent Blossom. The first item, I'm going to invite Dr. McLean up to the mic. This is a policy change that she's been working on in coordination with our Council of Deans of Education around the state. Angela.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This policy revision came about as a result of basic policy audit work in our office, and basically what it does is it institutionalizes, through your vote here and your support of it, a process that already takes place to set the pay for what our institutions across all the state educator prep programs pay our supervising and cooperating teachers when we place a student teacher. So that's basically what the policy you have before you will do. Are there any questions? Thanks so much.
Finally, the next item on the agenda is an academic review item. So each month, the chief academic officers across the state come together, review different academic proposals, changes, requests to plans that are now reaching their final stage of approval, discuss them together, discuss any OT questions about these items, and approve them as you've delegated to the Commissioner's office to enter our program inventory. And so these have been vetted by both the Commissioner's office and the CAOs, and of course, always happy to answer any questions you might have about them. If there are none, we'll move on to just a few strategic priority items. Always, there's lots of good work going on across our campuses in the ARSA division. This first item, I would love to invite up Dr. Scott Wittenberg and Dr. Kelsey Jensko from the University of Montana to speak to some of the exciting things happening in research and economic development. I think probably quite a few of you saw an event that Senator Tester hosted a couple of weeks ago about this exciting concept that we've had of the federal government funding regional technology and innovation hubs across the country. That was a major part of the CHIPS and Science Act that passed last year, which really is a re-envisioning of how we fund from the federal government scientific research and development, technology-driven innovation across our country. There have been so many good conversations since that tester event. Scott Wittenberg has been a part of many or most of those, probably far too many. We're really excited by the energy coming out of industry, the partnership with the Montana Chamber of Commerce, the Montana Department of Commerce, the Montana Department of Labor and Industry. There's a big group that is coming together to make this regional tech hub in Montana a reality. And one of the foundations of that is a lot of work that we've put in over the past year with universities in our region around other programs funded through the CHIPS and Science Act. And one of those major ones is the National Science Foundation Innovation Engines Program. You heard about the proposal that came forward for that program from MSU, focused around making Bozeman a center of quantum information sciences. And Scott and Kelsey are going to speak to another exciting strength in Montana around forestry, rangeland management, and using data in new ways to inform how we do that and how big industries do that in our state. I'll turn it over to you, Scott.
And hopefully there's a slide, so I can remember what I put down. Yeah, just as a refresher on the engines proposals, this is actually a radical change for the National Science Foundation to do much more in terms of economic development coming out of our research enterprises. And so I think you can see that in the kind of proposal we put forward. I do want to point out the good news is that both the one at MSU and the one we're talking about today, they've both been recommended for funding by the National Science Foundation. So long as we can complete our paperwork in a timely fashion, we should be able to receive the fundings. Just as a refresher again, on the engines proposal, what we're all working towards is a type 2 proposal. These are all what I'm talking about for MSU and for myself. These were type 1s. These were planning grants, so I hate to say it this way, it's only $1 million for about 18 months to sort of put the type 2 proposal together. The type 2 proposals is actually what's really going to drive economic development within the region, and those are up to $160 million over 10 years. So that's enough money to actually do something within the state. And then for the one that I put together, it's in precision forestry and rangeland management. I think it's a strength within the state. And I think there's a potential, I'm trying to decide, I should write down what I'm going to say, and I never do. But, you know, for those who don't know me, I've been here about 10 years, and prior to that, I was the vice president for research at the University of New Orleans, and I was there for Hurricane Katrina. And then right after Hurricane Katrina, the state put a lot of money into a company called Deltares out of the Netherlands to show us how to do water, how to treat water correctly, because apparently they thought we weren't doing it. We have that expertise in the state in terms of water, fire, forest management, rangeland management. We have the ability to do a company of some kind here on that order that can provide that expertise around the world and around the U.S. as well. So that's the sort of the gist of what this proposal is all about. You can see the vision there, and that's to do all this in an ecologically sensible manner, to actually use our forests and everything else that we have, our resources, in a fashion that can drive economic development, but do it in a responsible fashion. You can see the partners that I brought together in putting this proposal together. I think it's the right team to have there. So it involves, our public and private institutions. It involves the forest management people, the federal government people, the state people, the Montana Wood Products Association. It's got venture capital funding behind it. So it's got the right team, I think, to help actually drive this and turn out to be a really good proposal. It's actually the best. I hate to say this because I don't like to say nice things about myself or about anybody else, actually, but certainly about myself. Anyway, these are the best reviews I've ever had on a proposal. The review committee, and their phrase was they were excited to present this one forward for being, because they see the innovation, the potential out of this proposal. It really is broad-based for the universities in the region within what Joe was talking can I say Joe? Sorry about first names. And you can see the list of the universities that are there that we're working with. So I think it's really going to be a great project for the region. A big part of it is water, which is why Kelsey is standing behind me, and he's going to talk about part of the water piece of that and the other great things that they're doing within the Mesonet. So Kelsey, go ahead. And I'm going to sit down. I can't stand up.
Thanks. I should also write down what I'm going to say, but bear with me. As Scott mentioned, I'm Kelsey Genso. I'm a W.A. Franke Endowed Chair in Watershed Hydrology at University of Montana. I'm also the state climatologist and director of the Montana Climate Office. So I feel like it's my duty to apologize to all of you today for the wintry driving conditions. But these kinds of events are key for coming out of a longstanding drought that the state has been in for the last 3 years, which has had big economic implications for Montana's producers, farmers, ranchers across the state, as well as municipalities across the state. So if I could go to the next slide. Some of the key projects that we've conducted really since about 2012 and that we've built to over the course of the Climate Office itself. The Climate Office was set to action in 2006 with a memo from Governor Schweitzer with dedicated service or appointed service to the Governor's Drought and Water Supply Advisory Committee. And so we help with weekly assessments by the DNRC, many state and federal partners, as well as the Governor's Office itself, to produce a weekly map of drought and water supply conditions for the state of Montana, but more importantly, to liaise with the National Drought Monitor. And I'll tell you in a second why that's important. To do that requires objective information and data and measurements of our water supply and drought conditions across the state of Montana. And importantly, that has to be objective and updated information on a regular basis. Montana is a big state, and so there's been a paucity historically in measurements of our water supply conditions. And so as part of the Montana Research and Economic Development Initiative, I guess that was 2016 now, time flies, and in partnership with MSU and the precision agricultural component of the MReady, we took and started with about $60,000 to begin the building of the Montana Mesonet. The Mesonet, many states have these and they're typically state supported, but these are dense weather networks that provide information on things like weather conditions, wind speed, rainfall, hail, soil moisture, and many, many other variables. And these networks exist to provide real-time data, 5-minute data for improved weather forecasts, river forecast predictions, as well as drought monitoring. So we started with a network of about 6 stations. It was a family road trip in 2016, living out of a camper, and we installed 6 stations at the MSU Ag Research Centers. And quickly after that, the word spread, and this grew. It grew to private funding from farmers, ranchers, and landowners across the state in support of these stations. And eventually, we have leveraged a lot of federal funding. And so since 2016, we've brought in about $24 million in support of the build-out of this Mesonet. It's an unprecedented rate of expansion. We currently have about 110 stations, but a recent U.S. Army Corps award for $21 million is going to expand that network by 205 stations in the next 5 years. These are data that will be provided every 5 minutes to the river forecast centers, the weather prediction services, as well as for drought assessments at the state and national level. Whether you know it or not, your daily weather forecasts have improved because of this network. And that data becomes really crucial and important. It's the critical climate infrastructure that forms the basis for modeling and improvements in modeling of water supply, drought conditions, and for important decisions around the protection of federal and state infrastructure. This was actually started as part of, this is Senate Bill 4444, but this was sponsored by Senator Rounds and Thunes out of South Dakota, and it was in response to the 2012 floods across the upper Missouri River Basin, which caused billions of dollars in damage to infrastructure. One of the key findings through a congressional study was that NOAA, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Reservoir Operations Centers needed better data and distributed information on soil moisture conditions and snowpack in Montana Montana's plains regions. With that data, we can improve and develop better models. The other project that we've worked on extensively, and especially with the Montana DNRC, under the Montana Governor's Drought and Water Supply Committee, is developing data sets and operational models for weekly drought prediction. Why is that important? The national map that gets released every week triggers billions of dollars in aid and federal aid through farm insurance programs to producers, as well as emergency services and support to municipalities in flood-affected regions. And so, as an example, in Montana alone since 2012, the drought maps that are produced have triggered over $312 million in terms of federal funding and support and insurance programs through the Farm Service, USDA Farm Service Agency's Forage and Livestock Disaster Program. That's one of 12 federal programs that is triggered by these objective drought assessments at a state level and then upscaled to a national level. Next slide, please. So with that, and with climate data and infrastructure and modeling, none of that's useful unless it's put into a context and a format that's also usable by different stakeholders across the state of Montana. With support from the VPR's office, we've been able to hire a new research faculty member, Dr. Kyle Basinski, and right out the gate, and he's very focused on agriculture as well as municipal water supplies, but he's very, very focused on tribal extension activities. So these activities include community co-development of dashboards like our drought dashboard at the state scale, but for each reservation across Montana, and data and tools to support community adaptation. So there's significant engagement with the 7 tribal colleges across the state of Montana, and he's generated significant funding that is coming back to the tribal colleges and reservations. 3 of these projects are the Native Climate Project. It's partnering with tribes, tribal extension, and USDA climate hubs to improve climate services in Indian country, and importantly, to integrate and incorporate traditional ecological knowledge. We're working with tribal colleges and universities, the Fort Peck tribe, to support the development of their climate and drought adaptation and mitigation plan. And then the Native Drought Project. This is in collaboration with the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. We're implementing several actions here, but one of the really exciting things is that we just got approval from Tribal Council to install a weather station on the Bison Range. So we'll be doing that in about 2 weeks. Last but not least, we're really excited about new and innovative approaches for modeling and forecasting of drought and water supply, but importantly, flood predictions. As we experience climate change here in Montana, one of the important impacts are floods like we saw previously in Yellowstone, associated with a large atmospheric river that brought unprecedented amounts of rainfall to the state. And so hydrological sciences in general is going through a renaissance where we're realizing that traditional and physically based hydrological models, while they understand processes that might occur in a given region, they're difficult to accurately use and produce in terms of flood forecasts operationally. And so new artificial intelligence approaches and machine learning models are proving to be much more accurate, transferable to ungauged regions where we don't have a lot of information and measurements on things like the soils conditions, the geology, et cetera, that can lead to differences in these model behaviors. That's critical when we try to accurately produce flood predictions out to, say, 2 weeks for adequate early warning and protection of lives and property. So we're working on new projects and looking for funding to support AI approaches for drought and flood prediction. I'll stop there. Thanks for the time.
Thank you both so much. I want to just provide a quick reinforcement of the work Dr. Jensko has done. About a decade, we've gone from Montana being among the least dense states when it comes to gathering this type of information. And with this project with the Army Corps, we will be among the most dense in terms of being able to gather this information. And that both means, more accurate predictions for farmers, fishermen, water managers, et cetera. It also means that we have a leg up in developing some of the approaches that we've talked through on this slide that can be used both nationally and globally in terms of water management, climate predictions, this type of work. So thanks so much for sharing with us all today, and glad to open if there are any questions.
No questions, just a comment. I want to sort of disagree with you relative to you. Well, you say nice things about people a lot. So that wasn't my comment, Scott. Had the pleasure of working with you. I am immensely impressed with this work, including with the work with the Native Americans, right? They have, I mean, I don't know exactly the term you use, ecological knowledge, right? That when brought to the table, I know has probably made a huge difference, let alone a site on the Bison Range. And so, again, my comments are just thank you for this work and for sharing it, and certainly let us know as Regents how we can continue to support it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just really quickly, and I think Regents, this is, this is such an interesting project. It's one of those applied research projects that is so interesting, so exciting, and it sits at the intersection of disciplines. So, Kelsey, what college are you part of?
The W.A. Franke College of Forestry and Conservation.
Right, but you could be part of the College of Humanities and Sciences if you were in geoscience. Like, this is just an example of, like, faculty members can live in different departments. They can work in colleges, providing those opportunities for, and it happens, right? Our faculty member, Kelsey, does a great job of working with the geosciences department, with other departments, computer science, our data science. I mean, there's these intersections, but these are the types of things that are become really interesting as we try to encourage it. And identify barriers to this type of work. So it's just kudos to you for this work. It's exciting for all of us.
Thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you, Scott. Regent Blossom, with your permission, our next report is with Dr. McLean to provide us an update on American Indian minority achievement. I think we all know there's been both great news and lots of work to continue here, and I think Angela has an excellent update on some of the highlights from this past year.
Thanks so much, Deputy Commissioner Teal and Mr. Chair, members of the board. I do have great news, and before I begin sharing that, as well as the next steps for all of us, I would like to thank you, the board, for your strong leadership in this conversation and making clear to all of our campuses in a very strategic way that American Indian student success is a top priority for every single one of us. And I also want to signal my appreciation to each of our campuses and to our campus leaders for their leadership around this conversation. What we're seeing in Montana, I would offer, is unique and it's extraordinary. Before I begin to present what I had planned to visit with you about in regards to my slides, yesterday I met with the AMA Council, and I thought that there were some takeaways there that you might want to hear about that would signal to you that we are not stopping when it comes to good work and good results on behalf of American Indian student success. The first piece of news that I wanted to share with you comes from Great Falls College, and they created a brand new position, and the position is the Native American Center Ambassador, and they have filled that. Additionally, Montana State University Billings marked a 19% gain in retention over this time last spring for American Indian students. The University of Montana created a unique position in its financial aid office, and they are now in search of an American Indian financial aid person to serve American Indian students. And then finally, Montana State University is reinventing their Native American Preview Day. And then finally, you heard already about the Office of Public Instruction and the work that they're doing this weekend on this campus to make sure that Indian education for all goes into every K-12 classroom and as many post-secondary classrooms across the state as we can possibly see happen. And finally, this morning I had the opportunity to visit with President Corey Sangri-Billy of Stonechild College. She was in the back. She had to go back home. I know we'll be joined tomorrow by Brad Hall, who's a former member of the AMA Council, but President Sangri-Billy is a current member on the AMA Council. And just last week I had the privilege of being at the Board of Public Education when the board signaled its unanimous support for her to also serve on the Montana Advisory Council on Indian Education. So there's a lot of synergy happening when it comes to American Indian student success. And with that, I'll move on to my slides. And the first slide indicates really here's what's happening with American Indian student enrollment since 2016. We have seen steady gains, and right now we're pointing to a 16% gain. since that time. Additionally, fall of 21 and 22 marked the 2 highest years for American Indian student retention in the university system, and our data person, Eric, said you need to point to that for the regions so they know we could be looking at a trend, and I think that's pretty exciting. Then, Regent Buchanan, last year after my report, he wanted to know more about completions and what that conversation looked like. So Regent Buchanan, I'm pleased to tell you that we saw an 18% increase in overall completions, and we saw them at every single level. We saw them in increases in certificates, associates, bachelor's, master's, and doctoral completions over this time last year. And so next steps, not to rest on where we're at, the council says, okay, we need to take next steps and be thoughtful about our movement. And so we have the AMA recommendations that are being considered at our Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. And then, of course, each of the campuses, we have asked you to work on your action plans for next year based on the current recommendations that you already have in hand. So we'll move on to the next slide. In regards to our tribal college partnerships, just having the president there on our council from Stonechild College, last week Joe and I were on a call with Fort Peck Community College about common course numbering. We visited about the notion of perhaps working with them to put a tribal language up on Quotely. We visited with them about the notion of Apply Montana and the portal there. So a lot of strong conversations. And additionally, we see great momentum with the HiSET, which is something that is a pass-through from our office, but we do support the tribal colleges in this effort, and we saw great momentum over this time in the last biennium. We also have strong partnerships with our educator prep programs, 2 in particular, the Little Bighorn College and Blackfeet Community College in partnership with the University of Montana Western, and we do have the leader of that program here in Esty Aiken, and really kudos to you and to Linda Howard for your strong leadership with those folks on each of those campuses to make that happen. We also have a strong partnership with Blackfeet Community College in our Grow Your Own Educator program, and we'll pull together, I just got an email that signaled we might have 50 folks from Blackfeet Community College and the Browning High School at our gathering at Great Falls College on the 28th to recognize their native educators in training later this month. And then finally, for next steps, we want to, in a strategic way, convene all of our tribal college leaders and have conversations about their interest in partnering with us around Quotely and Apply Montana. And so we hope to bring more news to you on that front in the coming year. And then finally, around American Indian language development and cultural responsiveness, and I think Deputy Commissioner Teal and Deputy Commissioner Thigpen alluded a little bit to the importance of this to lawmakers early on today. The University of Montana has a language rejuvenation and maintenance certificate that came about as a conversation during the last legislative session. Also, since the last legislative session, 3 of our campuses in the university system work directly with Representative Wendy Boy, directly with the legislative teams to host Class 7 license conferences to support that effort. And then finally, one of the things that the regents may recall is right before the pandemic, we rolled out the Indian Education for All for One Montana University System course. And basically that fits with recommendations 4 and 5, that all of our faculty and staff on all of our campuses would have training about Montana's first people. And since we have rolled that out, I just have a recent collection of numbers from our campuses, and I'm happy to report to you that about 2/3 of all your faculty and staff have taken that course or some other training about Montana's American Indian students and their heritage. And so I want to thank you for your strong leadership and the voice that you gave to that project. Mike Jetty and I sat down at the beginning of last fall to make slight renovations to that course, and we're going to continue to do that each year just to make sure that it stays updated and current. And then finally, you heard a little bit about shared policy goals, and we look forward to working with you and working with our lawmakers up the hill on rolling those out and making sure that we meet those expectations between now and the end of the next biennium. So with that, Mr. Chair, Deputy Commissioner Teal, I'd stand for any questions that folks have.
First, Angela, I just want to also recognize your leadership. Thanks so much for the amazing, amazing work that you've accomplished over years on this front. And, also to recognize Eric Meredith and the data team. For Regents' knowledge, we have an American Indian Minority Achievement Dashboard that Angela and Eric have put together where you can go and see these figures and these evolving trends over time, and I think it tells a great story of the work that Angela's done and that our campuses have done. Regent Blossom, if regents have any questions for Angela or for me on this report. Thank you so much, Angela.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angela.
Finally, Regent Blossom, our last report is from Director Miller on system and campus efforts around open educational resources. This came up earlier when we were talking about, the different avenues that we have to improve affordability and access for students. And I think that there's both been good work that has gone on over the past few years and also some ideas as to what next steps are. So Christine, I'll turn it over to you.
Chair Blossom, Deputy Commissioner Teal, thanks for having me back. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our efforts at open educational resources, and I should say that this is really about affordability and textbook affordability. Earlier today, we talked about, what are the strategies for addressing affordability for Montanans. There's a lot of stuff on the tuition side, the policy side, and there's a lot of work we can do on the cost of attendance side. And textbooks are one of those areas where we have been doing some important and impactful work, and where we have, in my opinion, a lot more that we can do. So, on the face of it, textbooks might not seem like a huge barrier, but they are. The average cost of textbooks is around $1,200 to $1,400 per academic year. So add that up over a degree path, and that's quite a bit of money, especially when you compare that to the average debt that students have when they leave the MUS. It really puts in perspective just how significant those textbook costs are. I'll also say that the cost of traditionally published textbooks has risen very dramatically over the past 20 and 30 years. This shows college textbooks compared to other expenses. If you had this same graph compared to other costs of attending college, you would see that those increases in textbook costs are higher increases than other costs like tuition or room and board. So on every measure, we see those textbook costs getting higher and higher over time. Interestingly enough, we see this reflected in what students say, not just in what data tells us. On the national level, we did a survey of students in 2019, 2020, I can't remember which year. And of those students surveyed, 40% of those said that textbook costs were the single biggest financial barrier that they faced. So really significant. I would also note that it is about affordability, but it is also about student success. There are tremendous consequences for those high costs of textbooks. You see some of that in what students report here, but a quick overview is that often students choose to not purchase textbooks. The consequences of that are that they earn poorer grades, they more frequently withdraw from courses, and they more frequently fail courses because they don't have the course material that's helping them be successful because it's too expensive. So one of the solutions to this textbook, high textbook cost challenge is open educational resources. I should say it's just one among many sort of strategies and approaches, but what we see is that, and what you might imagine, is that low-income students are more directly and significantly impacted by the high cost of textbooks. Conversely, what we also see is that by pursuing textbook affordability strategies like open educational resources, we see those low-income students have greater gains. So this comes from a study from the University of Georgia that just shows the academic gains for students when they have access to free or low-cost textbooks. So I just want to highlight some of the good work that we have done in our system that has promoted textbook affordability through open educational resources. I should note, I'm sort of using shorthand here, OER are free and openly licensed textbooks that are written by faculty members and that are of high quality and that are available to everyone digitally. So we have partnered with Trails, Montana's Academic Library Consortium, to promote growth of OER. Through that initiative that lasted 3 years, here are some of the outcomes that we were able to achieve. And, take a look at that, and happy to dig into any of this more. The one sort of piece that I will pull out that I think is pretty outstanding is that we invested $166,000 in grants to faculty to adopt open educational resources into their syllabi. Over time, over 3 years, that investment of $166,000 has saved students in the MUS $1 million in textbook costs. So pretty significant impacts there. And I should say that's not some anomaly. This is the kinds of savings that we see across the country as a result of adoption of OER and other free or low-cost textbook strategies. So, this is really good news because there are good solutions. There are some obstacles to growth of using OER, and those are really around awareness and access. Faculty might have concerns about the quality of OER. It's a very different model of publishing than traditionally published textbooks or journals. It really is a very different model. And I think as that shift is happening both in our system and across the country, faculty rightly have questions. I think part of what we can do is to provide education and really have some conversations with faculty, and faculty can have conversations with each other about high quality OER. I think we can also communicate to faculty and to students just how challenging the textbook cost is to students. We've been talking about this and doing some work that I'll share here in just a minute, but one of the concerns I often hear from faculty, and I think this is a legitimate concern, is that if we start promoting courses that use OER or that have free or low-cost textbooks, that students will start making choices about courses based on textbook cost. And what I would say to that is that students already do, and they're making choices that hurt them and that cause them to either not enroll or to drop out of those courses that are in their degree path. So I think that awareness, both about the quality of the resources and about the impact of textbook costs on students, is really important. The other obstacle is really around access. And making textbooks accessible both to faculty that are relevant to their courses and syllabi, and also communicating that to students so that students can make informed choices about the courses that they're taking and have the right knowledge that's communicating to them what, a course that they sign up for, what the textbook cost of that is. So those are the two obstacles. Right now, we're trying to do a lot of work to address those two things. One is that, and I have to give a shout out to Director Treaster here for this. We just opened some grant funding, generously supported by Perkins, to support growth in OER and CTE fields across the state. Right now, any faculty member or librarian or instructional designer who is at a Perkins eligible institution can get funding to support development or adoption of OER into their CTE course syllabi. We are funding up to $50,000 of support. So if you go back to that little graph that I had earlier about the impact of that over time, that is a huge step for our system, particularly in fields where there's lower adoption of open educational resources than there might be in non-CTE fields. The second thing that we're doing, again in partnership with Trails, is pursuing a federal grant. Every year there's a Department of Education has a textbook, open textbook pilot project that they support grants from. That funding in this year has increased pretty dramatically. We submitted a proposal to that last year with a group of campuses across the state and got some really good feedback about that proposal and really strong endorsement that we should continue to pursue that. We will submit again this year. I encourage your campuses to be part of that. It would be a huge step forward if we were able to get that grant and get that funding. The third thing we're doing is course tagging. So earlier I mentioned that one of the barriers in our textbook affordability approach is access. We don't have a great way to communicate to students which courses are no cost or low cost. Besides kind of word of mouth or individual students knowing that an individual faculty member sometimes has OER in their courses. We are going to pilot with a couple of our campuses, tagging those courses so that at registration, students can see if the course that they're enrolling in is no cost or low cost, so that they can make choices about their course taking if textbook affordability is an issue for them. Our hope is to test that out over the next academic year, gather data, and develop a plan to expand that. So that is in process right now and really kind of gets at that communication piece. So I wanted to highlight what we're doing and then also kind of wanted to address some of the strategies at a national level that other institutions and systems are pursuing. And I think that these are just some suggestions about where we could go if we want to grow in this area. We definitely need stronger data. That our course tagging will help with that. We'll be better able to understand adoption, impact on students, et cetera, et cetera. We need to continue building an OER network. I would love to see the Montana University system connect our wonderful Common Course numbering database to OER. One of the challenges for faculty is they might not be able to talk to each other about which textbooks are relevant in their courses. Somehow adding on to that Common Course numbering database and using that as a communication tool would help us. There are other innovations like zero cost degree. Our zero cost degree programs that students can enter knowing that there's a commitment to them where there's no textbook cost from the time they enter to the time they finish. There's work on the faculty side. A lot of institutions are looking at tenure and promotion and incorporating development of OER in their tenure and promotion standards. And then, of course, student advocacy. Our students at multiple campuses and our Montana Associated students have passed resolutions to support growth in OER. And I think those student voices in this arena in particular are one of our most powerful avenues to change in this area. So I'm going to close there. Happy to stand for questions. Chair Blossom, back to you.
Director Miller, thank you so much. As you said, this has been a huge priority for students like for the last few years. So I'm really excited to see a really well synthesized presentation. I know that it took a lot to get here. One thing, first of all, I'm super supportive of the course tagging idea. I think the more we can be transparent to students to help them understand their costs going in, to whatever their decision-making process is, like that is super helpful. So I really support that. Something that I think anecdotally, and certainly something that I've experienced, is in courses, our professors create really good lecture slides. And sometimes the OER is those lecture slides. And I've experienced it myself, and certainly a lot of students I've talked to have been able to succeed in courses using just the professor's lecture slides. And so in your, what's possible here, I really support the data gathering effort. And I think something that would be interesting to explore more would be like, what is the prevalence of students' rates and kind of how do they interact with textbooks, and what is sort of the way that they find value? And I'd really love to kind of learn more about that in a potential data gathering effort.
Yeah, for sure. So Thanks, Chair Blossom. And there's in the OER world, there's a word for this. It's called auxiliary materials. So that's all, like the lecture slides, the quiz banks, those notes, some of those things that faculty sometimes get from traditional textbook publishers. Sometimes faculty are creating those on their own and using them as OER, and that's a really good move to make. So when we say textbooks, we're not only just talking about, what you might imagine as like a hard copy textbook. We're kind of inclusive of course materials, and I think that I just sort of elaborate on that a little bit because I think that's important to share with faculty, right? Like your slides and your notes, those can be your OER, like those can be what sort of counts. And I think that being faculty driven for their own individual course and establishing, faculty want and should have ownership over what that looks like. And I think just sort of creating some more awareness of sort of what counts as OER is really valuable.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks once again. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Regent Rogers.
Great presentation. Every time I had a question, I felt like your next slide answered it. So really appreciate that, but very interested in having outcome data that we can look back to and say, we're doing all these investments, we're making all these different steps. How are we actually bringing it down in the end, and how much is it improving our student experience? And to echo Chair Blossom's comments, the idea that in the enrollment process you can see that type of cost. I love this transparency work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Regent Bao.
Thank you. Just wanted to say this was the main subject of lunch with my group, Elizabeth Bowles, who is the ASUM president, and Dominic and Cyrus from Helena College. Like we spent the entire time on this subject. So I think that from their student standpoint, it is a huge cost, and the variability is they could be $300 a semester, could be $1,800. The other thing they mentioned is really getting faculty involved earlier in the process so that they can get a list of what textbooks and what other platforms might be required, so that people have a sense before they walk in that first week. So I think that's an important initiative. But yeah, it was certainly highlighted for us today.
Yeah. Great.
Any other? Oh, Regent Dabrowski. Yep.
Christine, sorry, you might have said this. Thanks, Chair Blossom. What's the unintended consequence to the faculty member? Like, if suddenly this was just standard?
Chair Blossom, Regent Dombrowski. So do you mean if it was just standard, like what are some faculty concerns?
Well, perhaps concerns, but I'm thinking, our faculty, would it be much harder to be a faculty member in a total OER situation, and faculty might leave? I mean, I'm just kind of looking for a long-term, and maybe it's not,
Yeah, so I don't want to pretend to be able to speak for all of the concerns of faculty, but from my conversations and work in this, there are two things that stand out as concerns. One is that faculty, again, rightly so, want freedom over the course materials that they choose, and there are some fields for which there are just, an immense archive of OER. There are some fields where there are not many OER. And so I think there is a concern that can I find the text or course materials that are speaking to my learning outcomes that's relevant to my course, that as a faculty member I deem high quality and effective for what I want my students to learn. So that's one concern. The other concern, I think, like I said, is that faculty members, I think, worry that students will make course choices based on whether, if we tag courses or pursue other strategies, that students will make choices about courses based on that. And again, I mean, my feeling about that is that students already do make choices, and usually it's to their detriment.
Well, thank you so much, Director Miller. Is there any last questions on this? All right, well, I think that wraps up our ARSA committee, so I can hand it back to you, Chair Rogers.
Thank you so much, Chair Blossom. And I have to apologize. When I introduced you, I failed to give Chair Buchanan an opportunity. It's really neat that Chair Blossom just got to chair the ARSA committee because it was a precedent that was set for me under Regent Sheehy, and thank you, Chair Buchanan, for bringing that forward to allow our student region the opportunity to chair a committee meeting.
Definitely got to echo those sentiments as well. Thank you.
Yeah, no apologies needed. I'm outdone tenfold. Great job, Regent Blossom. Great job.
Wonderful. And I think that wraps up ARSA. Great. So we'll move on to our public comment. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Ange King. Her email is aking, King, @montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment? Hi. If you could just state your name for the record. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to, click the button.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Lynn. I am a biology and environmental science student at Montana State. I am a resident and a proud graduate of the Montana public school system. Throughout my educational career, I've committed myself to serve the state of Montana. As a high school senior, I scored in the top 1% of my ACT, was named a Montana State Student of the Week, volunteered over 500 hours for several Montana nonprofit organizations, and was recognized on television networks statewide for my research and advocacy work to help make Montana public transportation more accessible. As an MSU student, I've been a 2-time recipient of the President's Service Award, have conducted nationally recognized research, and am currently active in 7 student organizations. Also, I earned a 4.0 last semester. Montana is my home, and I am so proud to call myself a Montanan. In spite of all the success that I've achieved in the state of Montana, as a person of color, I feel daily fear and a lack of physical safety in the place that I call home. As a student at MSU, I am terrified by the escalation of threats of violence against minority students on campus. One of the most recent threats sent to an MSU student organization stated that true Montanans will not stop until we expel all the groomers and colored people from our campus in great state. This rhetoric is a direct example of violence and vitriol marginalized students at MSU experience every day. Threats of violence have caused uncertainty and fear throughout our campus, and for me, it's very personal. Over the last 3 years, I have experienced overt racism and violence at the hands of another MSU student. I have been called a chink, an Asian bitch. I was told that I should not go to public events because I would give students COVID because of my race. I have been told that I should kill myself. Those threats were made real when I found a noose in my room. This racism is both violent and unacceptable, and I know that I am not the only student who has experienced this extreme hate on our campus. MSU has failed me and all other marginalized students, minority students as well, who rely on the university to keep us safe. MSU has not made an official statement informing students of these targeted racial threats. Their continued inaction has deprived us of the ability to make informed safety decisions on campus. The Montana University system has praised and benefited from the work of minority students, but will not take direct action to protect us from harm. I am disappointed in the inaction. I am hurt by the betrayal, and I am fearful for the students who will come after me. In order to build a safe and sustainable university, you must do the right thing and stand up for Montanans, all Montanans, including minorities like me. Acknowledging our fears and speaking out against these threats is the best first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Testing. Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Quentin Lucas. So, I've been a student at MSU for 8 years now, first as an undergraduate student and now as a grad student. I'm pursuing my PhD in astrophysics currently. Montana has been the only place I've ever known as home. My grandparents were from Lebanon, and they came to America when my mom was 11 in search of the American dream. And so, while I consider myself a Montanan, this is my home, it's where I've lived all of my life, I can't deny my Middle Eastern heritage. My family succeeded in making a life for themselves in this land of opportunity. In doing so, they taught me to be dedicated and hardworking in all I do. My SAT and ACT scores are in the top 2% of the state, and I earned a premier scholarship at my first year at MSU. Graduated with a 3.97 cumulative GPA with full honors, and I chose to stay in MSU for my astrophysics because I love the education that I can get here, and I love the community that MSU has. So it was a little disturbing for me to, well, deeply disturbing for me to learn that there were violent threats leveled against minority students like me here at MSU. It was frustrating to see the tired, nonsensical boogeyman of Shira's law brought to bear against MSU's Middle Eastern population, but it was even more distressing to realize that I had to learn about this threat not through MSU, not through any student body organization, but through a friend who had only heard it from another friend, and I only learned that this threat was made more than a week after it had actually been sent to the university. So, yeah, that made me rather shocked and distressed, because my safety and well-being were at risk for well over a week without my even knowing it. So, I believe that your best first steps here at the Montana University system would be to address what policies you have for handling threats against minority students like myself. What procedures is the university system willing to put in place to protect students from further threats and the possibility of violence? What will MSU do to help ensure my safety and my security as I live and work on campus? Certainly, the university's actions today do not give me an assurance of safety, nor assure me that any of the minority students on campus have any degree of safety in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Quentin. Is there any other public comment?
Hello, I am Marie Steiger. Can you hear me? Cool. I was born and raised in Butte, Montana, and I am currently collaborating with Montana Tech on internationally acclaimed mathematic research. I attended Montana State University for a collected 6 years, during which I received 2 bachelor's degrees, one a BFA and the other a BS in mathematics. Last semester, I was a member of the Graduate Leadership Academy, which focused on building inclusion and diversity within MSU, since they appear to be uncooperative on the subject. My undergraduate thesis was on gender equality, and I am also an independent reporter that has been investigated MSU's civil violations when it comes to upholding Montana labor laws in the matter of gender discrimination and sexual harassment. I also have a documented learning disability, dyslexia. As a woman and a member of the neurodivergent community, I have learned to persevere through much adversity throughout my lifetime. It is my deepest desire to see members of all organizations on campus to grow as individuals and become stronger and more tolerant of people from different walks of life. Be that as it may, given the current situation on campus, I am increasingly concerned about the multitude of threats made against minorities in the Montana University system. The threats were self-credited with ties to the organization Turning Point USA. Several of the organization's leaders have been doxxed for their public inflammatory comments made against people of color. Kirk himself, the founder, is credited for calling for mass lynchings of specific minorities. Although my interactions with the members of TPUSA have been few and limited, my experience with TPSUSA has been an extremely bigoted organization, especially towards minorities on campuses nationwide. Kirk himself has bragged about the generous funding he has received from our very own governor, Greg Gianforte. The House bill, primarily that 512, we are very concerned about because it primarily seeks to give legislatures, i.e. Montana House of Representatives and the Senate, the ability to unilaterally come to decisions on nearly any lawsuit/court case within the state without due process. And I have a question for the Board of Regents. What are you going to do against this blatant nepotism when it comes to political power in our university and protecting our minority students?
Thank you, Marie.
Hello. Hello, my name is Rex Wu. I'm currently an undergrad student at MSU Bozeman studying chemical engineering. I would like to inquire more about your policy on hate crimes and incidents. As a concerned student and person of color attending Montana State University, I would like to know if our institution has policy in place to address hate, crimes, and incidents on campus. And if so, what plans are in place to implement said policy moving forward in context with the current First Amendment training already available on campus? Hate crimes and hate incidents are becoming increasingly prevalent on our campus, and it is increasingly important for educational institutions nationwide to have clear and effective policies in place to address these issues. Such policies can help ensure safety and the well-being of all students and faculty. When these policies are not enforced, it leaves students of color in an extremely vulnerable position. Therefore, I would like to request information on current policies regarding hate crimes and incidents. Specifically, I would like to know, does MSU Bozeman have specific policy in place to address hate crimes and incidents on campus? If so, what does this policy entail, specifically the rules and regulations regarding disciplinary action? How do you plan on implementing this policy in the future, especially in light of the current threats levied against racial minorities on campus? Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I look forward to hearing back from all of you regarding your policies and plans for addressing hate crimes and incidents on campus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rex. Is there any other in-person public comment?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed regents. My name is Melissa Gluckert, and I have been a student of the Montana University System for 7 years now, all at the University of Montana, where I obtained my undergraduate degree, and now will graduate in May with my master's in social work. I hope I can offer some insight into what it's like to be a student in the MUS system. Hopefully I'm a familiar face to many of you at this point. I've been giving public comment at BOR meetings since 2018 when I first joined student government, so mostly regarding mental health. So throughout grad school, I've focused on my education on mental health and well-being within higher education. In fact, currently, I'm working on my professional portfolio and have found my theme to be how to support student success in higher education. For the last year and a half, I have worked as a well-being support coordinator embedded in the College of Business. This role wears many different hats, but I always like to say that it's a social worker to the core. I provide non-clinical support services to students on campus and act as a resource to faculty and staff. I always like to look at this as a 80 to 20% ratio. In higher ed, about 20% of students are the students that receive a lot of clinical services, so they're the ones that are utilizing counseling each week or outside services outside of their campus. However, we work with the 80%, which is the rest of the student population. That doesn't mean that these students are doing great or they have amazing mental health. They're stable, they use resources sometimes, but our main focus is to prevent them from falling into the 20% and hopefully growing the 20% a little bit more. Last school year, I operated in this position alone. However, at the start of this year, UM was able to introduce a pilot program modeled after my position, in which the expansion of OCHI funding made it available for more students. There are now 6 well-being support coordinators through UM, which is amazing. This topic is also very personal to me. I'm a student who has dealt with some pretty severe mental health issues while attending college, to the point that I likely would not be here without my mentors and peers at UM that got me through. I think this speaks to the need in the MUS that if someone like me with a plethora of knowledge on mental health, a good support system, and many resources feels this way, there must be thousands of students who feel similarly. In fact, I know there's an abundance of students going through the same thing. I work directly with these types of students. I can assure you that we're on the right path to mitigate the mental health crisis in the MUS, but I believe we can do better. Students across Montana desperately need more resources and services, so I encourage you to remember students like me when allocating funding this year and funding in future years. I would love to see money directly allocated to mental health and wellness services for students. And then lastly, because this is my last BOR meeting, as a student, I want to really thank all of the regents, everyone in Ochi, everyone at UM who has really mentored me, and I would not be the woman, leader, social worker, advocate that I am today without the support and leadership of you all, and especially my mentors and peers from UM that are behind me and both in Missoula. So thank you. I'm sorry I went over a little bit.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there any other in-person public comment? Okay, seeing no in-person public comment, Jared, do we have anyone online? Well, then with that will wrap up our public comment period. And I think I'll turn it over to Dean Bauman to give us next steps for the tour and reception.
Thank you so much, Chair Rogers. We're very excited to welcome you to our airport campus this afternoon, 2300 Airport Road. Plug that into your phone. Hopefully the snow is gone. It's a little easier transition across town today. We'll be giving tours this afternoon. I know your agenda says that the reception will start at 5 p.m. We will have the caterer there earlier than that. So if folks are coming over for the tour, we'll be able to get to the party a little early as well. Thanks so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We will stand in recess until 8:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you all. Student had a job before they were done with their, coursework. So what a great example of ensuring that our Montana workforce is being trained up and ready to go and having workforce-ready careers that are really making a difference for our economy. So thank you so much. This morning we also had a wonderful opportunity to meet with Hometown Helena, a local community group. We had a very engaging discussion on a broad range of topics from housing to workforce retention, and really appreciate Kelly Creswell also for helping us to set that up, and just what a great opportunity to hear what was on the minds of the folks here in Helena to make sure that we can make sure that we're moving our university system forward in a way that is responsive to community members and employers. So with that, we'll jump right on in to the Budget Administration and Audit Committee, and I will turn it over to Chair Dombrowski.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate always the opportunity to chair this committee, and I always appreciate the opportunity to look at Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor and say thank you for all the work that you do to put this committee agenda together. We had a great budget committee meeting, and with that, Tyler, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, good morning. Mic is loud. You see the consent agenda, and it's your typical looking consent agenda with Emeriti faculty listed. And then if we scroll down, we have a number of operational facilities items in the lower dollar category. Really deferred maintenance occurring throughout. And then this is followed by a change to the bylaws allowing more flexibility for the regions to utilize Zoom. Madam Chair, I'd stop there to see if any of the members have any concerns.
Any concerns, questions on any of those? Okay. All right. Please.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the committee, we start with action item A, which is a request for authorization to increase spending authority for athletic indoor practice facility on the University of Montana campus. This item came to the board in March of 22 and was approved for spending authority only, which the dollars behind this are all private. And the project under a piece of statute, it allows us to lease projects like these for athletic facilities to our foundations to manage the project. After The initial work on the design, the increase in labor and materials combined with a combination of the soil testing in an extremely sandy area, the overall project cost has increased from 7.2 to 10.2 million. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Questions on that one? Okay. Before you move to B and C are really intertwined, and I just want to say, this gives us as Regents, I think, an opportunity to really look at what can be done innovatively on a small campus that allows the community to come together with that campus. And at the same time, it also allows us to look at a project sort of from maybe A to Z, maybe not all the way to Z, but halfway through that alphabet, in terms of how are we aware of a small campus, in this case at Western, utilizing community resources, being innovative, and also working closely with our foundation to make what will be such a impressive enhancement to that campus. So with that, Tyler, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is the first item, and they are very much related here, so I'll probably be weaving in and out of B and C as I talk about this first item. So the item B is a request for authorization to accept donated land from the University of Montana Western Foundation to the campus. And I guess before I say anything else, thank you to the Erb family for this donation. It's 14 acres. It's adjacent to the property, the campus property, immediately behind the current athletic facilities on the south side of the campus. And is really a cog in the advancement of not only the athletic facility, but just the continuity of the campus and bringing a football field to the campus, along with the necessary parking and just the whole setup for a new sport and athletic complex. So thank you to the Erb family. I will kind of walk you through the basics here, but we have Vice Chancellor Tricia Fiskus, and I hope I said your last name correctly, Tricia, who is willing and ready to provide more color if needed. So as I mentioned, this is 14 acres of undeveloped land. It's ideally situated to extend the footprint of the campus, thus the need to establish ownership by the campus. The foundation received the gift. The gift now is moving from the foundation to the campus. Once that is finalized, the Erb family is working with the city of Dillon to finalize the subdivision abandonment. They had originally identified this as a piece of property that would be subdivided and get a clean title over to Western. The ownership will be complete upon approval of this item. The complex itself, which I am not the best person to talk about, but we have a kind of a list of what we're working on here. Includes a football field, training space, locker rooms, parking, vendor space, etc. That kind of wraps around a current athletic facility. And you'll remember back in September, I believe, the Regents gave the University of Montana Western authority to begin planning and design of a new wellness center that is connected to their current athletic facility, which would be funded with student fees. So this is, you can start to build a picture in your mind here of what's happening. You have the current athletic facility, an addition of a wellness center attached to it, and then now behind it an increased amount of footprint expanded by 14 acres to include a football field, a parking lot, and the necessary locker rooms and training space associated with it. Something that has been a long time coming for this campus. And it is a big deal for a small campus like this to have such an amazing improvement to the overall campus community. So with that, Madam Chair, I will stop talking and see if there are any questions and see if we would like Vice Chancellor Fiskus to come to the stand.
Any questions? and certainly welcome her to come to the stand to provide
Sure.
color. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are certainly excited to have this. You can imagine right now, sorry. You can imagine right now, we have a football field off campus, and that is not ideal when it comes to tailgating and student engagement and stuff. So this is very exciting to add the wellness center and the football stadium to campus, allowing people to visit our campus, our bookstore, our dining center, having a tailgating spot on campus, all the things that provide community engagement and student engagement. I envision things like even concerts, or how about all of our team camps in the summer for all the sports. It will get these people to our campus. So we are certainly excited to work with our foundation and thankful to the Erb family and our foundation for doing this for us. So happy to provide any other answers if you have any.
Excellent. Any questions for the Vice Chancellor? Oh, Regent Rogers.
Not so much a question, just a comment and an expression of gratitude to the Erb family. This feels like such a historic opportunity to really enhance the ability of the community and students to come together. This and the next item, it just really, I think, resonates for me how much our campuses mean to our communities, from the flagships to our smaller units, and what great generosity. And I love all the thought that has gone into this item and the different ways that you're going to build community around different parts of it, bring more people onto campus, ensure that students are really maintaining and achieving the success and benefit of the investment. So thank you for your time and consideration of it.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Any other questions, comments? I would just want to say, I appreciate that it's not just about the football field. It's that broader community, and you've expressed that very well. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, I might ask Vice Chancellor Fiskus if she would stay there just for the next item, because there may be some more details she could provide. I'll move to the next item C, and that then we take the next step on this project, which seems a little bit confounded here, but we then are asking the regents here for a request to lease the land back to the foundation who just gave it to us. And I know that's hard for people to fathom, but it is, and there's reasons for it. The primary reason in this case is it provides flexibility not only to the campus but the foundation to execute a project that is so community-based that will be just a plethora of opportunities for in-kind support for this. And I don't even, here's an example. I'm not even saying this is in reality at the moment, but a neighboring rancher with a tractor or some equipment could level the football field. And to do that is easier to accomplish with the foundation managing the project. Really unites the community, brings everyone together. And again, as in item A, when we talked about the University of Montana practice facility that was leased to the foundation, this is a stipulation under state law that is very specific to the university system and athletic facilities, and so very common practice for us. So this item allows for a lease and allows the campus to enter an MOU and allows the campus and the commissioner's office to finalize that MOU, given that there are very few changes. If there were significant changes, we bring the MOU and the lease back to the regents. Also, this initiates the planning and design for the project, and it's key that it's just planning and design. This is not the request for the construction. So as we'll talk about a little later, that is a key element in our procedures, that we are going to always proceed with planning and design when possible, and then follow that by a request for construction, as to give the regents a chance to understand a project more, and a campus for also a chance to get the detailed design and cost before approval. So Madam Chair, the rest of the item, some of it duplicative to the previous one. Vice Chancellor Fiskus might tell us about the dollar amounts and the donations and the kind of the goal of the campus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are expecting, to start football in fall of '24. We anticipating needing $4 million for what we're calling Phase 1. That is the basics to hold the first football games. The final completion, we anticipate being about $5.5 million, and the finishing touches are really making sure that like all the parking lots are paved, things like that, but not necessarily to hold our first football game. And the foundation already today is at $3.65 million, and that is without those in-kind contributions. And I think you all know communities like Dillon, we will have large in-kind contributions. We are getting emails daily, hey, I have the audio company, I will donate my labor if you pay for the supplies. I have a lighting company. I mean, we are getting those emails every day. We had one contractor buy additional concrete when it was at a good deal in bulk that will help us out with that. So we're at $3.65 million now without in-kind contributions. So the foundation is committed to getting this done one way or another, but I feel confident we will most likely get to the $5.5 million pretty easily for fall of a 2024 opening.
Those are great comments. Questions from the Regents? Probably a process question or just an emphasis. So Dillon will be back in May with the detail around, right? I mean, you gave us a lot of detail, but for our purposes, you'll be back here in May with that additional detail, what you learned in the planning. Okay. Terrific. Okay.
Just
Thank you so
one,
much.
can I make one comment?
Oh,
I think we
absolutely,
touched
sorry.
on this earlier, but when you do come back with the plan, I think it would be nice, and I know this is a fantastic project for Western and Dillon, but this is such a uniquely mixed use, understanding, a summary of how it generates revenue essentially to keep itself endowed for all of its O&M. Those are kind of fun for, at least for me, to kind of geek out with. That it's just, and I know that that's there. It's all over this project, but just kind of understanding that would be helpful. Thank you.
I think that's a helpful addition. Regent Southworth, thank you.
Yep, great. Okay, Madam Chair, we'll head on to action item D, and with your permission, I'd ask Director Lyons to come in and talk to this.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the next item for your pleasure is a request for authorization to increase the project authority for planning, design, and construction of the cosmetology classroom and salon space here at Helena College. So I'm going to kind of go back to a point that Tyler made really quick before I move into the item specifically. This is one of those items that the board pre-approved for planning, design, and construction, and now we're coming back with a higher construction cost. So back to the point of we really do need to be separating out the planning and design before we bring it to the board for construction. So back in November of '21, the board approved $1 million of authority for Helena College to renovate a space just directly southeast of us for a new salon space to train cosmetologists with future plans of expanding that program area into different areas of barber, nail technicians, etc. Well, through the planning process, we learn with schematics and engineering, costs are coming in higher because they ran into issues with wastewater, drainage, just some ventilation pieces, a little bit higher in some construction cost, along with the engineering fees that they didn't anticipate. And so that's what's driving the cost up higher this time. So this request is to add an additional $982,000 to that project, fully funded with student fees through bond refi savings. This project will add curriculum to a space that's been open and vacant because they moved programming over to the airport campus, which you visited yesterday. So it's really open space to be renovated for new opportunities for Helena College. Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Questions? Chair Rogers?
I just wanted to add two little pieces of flavor from the committee discussion. So first, when I initially looked at this item, I was like, wow, that's a big change in authority. And it sounded like the original estimate was a little bit older. Even in 2021, when we received that estimate, those numbers were from quite a few years ago. Is that correct, Director Lyon?
Madam Chair, they are about 3.5 years old. So prior to any of the cost escalations that we're currently seeing, a much lower cost per square footage was estimated at that point. And again, the challenges with some piping that runs underneath the concrete and the extra excavation that they were unaware of at the original estimate time.
Great, thank you. And then the other piece of this that I'm really excited about, again, is bringing the community to our campuses. And Dean Bauman really highlighted that during the committee call, speaking to how this will be a service for community members as well, and another opportunity for community members to engage with the programs of Helena College. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Any other questions, comments? Please.
Regent Rogers, thank you. And then I can't remember the number, but I do remember that it was, this is estimated to serve quite a few students. What do you, Shauna, do you remember the number?
Yep, Madam Chair, Regent Southworth. So when the program is fully loaded, it'll be 60 students. So the first cohort will be 15 students, and then it'll add up through the years for that. So 60 students when it's fully engaged.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, that ends our action items, and I'd move on to information.
Please.
First item here, I have a couple slides to just walk us through the information items entitled Budget Preparation. And as we work our way through this legislative session and keep our eye on the May board meeting, we'll have a little bit of a workload there to handle. And so I thought we would just get started on kind of getting it set in everyone's mind what our tasks are. And I've shown you this slide before, and I'll probably show it again at the beginning of our adventures in May. But that's just an obvious little triad there, the connection between state appropriations, tuition and fees, and financial aid. And when we can strengthen the connection between these three key budget drivers and align policies that are meaningful and make sense, we move into a better level of strategic budgeting. And so this is complex, obviously. It goes from state level policies and relationships with the legislature to individual campus enrollment management. The financial aid component is less obvious, maybe, that we don't receive an appropriation for financial aid necessarily, but we certainly use different mechanisms of financial aid to fuel our enrollment that also connect with our net tuition revenue. And those come in the form of discounts and waivers. And then we have some programs like Montana 10 to increase participation and success of students. So just as setting the table with that flow, the boxes underneath there maybe even more remedial, and I use the word remedial loosely there. I am one to try to keep it simple. If we get too complex, we may lose sight of the overall goal that we're after here. So if we say, okay, how do we handle a state appropriation and the connection with tuition and fees and financial aid? What's a mechanism to get to that? Well, these boxes would kind of start us on our way. And we start with the institutional requirement. You could call that the cost of education, or you could call it the total amount in our current unrestricted budget. And then we go to what do we know to be true, which is what we know to be true is the amount of dollars that we're going to receive from the state, from the legislature. And what are they made up of? The pay plan and present law, and those will have in turn an effect on tuition. and simply subtract those from what our identified need is, subtract the amount that we know we're getting. What we're left there is the amount that needs to be picked up by tuition revenue. That's a fact. And it seems that simple until you say then tuition revenue is comprised of resident, non-resident, undergraduate, graduate, professional. It's certainly affected by enrollment. So there's a lot of opportunities to go down rabbit holes on this, but if we just kind of keep it in these blocks and understand that those are key drivers. And I'll talk more about some of the numbers of where we're at, and maybe that this is the best place to do that. We track upward of 150 to 200 bills, all of them important. I would argue none more important than House Bill 2, quickly followed by House Bill 2, our general funding bill, House Bill 13, the pay plan, and House Bill 5, our long-range building plan. So I'm going to focus on those three just to paint a picture in your mind of where we're at. This will be much more visual by the time we hit May, as I do not want to jinx anything that's happening right now because we are in a really good place. I'm not positive this table is made out of wood, but we'll find some before I'm done here. There we go. With this in mind, House Bill 2 is headed to the floor. It's passed through full appropriations, and where we sit is in a good position where we entered with the governor's budget, very, very close, if not above that level in most cases. We start to talk about biennial math, and when I talk about it, I just like to preface the fact that I'm going to tell you how much we are up over the base year. The base year is this year, FY23. Everything is driven off of this year, and then how much do we get proposed to get in FY24 is one amount, and then how much we propose to get in FY25 over the base year, FY23, is the other amount. So that I'm just adding those two amounts together when I tell you the biennial amount. And the reason I take a pause here to explain that, because you can also just take the total amount for the biennium over the total amount from the biennium before. But the tricky part about that, now I'm getting too far into the weeds, but FY22 for us in this biennium, we did not receive a state appropriation. We received a state appropriation. We didn't receive an increase in it. We actually had a decrease of $1.6 million. So it makes your difference between the bienniums look bigger than it actually is. So I'm sticking with the base year, right? Just FY23. I'll say that a couple more times in May. Maybe I'll do it a little better then. So when you do that, we're up $31 million in House Bill 2. And so you say, well, how are we up $31 million in House Bill 2? So let's start in these blocks. The first one, we have some system-wide OTOs, one-time only funded projects. And for $3 million, we have what we deem our seamless project with the one LMS and Quotely. And then we have $2 million for the biennium for sprint degrees, so there's $5 million. And we recently received, in addition to those two, an OTO for $1.4 million for the 1-2 free effort. Our grant that's funds 1-2 free runs out in FY24, so FY25 would have been an unfunded year. So we're thankful for those. Another big area, we have $10.7 million for the biennium in cash for present law adjustments. And present law is going to be an area we can almost set aside with the complexities associated with it, because to get to our full present law, you also have to add in, we are taking a holiday from paying our general liability and property insurance to risk management and tort defense, somewhere in the order of $16 to $18 million over the biennium. But we have $10.7 million in cash. So if you're doing the math here, you got 11 plus 6, so we're at 17 million. $4 million increase for the community colleges after we run their formula. And then we have $3.5 million increase for student assistance, which I'll remind you is primarily made up of our professional exchange programs of WICHE, WWAMI, Minnesota Dental, WEMU. Our agencies are up almost $6 million, which is excellent. I'm feeling like there needs to be wood to be knocked on when I talk like this. And those are some needed increases to the base funding for the agencies. Very welcome. And then we have about $1 million in other spread across programs like OCHI, border regions, et cetera. So, Madam Chair, that paints a picture of, that's House Bill 2, and House Bill 2 is going to play in concert with House Bill 13. House Bill 13 is the pay plan. When we go to allocate the lump in May, it's going to be the combination of those two, the new money on the combination of House Bill 2 and House Bill 13. So House Bill 13, the pay plan, and in fact, the pay plan has made it through the first House, the House of Representatives, and is in the Senate, in fact, this morning. I believe that's where Deputy Commissioner Thigpen is. I don't believe that's where she is. I know that's where she is, and as a proponent for the Montana University system. This is a excellent pay plan that starts on July 1 of each year for a 4% increase or $1.50, whichever is higher. That produces a $32 million increase in state appropriations over the biennium. What's key to this is that, well, when I say the ED units, I'm talking about the 8 statutorily named campuses of the Montana University system, meaning not including the community colleges, are separate. And then we also allocate to the community colleges, to the agencies, who don't generate tuition, and then to OCHI. So for the community colleges and the ed units, for every dollar that we allocate, you can roughly, just in some real rough math here, you'd say, well, there's an obligation to generate tuition revenue of $1. So for every state dollar, there's going to be a tuition revenue dollar. And that's going to be a key theme as we move into the May meeting. So we have this $32 million bill or funding. In the first year, it's just the ed units here, it's roughly $9 million to fuel the current unrestricted side of the campus operations. And remember, there's equal number of employees that are outside the current unrestricted. We have 4,500 in and 4,500 that are on our restricted auxiliary side of the ledger. So on the current unrestricted side, they need to be matched dollar for dollar with tuition. $9 million in FY24, you basically double that for FY25 because you got to carry the amount that you did for FY24 forward in the base plus add another amount for a 4% increase. So there's another $19 million. The community colleges and agencies, we start with 1.5 in the first year, and that basically doubles to 3.2 in the second year. So much easier done with visuals. I promise those when we head to the May meeting. I would be remiss without talking about House Bill 5, our LRBP, long-range building program. It is truly historical. In terms of cash, we have $206 million right now of funded projects. There's $131 million of new capital projects. I believe there's 10 projects overall inside of that. We have $35 million in major repairs. We would have called this deferred maintenance almost in any other year, and is orders of magnitude almost 10 times higher than we've ever received, except for last session, in terms of deferred maintenance. And then also $40 million in supplemental for projects that were approved last session with the cost increase in inflation. So that's the cash. We have about $200 million of just authority only for all of the privately funded projects that we have that are kind of waiting on the tarmac. And that is the update on where we're at with the budget. I'd pause there for a second to see if there are any questions.
Thank you. I have probably a comment. The historicalness of the LRBP, I don't think it's lost on any of us in terms of the commitment to the organization, to the MUS. So I really appreciate that. I'm also going to say you're going to repeat this with visuals in May, so that, and likely at our budget committee as we work through it, so that we feel like we have the detail that we need. It's a heavy lift, as you've said, in May, and I appreciate the time that you're going to take to get us to where we need to be, and the knocking on wood, because it's not yet done.
Absolutely.
Questions or comments or?
Okay, I have a couple more slides just to quickly touch on here. The tuition is one side of it. So when we get to the May meeting and allocation of the state appropriations and setting tuition, including dividing up performance funding, so there's 3, and then fees. And fees, I just wanted to stop and talk about a little bit because they're multifaceted. And we focus a lot on mandatory fees. And so we often give campuses sort of a guiding post as we head into May on what is the aggregate increase that we're looking for in terms of your mandatory fee increases. And so we've done that, and we've set that at 3%. And then we start working with the campuses to find out where the spikes are. And I mean spikes like anomalies, things that influence one campus different than another campus. And there are plenty because of the multifaceted nature of fees. So now I'm just going to list those here and not provide much detail, but this is going to add to the complexity in your mind of what we need to do in May and the need to keep it simple. So student-driven fees, we all are aware of what those are. Students can vote on fees and then bring those forward, and then the administration brings them here to the regents for a request for approval. That clearly could operate outside the 3% aggregate request. So when talking to the campus, I say, okay, keep your 3% aggregate over here, add those to a column to the right. Those would be items that we'll bring outside of the 3% aggregate. You can expect that we would have a recommendation for the regents for a blanket increase to mandatory fees based upon the kind of the rules of the road that we set out, and then we'll address the outliers individually. And so a student-driven fee could be one of those. Course fees. So course fees are anytime a course has an extra cost for art supplies, laboratory, ski rental. I mean, like it could be any of those kind of outside kind of costs. Those have their own flavor. Sometimes those have an item that we need to pull out. Also unique to this budget is we have campuses working to consolidate course fees into a single entity to bring those forward either as program tuition or essentially a proposal for a new mandatory fee to make things simpler and easier to understand and simplify the bill for students. Program tuition, this is tuition that is associated with individual professional programs mostly. The law school is a good example of a program tuition. The physical therapy is a professional program that has program tuition. We have long said that we should be in the market with programs like this, that we need to compare to surrounding states and ensure that we're competitive. And so I wouldn't doubt it if we have some programs that have an increase because of that factor. I talked about a consolidation and conversion of course fees into program tuition mandatories. Oh, and then also unique to this is that we're moving the online fee, if you remember, that was very specifically associated with just online classes to a mandatory technology fee. We already have a technology fee, it's kind of like Technology 2.0, that then charges that online fee to all students, and it's essentially there to pay for the cost of the LMS and spread that cost out for everyone that's using the LMS. Campuses are in a 3-year process of converting that online fee to a mandatory fee. Some campuses, because of the just the difference between the amount of revenue that they generate in the online fee and their overall fee conversion, are able to do that in 1 year. Other campuses 2, and some campuses 3. But we'll have that all laid out. So that is, I just needed to say, just make everyone aware of the fact that, yeah, fees have complexity. Things that might cross your mind, well, how do we know if we're in the right the right amount of fees to charge? We do peer analysis on this, and so each campus has their peer set in the western states, and we take a look at what percentage of tuition and fees are made up of fees, so we can kind of get ourselves into some benchmarks there throughout this process. In May, we'll provide those benchmarks wherever we can along the way.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm almost done. You're thinking, man, I didn't expect this guy to talk that much this morning. I didn't either. If we move on to a slightly different topic, although we were talking about LRBP, just infrastructure in general, and anybody who has this is the pleasure of coming to a budget and admin committee of the Board of Regents knows that it is populated with facilities items. And those are complex items, and they're often unique for every project and every campus. And so it warrants, I think, and this is at the request of the commissioner, individual board members collectively, to give us a little bit more concrete to stand on in our process of approving infrastructure items. And so this is a draft I just offer to the regents as a mechanism to get us to a more established process. And that is to develop a Board of Regents infrastructure subcommittee. And that would be, for instance, maybe 3 members, could be 3 members of the Budget and Admin Committee, or if, a mixture of even a member that's not on the committee. I don't know. That is for the regents to decide. But with a goal of ensuring, very simply, that the Board of Regents' understanding and approval of the full scope of infrastructure and planning projects in the MUS is realized, and that we conduct a biennial process, not only for our long-range building projects that end up going to the legislature, but more than that, all of the projects. How do they interrelate with each other? How do they relate with a campus's facilities master plan? What's the overall goal? Do the goals of that building align with the mission of the campus? And what's that going to take? Well, let's go to the next slide. Maybe we'll have some answers there. I'm just brainstorming these, but for me, it seems like a closer connection to those projects can be found either through physically seeing them, physically seeing the location that they're going to happen on, at least visually, interacting with the campus, whether it be in person or over Zoom. Developing lists well ahead of the time, similar to an academic proposal process with a planning priority list. Something we talked about a couple times earlier today about requiring planning and design approval from the regents before a campus comes for full approval of construction. Detailed planning and approval cycle for LRBP. I have an example of that following this in these slides. And something we realized this time, because we have $35 million of funded major repair requests, that we need to know more detail about the major repair list and have a working knowledge of that. And then finally, something that with the help of the CFOs, and I've gone over this with the campuses, and I'll tell you that at least either they're lying or they're and I know they're not, is that they're willing to help on this process. They want to, and this is not a big lift for them to improve the project requirements that we have set forth to them. And I think that it's a long time coming that we revamp there's an attachment that's associated for every construction project that has better data points and benchmarks and descriptions in there, so we can analyze those projects across the system. So I could just end here by a couple slides just to reel through, and at another time in a place where we can address more attention to it. The LRBP process, what I would say is that immediately following the May meeting, we'll enter into the LRBP process for the next legislative session, because you really only have a year and a couple months. So that's what this slide, the next slide, basically walks us through. And then finally, I think, I end here with just a good reminder for us all. How do we rank projects in the system, and what's our hierarchical kind of criteria? This has been a long-standing list that we have used, that health and life safety come first, and then major maintenance to our buildings, as we see in our current funded list, code compliance, operating efficiencies, renovations, then new construction and planning. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to sit back and see if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the thought that has gone into this, and I appreciate those members of the board who've expressed an interest, if not a sort of a demand, to get to this level of detail and understanding, which I think we all would appreciate, and I think the MUS would benefit from. And I think the time frame makes perfect sense, and we can talk through, who might be willing to serve and how to put this into action. But I really feel like as a budget committee, we've said we want this to happen, and you've responded, and really appreciate the level of detail that you've put into it, at least at this point. Are there questions from the regents for Tyler? Or? Okay. Wow.
All right, Madam Chair, just a couple more items here underneath information. I'd call on Deputy Commissioner McCray to talk about the first one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regents, sometimes on a campus, the need arises to hire someone to perform work on a temporary part-time basis to serve students or to otherwise fulfill the mission of the institution. And sometimes the perfect fit for that work is a retired faculty member or a retired professional from the Montana University system. So we have a post-retirement employment policy. This is a simple policy revision for information at this meeting, and we'll bring to you for action in May. All this revision really does is brings this policy up to date with some state and federal statutes related to retirement systems and the Affordable Care Act. And actually, the policy revision will really not make any change in how we administer things. It'll stay status quo, but it's just a fine-tuning for technical compliance with statutes. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Also, Madam Chair, we have an item on there that is just an outdated 1908 policy on AIDS. In fact, very prescriptive, very detailed, from 1987, I believe. It is no longer applicable. And just in the name of bringing information items to you before we take them to action, that's what this one is.
Thank you. Appreciate repealing.
Yeah.
Any other questions or, okay. All right, I think with that, that's the completion of the business of the Budget and Audit Committee. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chair Dabrowski. This moves us a little early into our public comment period. So maybe I'll take a 10-minute break just so that we have enough time to maybe catch a few people that might not be arriving until 10 o'clock for public comment. So let's break until 9:45. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll now move into our public meeting portion of the meeting. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Ange King. Her email address is aking, KING @montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment?
All right, we'll start over. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Regents, thank you so much for this opportunity to present, and thank you for your service. My name is Henry Kriegel. I'm with Americans for Prosperity. I'm the legislative director. I've been with them for 11 years now. I'm originally from New York City. I grew up there and attended Columbia University in New York and migrated here 32 years ago under the promise of more liberty and the beauty of the Montana's landscape and its people drew me here. My parents were survivors of the Holocaust. My dad fought in the Polish resistance. My mom survived 8 labor camps, and they came to America for freedom and opportunity. And I just found it a little ironic just the other day. I know you discussed it yesterday at your meeting. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the legislative update. And I found it a little ironic to be at the committee on Monday advocating for free speech and free association rights on our university campuses and colleges. This is something I know you all extol, the free exchange of ideas and thoughts and concepts at our colleges and universities so that individual students can adopt the ones that best meet and fulfill their needs and ideas of the world that can challenge each other and grow and prosper in that way. And unfortunately, in a good number of circumstances, that has not been the case in some of our universities and colleges around the state of Montana. And we did hear from around a dozen students who testified at the hearings on Monday, about some of their experiences. And I will note that the Deputy Chair of the Commission on Higher Education did acknowledge and was burdened by hearing those comments and offered to take them in and respond. I want to just bring that to your attention today. I do have copies of the testimonials of the students, if I might pass that around, if that's okay. May I share that with you? And some of the testimonies were pretty riveting in that we had several students who spoke of the situation recently, just several weeks ago, where they were tabling at Montana State University for their college group, Young Americans for Liberty, and a middle-aged man came up to them and said, I don't like what you're saying, I'm gonna blow your brains out, and reached into his overcoat and mocking like he was gonna pull out a gun. And obviously on today's news, we've seen those kind of instances happen around the country, so we take them seriously. They did call the MSU police. They called and they contacted them again when the man returned again, but the individual wasn't even cited. We've heard from students who said that they can't even register as student groups at the university because they cannot find a faculty advisor to stand up for them. Two groups in particular. We heard from another student whereby he was petitioning the president for redress of his grievances and his concerns about a face mask mandate that was implemented just days before the school session started, not this past year, but the previous year, and their concerns about a potential vaccine mandate. And it turned out that his email to his faculty advisor at the time was procured by the MSU police and then circulated among administration officials, and that young man was ridiculed. He did get...
Thank you, Henry. We do have a 3-minute time limit, and if you have additional public comment, you can always submit it via text as well.
Am I done?
If you could just wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. Thank you so much for hearing me out this morning. I'm not here to burden you guys or say it's your fault or anything like that. We're just saying we need to enshrine student-free expression and free association in Montana Coast, so that their rights are protected. That's what we're intending to do. We have no intention to curb or limit curriculum or the academics or how courses are being taught in the college. We just want to protect our students' First Amendment rights. So thank you so much for your time and attention. I appreciate what all of you are doing. And I'll sit and listen to the public comment.
Thank you for your comments, Henry. Appreciate it. Is there any other in-person public comment? Jared, do we have any online public comment? Okay. Well, that concludes our public comment period, and we will move on to our committee reports and action. So with the 2-year and community college committee, we did not have any action items, so I will move on to our academic research and student affairs committee. We have 5 action items on this agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve item A, the honorary doctorate for Mandy Smoker-Broadus.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dabrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion or corrections from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
I think we got a late aye in support from Regent Bao. Thank you, Regent Bao. The motion passes. I'll now entertain a motion to approve item B. This is the honorary doctorate for John Schaffer.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Blossom. Any corrections or discussions from members of the board? Any discussions or corrections from the campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On to item C, I'll entertain a motion to approve the honorary doctorate for Carol Lalani.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Southworth. Is there any discussion or corrections from the board? Any discussion or corrections from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Our fourth and final honorary doctorate, item D, on behalf of Robin Jones. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Blossom. Any discussion or corrections from the board? Any discussion or corrections from the campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And finally, on our ARSA committee agenda, our item E, our request to plan proposals. I'll entertain a motion to approve these.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussions or corrections from campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Now on to our Budget Administration and Audit Committee. We have 5 items. First is our consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda of the Budget Committee.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Any corrections or discussion by the board? Corrections or discussion from the campuses? Any public comment? Hi.
I'm sorry we're late. The person coming after me will explain a little bit more about why that happened.
Okay, and I will just pause for the record for the moment right now. Right now, we are on a specific agenda item, public comment.
Okay.
But I think we'll open it up
Okay.
to general public comment so that you can give your comment right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cole Burdick. I use they, them, and she, her pronouns. I'm an MSU student, and I am queer. While I am the treasurer of the Queer Straight Alliance, I'm giving public comment today on my own personal behalf. It is with reference to the anonymous emails that QSA received on February 16th and 23rd. With regards to the university's lack of statement and the way that I believe that this is negligent and has put marginalized students in increased danger on our campus. Without my involvement in QSA, I would not have learned about these threats that were made targeting my community. The day following the second email, a week after the university had been informed of the first, I went to the dean's offices of the College of Agriculture, the College of Engineering, the College of Letters and Science, the College of Education, Health and Human Development, the College of Nursing, the College of Arts and Architecture, and the College of Business, speaking to administrators in each office to ask and request that they inform their staff and faculty of their colleges of the emails that were sent to us and the homophobic, transphobic, racist, Islamophobic, and white nationalist rhetoric that was included in them. This was so that instructors and employees of the university could know what was going on to help support students at the time, not only the LGBTQ+ community students, but the BIPOC and Muslim students who were directly targeted by these emails as well. As these messages were hurtful to many marginalized students across our community. Some of them had responded saying that this was the first time that they had heard of this. These emails have made me feel so unsafe continuing to be on campus that I've been sleeping on a friend's couch for a month. While I've been trying to communicate this issue with housing and I was offered emergency housing, this was insufficient as my name was still able to be searched in the StarRez system used by Residence Life at MSU. I have needed to go to my, within 10 minutes of my emergency housing placement, I was discriminated against by another student for being queer. I have needed to go to my instructors, not knowing if they will be supportive of me at this time and supportive of my identity, most of whom had reacted in shock and horror that they had heard about this from me, and that if they had not heard about this from me, they had seen it circulating on Twitter rather than hearing it from the university. Sorry. It is inappropriate and appalling the number of students, staff, and faculty and instructors who have had to come to me or come to other members of the QSA leadership team saying that we are the reason that they were able to take safety precautions in order to feel safe on campus. As a queer student at MSU, I am personally and deeply disappointed with the university's response to the situation, and that to my knowledge, there's still not been any official communication sent out. I urge the MSU administration to put out an official statement, not only to inform the MSU community about the hate occurring on our campus, but apologizing for their ways of a lack of response has put marginalized communities in danger across our campus. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
Thank you, Cole. Please.
All right, good morning. I do apologize for our lateness, for a little bit of explanation. Last night, Cole made reference to a couple of threats that we received, and now the QSA, I myself am another member of the QSA leadership. We are now a little bit getting used to receiving threats, and when one of our members received a personal threat last night, we accompanied them to the police station and the campus police station and helped them to deal with that, because unfortunately this is something we are getting used to. So my name is Tierney Hula. I am a student at Montana State University studying cell biology and neuroscience. I am part of the leadership team of the QSA. I'm also an employee of ASMSU. So I'd like to read something out to you. Sinners of the QSA, you must repent and turn to God, not the God that supports ISIS terrorists and Sharia law, but the white God of Christianity. If you do not call off your grooming party of young children tonight, we shall send someone to the Rialto and send everyone present to an early death in hell. TPUSA, MSU, Bozeman. I'd like to read something else out. Sinners, you may have been able to coerce some of us into silence, but a majority of Montanans, along with our founder, Charlie Kirk, will always be against your satanic ways. True Montanans will not stop until we expel all the groomers and colored people from our campus and great state. I wonder how many of you have not heard these words yet. So I wonder how many of you have not had these words passed on to you by the administration at Montana State University, because I do know that they know. Unfortunately, the students of QSA have heard these words, or they've seen these words written. And if it weren't for QSA and our leadership team, many of the other students impacted by this, the Muslim students on campus, the students of color on campus, also would not have heard these words. Because 11 days after receiving that first email that I read out to you, which was anonymously sent to the QSA through a Proton Mail, which is an encrypted email service, I sent out an email through the QSA leadership to all of the other student groups that serve marginalized students on campus to let them know. Many of them have expressed to us that this was the first they heard of it more than a week after those threats were received. Some of them took precautionary measures to make sure that their upcoming events were safe, but they would not have if we had not informed them. As Cole said before me, we also informed, Cole specifically informed the deans of the colleges, an action that through innocent ignorance, I'm not accusing anybody of anything here, just some of our professors didn't know and attributed that action to the school instead of to a student who informed them. These things would not be known on campus if it had not been for us. And unfortunately, it has not stopped. So one of the reasons that we've heard as to why the school is not addressing this is because they don't want to inadvertently platform the message of the sender, which is a reasonable precaution to take. But personally, I would think that the administrators of an academic institution would have the critical thinking skills to be able to figure out a way to address it in a way that supports the students, addresses the risk, and doesn't platform the message of the sender. Regardless, their precautionary action to not take any action to address this publicly did not work, as I alluded to before starting my statement here, one of our members got another threatening email from Proton Mail from a different encrypted email address. And so I'm going to read this one out to you, but I need to censor it because this one is specifically racial, and the slurs in it do not
Tyranny.
Go to me.
I apologize. We have a 3-minute period, and you have exceeded your 3-minute. We would really appreciate if you could submit this to us in writing so that we can all review it as well.
I would love to.
If you could just wrap up your comments now. Thank you.
So just to finish this out, and I will admit this was not originally part of my statement because it was received last night, so I apologize for going over. But hi, C word, a slur for Chinese people. I have been watching I have people watching your house day and night. One of these days, you will get what's coming to you. This isn't Missoula. In real Montana, we kill G word, another slur for Asian people, like you. And again, sent with Proton Mail. This was sent to one of our members, has explicit racial slurs, and I was asked to read it out to you today. I will not let these people take away my pride for being a transgender person, for being a queer person, for going to school in Montana, but I will admit that my pride is shaking. I am starting to become ashamed of calling myself a bobcat. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tyranny. Since we've reopened public comment on any subject, are there any other general public comments?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm coming here to talk about one of the hearings you discussed yesterday where we had about a dozen students talking about rights that they felt were violated on MSU campuses. I am a student, or I graduated from the University of Montana in May, and many of the people that were in that hearing are my friends, and I was pretty horrified to hear about the threat made to them, the very serious threat where someone put their hand into their bag and threatened to shoot them in the head. And this came after, obviously, many stories that were publicized in large publications about their efforts to stop a potential vaccine mandate and have conversations about mask mandates on MSU. Many of these documents were, or many of the emails and discussions of the admin were released in FOIA requests shortly after, and this has been publicized in many places, including CNN. And the reason why I'm speaking here is because I'm friends with a lot of these people. I wanted to emphasize their stories and say that they're very real. And I was not aware of the rape accusations and the ongoing cases at MSU. But I also wanted to just share the story from somewhat right-leaning person that went to school at University of Montana. I was president of a student group called Grizzlies for Liberty during my years there. And I was pretty active. I never felt as if I had any particular professor violate my rights in any way. I don't think that any of them would have either, but I do feel as if I felt the reverberations of the culture and the fear of retaliation. There were times where I felt I should chill my speech as a result. But more importantly, I wanted to talk about the people from UM who were unwilling to be in that hearing the other day because of these fears. There are many who joined our group throughout the years who I requested to be at that hearing and would have loved to have been. But if they were present and if they were actually marked on their website as members of this group publicly, they're even unwilling to do that, to go through the formal process to register as a member of the group. They fear that they would be retaliated against. And I'm not speaking out against academic freedom. I do believe that professors themselves should be able to set the curriculum of their class. And I had many professors who were openly left-leaning, and we had great conversations, and I can think of many who I have great relationships with. My fear is more that we're not dotting our I's and crossing our T's, because I do believe that social phenomena is important, and if really it's just a matter of fact that conservatives feel like they have to silence themselves because of social pressure and they're the minority, then I would just call on them to be bold and tell them to toughen up, because I had to do that. I'm just worried that some of this is a result of structural issues, and I would call on you guys to really ensure that process rights are protected and that civil liberties are protected as well. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Thank you. Could you also state your name for the record?
Liam McCollum, that's LiamMcCollum.
Thank you. Okay. Still open to any public comment? Any final public comment? And Jared, any public comment online? Okay. We are now formally going to close general public comment. Thank you. We were right in the middle of our motion on the consent agenda for the Budget Committee. And I was calling for any public comment for the consent agenda of the Budget Committee. Okay. Seeing no further public comment, I will call for a vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And now on to the action agenda of our Budget Committee. The first item, I'll entertain a motion to approve a request for authorization to increase spending authority for the athletics indoor practice facility at UM.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion or corrections from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Action item B, I'll entertain a motion for the request for authorization to accept donated land from the University of Montana Western Foundation for construction of a new sports and activities complex.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Norris. Any discussion or corrections from the board? Discussion or corrections from the campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On to item C, I'll entertain a motion to approve the request for authorization to lease land to the UM Western Foundation for the construction of the sports and athletic complex and to enter into an MOU with Western Foundation for this project.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Southworth. Any discussion or corrections from the board? Discussion or corrections from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And our final action item, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item D, a request for authorization to increase project authority for the planning, design, and construction of the cosmetology classroom and salon area at Helena College.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion or corrections from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And with that, it concludes the business of the March meeting of the Montana Board of Regents. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you for the great discussions and items that we've had this week. It's been such an inspirational week to really get to become part of the Helena College community for a little bit of time. I just cannot share my appreciation enough, Dean Bauman, with you and your team of 100 for putting on this wonderful event for us and for the hospitality you provided, the quality of educational experiences that you're providing to your students, and all the hard work that went into this week. So thank you so much. Yeah, and thank you so much all for joining us, and we will see you in Great Falls in March, or May. Thank you so much.